Welcome everyone to EPOP 2021. We are not broadcasting, all of us from Queen Mary, and we wished this was happening in our lovely campus in Mile End. We had a lot of things planned for last year and also for this year. However, obviously, we all know what happened, and therefore we are doing an online conference. But don't worry, we've put a lot of effort and a lot of work to make sure that this conference is as good as possible and as close as possible to the EPOP spirit. It's been a long time, 2 years, waiting for us to meet together and to come and to share our research and meet our friends and so on. So we're really happy. So on my behalf, on behalf of the conveners, on behalf of Queen Mary University of London, the School of Politics and International Relations, I would just want to give you a warm welcome to the conference, and also just to stay over these 2 days of events and different activities we have prepared for you. So I'm going to leave the floor to my co-conveners to give you a bit more details about today and tomorrow and what's going to happen throughout the conference. Thanks a lot for coming.
Thanks also from me, and warm welcome to, well, virtual Queen Mary. Thanks very much, Javier, for giving this introduction talk. So Javier and myself, Stan van Kessel and Sinia Northmore-Ball, are the academic conveners of the conference, put together the program, but we're also helped by a number of other people who are very important to make this conference function well. So Julie Becker, who you'll see in a few moments, she's the technical coordinator and in charge of all of this platform, the Hopin platform, and also available in the green room if anything goes wrong, if you have any technical questions. There's also Manisha Patel and Tahmida Kanam, who are part of Queen Mary's, the School of Politics and International Relations, amazing events team here at Queen Mary. So they've also played a very important role in making this conference work. And they'll also be available either in the background or the foreground. So you probably meet them as well. And we're also helped by two great student assistants, Sarah and Fama, who you might also meet, or who are in the background of your panel, checking if everything is going all right and stepping in if necessary. So thanks again from me and welcome. And I'll give the floor now to Xenia.
Hello, and welcome. I'm Ksenia. So I'm just going to briefly remind you of a few of our plenary events in case one misses them in the schedule. So this evening, we're going to have a keynote talk by Cristobal Kaltwasser. And it's a new edited book with Tim Bale, who's at Queen Mary, on the European mainstream right and the threat of populism. That will be at 5:15. And then on Saturday at lunchtime, we have the EPOP AGM. And then we also have, in parallel with other panels, we have a book launch by, let me just check here, with Herman Schmidt and Paula Zagati and Kees van der Eyck on the consequences of context, how social, economic, and political context affects voting. And then we will end our conference with a launch of the book on the British general election of 2019 with Rob. The authors are Rob Ford, again, Tim Bale, Will Jennings, and Paula Surridge. So that's for our sort of official events, but also I encourage everyone to maybe get in touch with Javier if you want to join us for informal drinks after the conference in person on Saturday if you're in the London area. So it'll be nice to actually see some of you in person.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Campaigning One panel. I'm your chair. My name is Musashi. I'm a PhD student at the University of Oxford in politics. So we've got 4 presentations today and about an hour and a half. So we're going to take the structure of doing all 4 back to back. You'll have 15 minutes each. Speakers, when you have 3 minutes left, I'm just going to turn on my camera and pop up on your screen. I won't say anything, but that would just be your signal that you've got 3 minutes left, and I'll disappear. For everyone else, there's the chat. There's also, if you look on the rightmost tab, there's Q&A. So feel free to put your questions in the Q&A. Also, everyone else, keep an eye on the Q&A. There's a function to upvote or to thumbs up questions so that at the end of everyone's presentation, we can basically sort through the questions that seem to be popular. And yeah, if everything's all right with that, I'll hand it over to Andrew Barkley first, who's presenting on explaining data-driven campaigning. All right, take it away, Andrew.
Great. Lovely. Right. Okay. So thanks very much for that. And thanks a lot for having me. So for those I haven't met yet, I'm Andrew. I'm Research Associate based at the University of Sheffield. And my talk today is going to be about changes in how parties have been using data in campaigning over recent years, particularly as regards the rise of so-called data-driven campaigning, a term which is increasingly being used to describe many aspects of modern campaigning techniques, but a term which also, as myself and my co-authors Kate Dommett and Rachel Gibson outline, is a term which needs defining much better than has presently been the case. And there's a reasonable amount of content to get through, so in that spirit, I'll just make a start, I think. So our interest in this stems from a growing tendency of campaigns to be described as data-driven. And as well as that, and also an increasing tendency to for accounts of modern campaigns to make quite grand claims about how elections can and are being decided on the strength of the data that campaigns have access to and are able to manipulate. And certainly, I think some of the interest in this comes from the victories of Trump and Brexit in 2016. But more generally, there have been claims such as this one here from Glenn Kefford, who describes 21st century election campaigning as involving political parties using big data, targeting voters with incredible precision, changing what we think and how we will vote. And it's not been difficult to find other similar claims about the capacity of campaigns' data use and how this is really important in shaping electoral outcomes. So in that sense, there's this assumption that there's been a qualitative shift in campaigning practice and as regards data and how this is really important in terms of election results. But our sense of this is that this term has been quite poorly understood and quite poorly articulated. So in that sense, our research seeks to try and advance our understanding of this term data-driven campaigning and try to identify some of the defining characteristics of it. But on the face of it, that's not actually a particularly straightforward task for two principal reasons. The first of these is that existing definitions of what constitutes data-driven campaigning are really very scarce, especially within the academic literature. And as well as that, the particular characteristics of data-driven campaigning are often quite different when we examine different accounts of how the concept has been defined. And so I've outlined a few of the existing definitions which do exist here. I won't go through them all in a huge amount of detail given time constraints, but there isn't really much of a consensus here in terms of how narrowly or how broadly we should understand the term, as well as the sort of different features of data-driven campaigning which are really important to such a definition. So these range from on the one extreme of the scale, really quite broad definitions, such as this one from Jessica Baldwin-Philippi, who just describes data-driven campaigning as involving two genres of practice. So that's targeting voters or testing campaign messages. And this idea of targeting voters is kind of touched upon with some other definitions too, but these tend to be much more prescriptive in terms of how we should understand the specific type of targeting which needs to be a part of data-driven campaigning. So, for instance, Kefford talks about how targeting needs to be at the individual level, following a certain level and sophistication of analysis for a campaign to be considered data-driven. Similarly, Rowell and Gibson in 2020 talk about how targeting is important to data-driven campaigning, but almost preconditional to this is the importance of the digital tools and infrastructure which facilitate this finely grained targeting. Whereas if we look at Monroe, actually there are also definitions which don't actually focus at all on targeting as an important component of data-driven campaigning. So all in all, there's not very much in the way of consensus about how we should understand this term, or in terms of the in terms of how broad or how narrow the definitions should be, as well as the defining characteristics of it. So in that sense, we felt it was important to interrogate what the existing literature said about data-driven campaigning in quite a bit more detail, to try and understand how this term has been used, and then as a result, hopefully being able to identify some of the more important characteristics and components of data-driven campaigning, to have a clearer conception of what authors are actually talking about when they use this term. So in terms of how we did this, we undertook a systematic literature review of the literature in this space, whereas essentially we wanted to identify any paper within large social science databases which used at least one term from 3 separate components of search terms, which we've put in the below table here. So essentially, we were interested in any paper that used the term data or some derivation of that term, such as database. As well as that, we're also interested in papers which made reference to either targeting of individuals, or at least the sort of technological and digital advancements which facilitate that kind of targeting. And we also included a set of search terms at the bottom, which made sure that all the papers we were interested in our analysis made some kind of reference to election campaigns or democracy. And so all in all, we eventually arrived at a sample of several thousand, well, hundreds of thousands of papers, which we managed to sift through to painstakingly identify 80 abstracts, which we were of papers that we felt we were confident related to data-driven campaigning. And then we used these papers to ask the following 3 questions. So we examined what this literature said about the data that campaigns collect and use, how this data is used to drive strategic decision making, and also the specific campaign practices which are informed by this sort of data. So collectively, hopefully, we're able to arrive at a much more clear understanding of what is meant by data-driven campaigning by identifying these 3 components separately. So I'll talk about our specific findings in a few moments. Before I move on to that, we also collected the metadata of this literature to kind of understand the state of the literature in this space. And as this table shows, certainly in terms of the geographical focus and kind of how recent most of the literature on data-driven campaigning is, 2 immediately obvious outtakes from this is that so much of the research is both recent but also heavily focused on the US. And I'll be brief here, but hopefully this is the importance of this is potentially crucial for our understanding of data-driven campaigning, because it means that so much of the discussion in this space is going to be coming from a particular context with its own institutional factors and its own party structure. So our reading of the literature on data-driven campaigning, we must bear this in mind. So return to our analysis, we examined what the literature said about each of these 3 components of data-driven campaigning. So I'm just going to spend a moment or two to outline what our kind of guiding questions were for each of these components. And first of all, we're interested in data, and what we mean by that is the specific sources of data that campaigns collect and use as a part of their campaign. So as well as the specific sources, we were interested in how it was collected and what role it plays within the campaigning activity of an election campaign. As well as that, we wanted to focus on this question of driven. So how is the data that's been collected by campaigns used to inform strategy and decision making? And essentially, how central is this data to campaign strategy and the organisation of a campaign? And lastly, we also examined the specific campaigning practices which data informs, and we were kind of guided by the question of the extent to which this might differ to our sort of traditional understanding of campaign practice, and whether data has produced anything new in this area. So in terms of the specific types of data, that parties are collecting and using now, as according to the sources that we identified, there really was a huge range of different sources and types of data which were touched upon at various points, including data on volunteers and supporters, and data which is used to evaluate campaign performance. But by far and away, the most frequently discussed form of data was the various forms of data on voters, which are then used to inform targeting of these voters at the individual level. So there were frequent references to how campaigns amass really large, detailed voter databases, which are then used to inform targeting. So quite frequently, these were based on initially campaigns obtaining publicly curated data, such as electoral register data, where they can get some sort of baseline information on all voters within a given district, certainly including contact information and demographics, but also in some cases, like in the US, also voter preference. And then this data was augmented from various other sources to try and add an additional kind of level of richness. So this can come from face-to-face canvassing, but more frequently was discussed how campaigns can purchase lifestyle data, so a whole range of attitudinal data, or spending information from commercial data brokers. As well as that, there were discussions about how campaigns can then use these voter databases, where they have multiple data points on individual voters, to model new measures of things like propensity to vote, or predicted kind of psychometric data, which can then also be used to target additional campaign messages to these voters. And there was also some discussion of Facebook and other social media platforms about how the data that these platforms use can be matched onto the data held by campaigns to facilitate additional targeting and to identify other voters who might share the same characteristics as the voters already held within campaigns' databases. So all in all, it seems like much of the literature is describing this ideal type of voter database, where campaigns try and amass as much data as possible about individual voters at the individual level, which can then facilitate this targeting. But there's a real problem with accepting this account as a satisfactory definition of data within data-driven campaigning. And that essentially comes from the differences between parties and between countries in terms of how possible campaigns find it to adhere to this threshold, right? Insofar as really only very well-resourced American campaigns are able to meet this standard. We know, for instance, that voter registration lists tend to not really be available outside the US. Often data on voter registration in much of Europe doesn't even exist, and where it does exist, like it does in the UK, it doesn't come with the information on party preference, which is really crucial to how American databases are constructed. Alongside that, even notwithstanding access to this sort of information, data prevention laws outside the US often prevent campaigns from obtaining the data at the individual level, which should just be purchased in the US. So the idea of having reams and reams of information on a given voter's sort of wider kind of social and political attitudes, which would have just been bought in the US context, isn't available to campaigns outside of America. And this kind of cost factor as well kind of speaks to the importance of capacity for different parties and different campaigns outside of the American two-party system, which is as well resourced as it is, to be able to, for instance, hire these external data consultants to purchase additional information on voters, which forms much of the existing literature focusing on the US case. So all in all, there is this assumption within the literature that data-driven campaigns seek to acquire as much information as possible about voters using a wide variety of data types, but there's substantial variation in the scale, sophistication, and form that this can take, particularly if we're addressing this from the point of view of how American campaigns can contrast to campaigns outside the US. Another really striking aspect of the literature on data-driven campaigns is just how rarely research addresses the driven aspect, in that hardly any studies really explicitly refer to this link between the data that's collected and analysed and the strategic decisions that campaigns ultimately make on the strength of having this data. There is one exception that comes from Munro and Munro, who state that a data-driven campaign is one which decisions are guided by the use of data rather than instincts, guesswork, and the like. And so this is a very useful starting point, but this is the only example that we managed to identify which really explicitly focused on this link between the data that campaigns collect and how it informs strategy. So we had to look elsewhere. We had to try and find implicit references to how data drives campaigns rather than explicit ones. And in this sense, we were able to find some points of agreement, some points of kind of common themes within the literature, at least in the kind of broad brush sense. So these come in essentially two forms. So there were references, reasonably frequent references, to how data has been used to inform campaign strategy, either through the identifying of likely supporters or somehow segmenting the electorate in one form or another, as well as this second theme of the efficient allocation of resources as regards either campaign spend, where to deploy activists, decisions made on staffing, etc. And the second point of agreement after data being used to inform strategy is also to test the effectiveness of campaigning, of campaign decisions, particularly as regards message testing. So the extent to which data on voters' responses to campaign messages or various campaign interventions then feed back into campaigns, are internalised, and then inform future decisions on how these messages may be adapted or changed for future interventions. But even within these two factors, there were points of contention too within the literature. So many studies, as we might guess, given what we saw earlier with some of the definitions, focus
Andrew,
quite
just
a
so
lot
you know
on,
your time.
At 3 minutes.
You're at 15 minutes, but
just 15 minutes, right?
Wrapping up, yeah.
I'll start wrapping up. So essentially, the kind of the big sort of takeaway from what the literature says about the driven aspect is that hardly anyone really addresses this point, and in our we propose any future definition of data-driven campaigning really needs to drill down on this aspect much more, as we think it's a very important part of what constitutes data-driven campaigning. This is just the second to last slide, which I'll very, very quickly sum up. So essentially, when it comes to the specific campaigning techniques which data informs, we don't really identify much in the way of new developments here. The literature is very consistent in saying that the campaigning practices which data informs are very consistent with the traditional campaigning functions, such as voter mobilisation, persuasion, etc., which would need to take place with or without the influence of data. So in that sense, we think that data is very important in making these techniques more sophisticated and more efficient, but the fundamental role of these campaign functions aren't really altered. So very quickly to sum up, what our analysis essentially shows is that many existing scholars who are working in this space fail to take into consideration the diverse range of data, range of activities which could be classed as a part of data-driven campaigning. Certainly, when we look at differences between the US and other democratic settings, this kind of ideal type of data-driven campaigning is especially technologically driven, which relies on highly detailed individual level data on voters, is something which we argue isn't necessarily a pillar of data-driven campaigning, and we also argue that that future work in this space needs to concentrate much more on this driven component in order to clarify exactly what distinguishes a campaign which is data-driven from one which may collect data but may also ignore this kind of the insights that data provides in favour of, say, ideological goals or what any given leader might prioritise or any actor within a campaign may prioritise. So I'm conscious that I've gone over time, so I'll leave that there now, but I'm happy to answer any questions that I may not have quite had time to address in my talk. Thanks very much.
Hi, Musashi. I think you're on mute. We can't hear you very well. Do you mind trying again?
I'll try that again. Hi, sorry, Andrew. Yeah, no, thank you. No, thanks very much, Andrew. Yeah, so as you can see, Florian's already put a question in the Q&A. We'll come back to those at the end of everything. So next we have Sebastian Stier, Sebastian Adrian Pope, or Yanis Theocharis. I don't know if any of you are in the audience. If you are, can you click the Ask to Share audio and video? Don't actually see them in the audience at the moment. So while we sort that out, if you don't mind, Ashley, could you present next? So click on the Ask to Share, unless it's with Florian's. Okay, perfect. And I'll let you in. And in the meantime, Andrew, feel free to, I think, just stop sharing your... There we go. Okay. Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Great. Can hear you, unlike me. So, yeah.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Oh, is it visible? It's just not showing up for me.
Can you see the slides now?
Oh, is it visible for some of us, not others? Hold on, Manisha's coming.
I actually said, okay.
Hi, Ashley. I can't see it. I think other people may be having the same issue. There should be an option at the bottom to share your whole screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think when you select PowerPoint, it won't recognize it. So you have to share your entire screen, which means that you won't be able to see Hopin, but you will be able to see the PowerPoint.
Yeah. I actually selected the entire screen. Can you see it now?
Not yet. No.
Interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I'm using Chrome.
Okay. If you just bear with me, I'll see if I can find a PDF. Did you send your one through? And I can.
No, I can send it to you now.
If you just send it, I'll put our email in the chat, and then if you have a PDF of your screen, of your PowerPoint, then we can share it that way.
Yeah, I have it. Sorry about this.
It's okay.
Don't know why it's not showing.
There we go. I was going to say, Musashi, if you want, we can move on to the next panel while Ashley and I figure this out.
Okay, perfect.
Would that be
in
okay?
that case, in that case, I think Sam is next, so I'll bring him on screen.
Hello.
All right, hello. I can hear you. Great. If you could try sharing your screen, hopefully this will go better.
How are we doing there?
Perfect. It's gone mad, so good.
Yeah, it looks a bit crazy, at least on my end. But I'll just load up my slides and then hopefully.
Okay, so this is transparent digital election campaigning. Sam Power, Kate Dommett. This time I'll actually say something when you're at 3 minutes because otherwise you probably can't see and pop up. Okay, cool.
Brilliant. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. And yeah, thanks very much for everyone coming. I join you from my parents' house in Cornwall, which doesn't have the best Wi-Fi, but I'm hoping this will be okay. But if there's any issues, then I'm sure they'll make themselves aware. So this is a paper that myself and Kate from the University of Sheffield have put together, where we're looking at and attempting to think about the way in which the archives, both in terms of the Facebook and Google advertising archives and the Electoral Commission database, work together and perhaps don't work in presenting us with accurate information at elections. But I'll move through quite how our paper works now. So the motivation behind writing this paper was broadly that what we're seeing is that we have significant attention being paid to the effects of digital technology, and indeed, going back to Andrew's paper from just a minute ago, data-driven campaigning, whatever that might mean, and the effect that it has on election campaigns and the way in which these elections are fought. And these concerns are, well, yeah, this is generally focused on concerns, on concerning trends that are presented here, as opposed to any underlying positives, which Younger and Schroeder have suggested represent moral panics. And these moral panics manifest as concerns over foreign interference, voter suppression, misinformation, and micro-targeting, broadly defined. But again, Andrew, Kate, and Rachel's paper kind of covers that in much more detail. And our focus is to look at the tendency in terms of the response to these concerns to propose transparency as some kind of mitigation, to introduce greater transparency, and that this transparency is broadly seen as a self-evident good, despite the fact that it can have limitations or indeed unintended effects. But what we wanted to do was to put this into slightly clearer perspective and evaluate the strength and weaknesses of existing transparency resources that we do have, and that we do have in the UK in particular. Sort of broadly based around the research question, what can we know about digital campaigning from currently available transparency sources? So as I say, we used a case study of campaigning at the UK general election 2019, because for a number of reasons. Firstly, that transparency is entrenched as a principle, in a sort of guiding principle in electoral law since, at the very least, the passage of the Political Parties, Elections and Referendums Act in the year 2000, but probably much before that, to be quite honest with you. And indeed, the transparency regime in the United Kingdom, as I've argued in previous work, is effectively world leading, along with USA, probably Canada as well. As such, our case study represents an instrumental case study in which we're using this particular case and examining this particular case mainly to provide an insight into an issue or to slightly redraw some generalizations that we might have. And the data that we've focused on here and is using the Electoral Commission spending returns and advertising archives created by Facebook and Google, and they were created in 2019. So just to talk you through the databases themselves, the Electoral Commission database is largely, and certainly for our focus, concentrated on political finance and around donations and spending in particular, although they do look at some other things. But again, what's important here is that donations to political parties above or aggregate to £7,500 are published quarterly. And additional information is available surrounding elections. Again, a really useful resource that they have is that all invoices and receipts for spending above £200, either by political parties or non-party organisations, effectively third parties, at elections, are available as a PDF. And they're categorised under 10 broad headings, of which we note digital is not one. These broad headings can be seen here, and the breakdown of spend therein. So by far and away, the biggest amount of spend is on unsolicited material to electors, or categorized as. Advertising, again, is pushed through, and market research and canvassing is quite an important part of elections. But they're broken down into all kinds of different categories. So rallies, overheads, transport, campaign broadcasts, and the like. We can also, using the Electoral Commission database, see some rudimentary information and some very basic information about trends in digital spending and the ways in which digital spending has evolved online, and at least in terms of advertising. So if we just look at Google, Facebook, Snapchat, and Twitter as a percentage of total advertising spend using a keyword search, we can see that the rise is pretty much, if you can be pretty much exponential, is exponential, let's say. So between the 2015 general election up to the 2019 general election, we're looking at it having doubled, the spending on these platforms as having doubled, and that's just as that spending which has been categorized as advertising. And the trend for non-party campaigns, so third parties, broadly the same. So the amount that third parties spent on digital was pretty much nothing in 2015, and we can see that it went up to about 25% in 2019. So these trends are real, and the Electoral Commission database can show us exactly, or can show us to an extent, what these trends look like. The Facebook and Google archives, on the other hand, actually do provide information about ads placed online, both within and beyond elections. So we can see a little bit more using those archives. However, between Facebook and Google, they differ in form, they differ in the information provided, they differ in the definition of what constitutes a political ad, and they contain different data about the ad content. However, that information is available in near real time. So we looked at both of these databases to see exactly what they did and did not show. And to do that, we thought about the literature and what an ideal transparency resource should provide. And Vishwanath and Kaufman suggest that transparency initiatives should be fair, reliable, timely, complete, consistent, and presented in clear and simple terms. Whereas Michinera and Birch suggested they should be disaggregated, verifiable, accurate, reasonably complete, and found with relative ease. And we think this falls under two broad headings, if you will, to help answer our research question. That is, are the archives together complete and consistent? And are the archives together accurate and accessible? And we answered each of those questions in turn. So, are the archives complete? Well, in a word, no. The Electoral Commission, for example, only includes invoices over £200. And one of the things that we know about digital spending is that it's relatively cheap. It's relatively cheap activity, and you can actually do quite a lot in terms of campaigning under that £200 threshold. And the social media archives, on the other hand, don't include all levels of spending, but they do include banded estimates. So it's usually 0 to £100, 100 to £500, 500 to £1,000. So actually, you have to kind of broadly estimate the exact spend on particular adverts when you're using those archives. The definitions of political advertising that those archives use also fail to capture the range of ways in which politics works online. McLaughlin and Southern have suggested that there's a prevalence of memes in campaigning, which is perhaps not captured in these archives. The use of websites is not captured, hashtags, and indeed things like viral content, apps, and influencer campaigns. These kinds of things, which can have a real effect on politics, aren't captured in the archives that we look at, particularly the online platforms that we look at. And are they consistent? Well, in another word, no. a comparison of Facebook invoices, if we do that, by two anti-Brexit sort of third parties is quite instructive. So these, in theory, should broadly be the same invoices and they should look the same and we should be able to analyze them in the same way. But if we look at invoice number 64811, which is from Led by Donkeys, we would suggest this is an example of worst practice. And I can share the full invoice in the chat after this, but it'll be too hard to do it as I'm working through this this presentation. But what this is page 1 of 16 of just an entirely redacted to within an inch of its life invoice, such that you don't really know anything about what was happening with regards to spending on Facebook if you looked at this invoice. That's the Led by Donkeys invoice. However, if we look at invoice 64660 from Best for Britain, this is an example of getting towards best practice, and I can share this one in the chat as well. This one is just ever so slightly redacted, probably for good reasons. It has a clear amount of what they paid, although the other invoice, whilst it doesn't contain that, it will say it on the actual submission to the Electoral Commission. But it says Facebook, it outlines the campaign that they were running, it outlines the kind of advert that they were setting, the impressions that we got, and the breakdown of spend therein. So you can really tell a lot from that kind of invoice. So if we're thinking about consistency, we can see that they're fundamentally not consistent. Different invoices presented by broadly the same spend on the same platform don't actually give you the same information to analyze. And if we think about the ad archives, we've already discussed or suggested that Facebook and Google are fundamentally inconsistent with each other. They're two different platforms with two different definitions of advertising and two different ways in which they present that data. But we also know that there's intra-archive inconsistency, if you will. So within the Facebook ad archive, there is inconsistency. Both Kirk and Teeling and Ofcom have found a multitude of unexplained differences in the data collected from the Facebook ad archives at different times that they happen to use the API or download that information. So thirdly, are the archives accurate? In a word, no. The Electoral Commission database, we suggest, contains 3 types of accuracy deficit. The first of
You've
which,
got 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. The mismatch between reported spending to the Electoral Commission and the data provided on invoices. So some invoices have different spending compared to the data that the Electoral Commission reports. Some invoices, and indeed all invoices provided by Plaid Cymru, are blank. They don't provide any information whatsoever. And some invoices are not provided for spending above £200. The ad archives, we suggest, contain 2 types of accuracy deficit. Firstly, that it's often incorrect. Kate has recently published a paper where she interviewed journalists who suggested just this, that actually the information that they were getting were not correct during the 2019 general election. And as we've already suggested, the use of banded reporting means that to use those archives, you have to broadly estimate total spend, best shown by Kate's chapter in Britain Votes 2019 from last year. And finally, are the archives accessible? Well, again, in a word, no. The Electoral Commission database is challenging to locate and navigate, and the CSPL have recently suggested that their priority should be to upgrade and improve their website and their database. And it's not all that timely in terms of release. Papira allows parties and non-party campaigns broadly 6 months to report their spending, and it's about another 6 months for that spending to then be published. So we wait about a year to see these returns after an election. And equally, we suggest that social media archives aren't really promoted to users, and there's no real pointer to this resource on their websites. So to conclude, what does this mean? Firstly, I think that we should be wary of nitpicking. These resources are a genuine step forward that have allowed journalists, civil society organisations, and academics to do really good work thinking about how digital campaigning works and what these trends mean. But there are so many issues and many aspects of digital campaigning that are unknown. As such, there are a multitude of ways we might think about reform. I'll flash this table up and talk through it very quickly because I'm aware I've got about a minute left. So we might think about how we can make both the Electoral Commission database and the ad archives more complete, perhaps by thinking about tagging spending as digital in the spending returns with regards to the Electoral Commission database, and with regards to the ad archives, providing full information about content, e.g., for example, targeting. In terms of Electoral Commission databases, with regards to consistency and accuracy, perhaps having standardizing invoicing, which might make it easier for political parties as well. And in terms of accessibility, perhaps some form of API access, a clearer promotion of the database, and a continual review of the database. In terms of the ad archives consistency, perhaps getting the companies to agree on criteria for advertising archives, and indeed definitions of what political advertising actually is, to provide precise information on provision in terms of the removal of brackets for spending, and in terms of accessibility, a clearer promotion of the database, and making it easier for the API to gain access to the API that they do have. And finally, we might think about the ways in which the archives can be used in concert. Can we actually link the Electoral Commission database to advertising archives in some kind of functional manner? We know that the FEC and Facebook have some kind of collaboration in the US. So transparency information in the US links to FEC registration with regards to spending and campaigns in that sense. And what we suggest is, if we can get models of best practice right, if we can get these issues right, then broader concerns might well be allayed that I suggested at the start. But I think I'm pretty much bang on needing to finish, so I'll stop there, and I'll just say thanks very much, and any further questions I can answer after the other presentations. I'll share the invoices that I flashed up in the chat as well.
All right, thank you very much, Sam. Don't seem to, well, the second paper doesn't seem to be in the audience. So Ashley, if you're ready, we'll have you go next.
Let's see if it works this time.
All right,
okay.
Perfect.
Great. And you see this presentation, right?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, great. So I'll talk about this paper that is co-authored with Florian Foss, Peter John, and Vanessa Cheng. And this is based on a project that is funded by JRT, and its main purpose is to search why under-registered groups are under-registered, and how can we increase the voter registration of under-registered groups. And this is a series of field experiments, and we have yet preliminary data for some of them, but I'll talk about what we have so far. So just to get started with voter registration in the UK, it is known that there are large inequalities in voter registration, especially when it comes to age and ethnicity, also in the US. The three groups that are mainly under-registered in the UK are young voters, frequent movers who are maybe private renters, and BAME groups in general. Also, they're harder to reach using conventional methods of voter registration. What would be the conventional methods? It would be, for example, door-to-door canvassing, it would be mailing. So they're harder to reach using these methods. And digital ads actually might be more effective for these groups for voter registration rather than GOTV or turnout, because it can be accomplished online and it can be done immediately. Also in the UK, also in some states in the US, voter registration can be done online, and it can be done in less than 5 minutes if you have your stuff with you. It's even gonna take 3 minutes. So it's actually an opportunity for online campaigning to get people registered online. And many organizations, partisan or non-partisan, use social media platforms to register voters. And as Sam mentioned already, digital ad spending has constantly increased. as a proportion of campaign spending. And of course, during the COVID-19 pandemic, you can't do door-to-door knocking, you can't do other usual methods. So this trend, the digital ads, actually accelerated during the pandemic. But the question about the effectiveness of the strategy actually remains. We have some evidence, but we have mixed evidence if these digital ads are useful for GOTV efforts or for getting people registered to vote. Which brings me to our research questions. So the main question that we have for this project would be how can under-registered groups be encouraged to register to vote? This is the starting point for us. And of course, do higher registration rates, if they get registered, translate into higher turnout? Is the second question. We are interested in the medium, so we want to know the impersonal medium. In terms of impersonal mediums, which one would work better, text messages or social media, because both can be scaled up. And of course, what kind of messaging works? I'm going to explain the cognitive and non-cognitive difference in a little bit, but of course, we are also interested in the messaging. Finally, I also mentioned this already, the three groups that we are interested in are young people, BAME groups, and private renters, because these are the commonly under-registered groups in the UK. And yeah, we need to find out if the problem is the medium or the message or a combination of both. So to start with the medium, I mentioned that we are interested in social media ads or SMS messages. Both are impersonal, both can be scaled up. You can text thousands of people, you can show the same ad to millions of people. When we look at the RCTs of social media, social media ads, they're actually rare still. There had been some research for Facebook and Google ads, and their effect on turnout rather than voter registration, it had small positive effects, like 0.5 percentage points. Another example for digital ad experiments was, again, in the US. Again, it was for the youth voter turnout, and it found null effects. So this is a bit of a mixed evidence, right? And when we look at the text messages, we again have divergent findings from experiments doing emails or text messages explicitly targeted at young people. Sometimes in some contexts it's working, but sometimes it's not working really. So moving on to the messaging. So we are distinguishing between cognitive and non-cognitive messaging. So when you think of the social media ads that you've seen when an election is approaching, try to remember those ads, and it's almost all turnout and registration campaigns that you can see scrolling down Instagram or Snapchat or whatever. They're all focusing on increasing citizens' motivation to vote. So, for example, this could be an example. Rock the Vote is another example. There are many examples that you can think of for getting people to vote, getting people to register to vote. But there is evidence, great evidence, that many citizens actually are motivated to vote. It's not about their motivation, but they just cannot follow through. This is a great book by Holbein and Hillikus, and it focuses on young people's young people's registration and voting behavior in the US. And they find that it's not about the motivation, actually. It's more that they just need resources that help them to get through the process, or just they need a push to follow through, basically. Okay, so after covering the messaging and the medium that we are interested in, this is the overall project design of our project. So the first thing that we did was in 2019, we partnered up with Vote for Your Future for a youth mobilization campaign. And this was for the UK general elections in 2019. And then the remaining trials that we had were all in 2021 local elections. So they were all targeted for the local elections this year. And we partnered up with Cambridge for an SMS campaign, and we partnered up with Acorn, which is a community association for housing. And we did an SMS campaign with them and a digital campaign with them, so to be able to compare the different medium. And finally, we did a national scale digital campaign ourselves. And we did an online survey experiment to test different kinds of messaging. I'll start with the first trial, and I'll just cover it very quickly because I want to talk about the other trials as well, at least those that we have some results on. Okay, so the study that we did in 2019, we partnered up with Vote for a Future, which was a typical example of a cognitive mobilization campaign. It kind of focused on the motivation to get out there to vote or to register to vote. And the treatment was voter registration videos on Instagram and Snapchat. We focused on Instagram and Snapchat because we thought they were understudied. The main evidence was from Facebook, and we targeted young voters. Our sample was 40 parliamentary constituencies, and the unit of assignment was postcode sectors. So the postcode sectors would be made up of around, on average, 200 postcodes. And it's the lowest geographical level that you can target on Instagram and Snapchat. You can also target streets, but yeah, anyway, we focused on the postcode sectors and we did a complete random assignment. I'm directly jumping on the results. And the result we had here, on the left-hand side, you see the number of registered young people, right? These are the number of registration at the postcode sector level, and each circle would be a postcode sector, the assignment level. And here are the postcode sectors that we haven't shown any ads, and here are the postcode sectors that we've shown ads. And actually, as you maybe already realized, that it didn't work. So we found null results, basically. I can talk about it more if you want, but I'll just say that we had null results with different specifications, etc. So from this trial, we didn't find effects on youth voter registration, but this is really important actually, because registering young voters via social media sounds like a no-brainer, and many progressive campaigns use it because they assume that it's gonna work, but it's actually more difficult than these campaigns assume, and they are spending a lot of money on it, but does it work? So we were wondering if the issue was the message, because the message was cognitive that we used, and we, in our 2021 campaigns, we also showed other non-cognitive messaging as well. Now I'm going to show you our ads that we worked with a designer, and we've designed the ads ourselves. And so we had this cognitive mobilization ad that I've talked about, your vote matters, etc. This was the cognitive ads that we've shown on Instagram, Snapchat, and Facebook. And you could directly swipe up, and then you would be sent to the government's website for registration. So you see the ad, and then you can you are in the website to register. This was the dynamic norms ad. This was more about the FOMO, don't be left out, everybody is registering, you are left out, etc. This is follow through. This is exactly based on the non-cognitive issue, because we wanted to show voters how easy it is to register in 3 steps. You don't have to do a lot. So we actually visually show them the screen, how it starts, and then we show them the end, like you're just gonna receive your confirmation and that's it. And we also had anti-sludge ads, which talks about the benefits of registering to vote, that it can increase your credit score. So these were the ads that we've shown, and also, if it's an SMS text message, it would have the exact same sentences, but just without the ad. So the same messaging applies across medium. Okay, so I mentioned that we did an online survey experiment, and in this experiment, we wanted to test different kinds of messaging that I've just showed you. So basically, we randomly showed one of these treatment arms against a control group in a survey experiment, and the outcome was, of course, we couldn't know if they actually registered to vote, but the outcome was intention to register to vote and intention to vote. So we showed the treatment arms or the control, and we asked them if they were intending to register to vote. And for us, the important group was the unregistered group, and we didn't find an effect for the unregistered group. But for the registered group, for the local elections, this is general elections, this is local elections. For the local elections, we actually found an effect at the 5% level. But yeah, so we didn't find it across all groups. And second trial that I'm going to talk about, the final trial actually that I'm going to talk about, is the SMS trial with Cambridge Local Council. So we partnered up with Cambridge Local Council, and they had about 2,000 voters, and we randomly assigned one of the three conditions, not voters, but in their list, basically. We assigned one of the three conditions in equal proportion. We either sent a non-cognitive message or a cognitive message, or we sent a pure control of no message. Sorry, we didn't send it. We didn't send a message in the third one, basically. And yeah, so actually this one worked. This was, as I mentioned, the mode was different. This was an SMS trial, and both of the messages worked against a pure control of no message. So both cognitive messaging and non-cognitive messaging led to more registration than a pure control of no message, basically. But we didn't find a difference between different kinds of messaging. So to conclude, I think, oh yeah, I have time. To conclude, so far we do not find differences between cognitive and non-cognitive messages, but this is preliminary. Also, mode seems to matter. So the digital experiment with the cognitive messaging did not improve voter registration, but the SMS campaign with both cognitive and non-cognitive messaging did increase registration. So mode maybe seems to matter, but we want to test this directly. And I mentioned that we partnered up with Acorn, which is an association of housing. And there we are testing directly the impact of SMS versus social media. So we'll have a better picture after we collect the data, and the data collection is currently going on. And yeah, thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer questions in the quick Q&A.
All right, thank you. That was very on time. Great. So I think we're actually going to move straight to the Q&A now. So why don't we start with Florian's question for Andrew? I guess, yeah.
Yeah,
you can go ahead, read it out.
Yeah, no problem. So just to sort of reiterate the question about are we looking at variation in definitions over time of DDC and the impact of GDPR? So thanks for the question. I think we are interested in over time variation. I think when it comes to definitions specifically, that's a bit tricky, just due to the scarcity of them and just how much of them seem to be clustered around roughly the same recent few years. I mean, I didn't post an exhaustive account of definitions of DDC at the start of the presentation, but an exhaustive account wouldn't be that much longer than that slide. So in terms of looking for variation over time in definitions specifically, that's something which is probably beyond us. But in terms of looking for some over time variations in specific campaign practices when it comes to data, we are interested in looking at the newness of DDC in terms of using that as a part of our definition moving forward. So we are interested in over time developments in a broader sense. In terms of GDPR, I think that's a really interesting sort of indicator of what I was talking about and what we're trying to touch upon in terms of trying to emphasize the importance of driven within how we understand data-driven campaigning, and how that's not really done sufficiently within the existing literature. Because obviously, as a result of GDPR, all these accounts that we get from the US of how it's possible to amass vast quantities of data points and individual voters just simply isn't legal or possible for European parties or most European campaigns. And so in that sense, it's possible to imagine a European party that collects as much data as it possibly can, that follows, it sets its campaign strategy on the basis of the insights that it can glean from this data. And yet, according to this, what we would consider quite a minimalist sort of interpretation of DDC, we wouldn't be considering that data-driven campaigning, whereas a party in the US that has just greater data capacity, but doesn't necessarily have it integrated within campaign strategy as much as the European party with less data capacity would do, that will be considered data-driven campaigning, whereas the European party wouldn't. So in that sense, that kind of highlights the problem as we see it, by not sort of setting enough store in the sort of driven aspects of the definition, because clearly GDPR has an enormous impact on the extent to which European parties can, for instance, target on the individual level with the kind of sufficient level of sophistication and richness that American parties can. But we think there's a lot more to understanding data-driven campaigning than just that capability. It's also about sort of cultures of how parties adopt data and how much strategy is seeded to the insights that they can glean from it. So I hope that answers your question.
All right, great. Next, there's a question from Justin for, I assume this is for Sam and Kate.
Yeah. Justin, your question, I totally agree. That I think there's often a disconnect between suggestions for reform with regards to digital campaigning and suggestions with reform with regards to offline campaigning, if you will, if you want to put it like that. And I think that I can sometimes get a bit grumpy about this and kind of think, because I do a lot of work in terms of offline campaigning and political spending and that kind of thing, and kind of suggest, well, there's all this stuff that we could be focusing on here, but we're giving up a lot of oxygen to digital. But the way in which I've reconciled that myself to try and be less grumpy, I'm trying to be a less grumpy person, is to think that hopefully by thinking about issues with regard that digital campaigning is highlighted, then that will help reformers and policymakers to reflect on ways that might mean that offline campaigning could be improved. And it might well be that influences in the local community are something that we can think about in that respect, or it might just be that it's not possible to make it as transparent make that transparent with regards to or in comparison with online influencers. I like to think of digital imprints as a useful analog here. We have imprints on offline election material, and lots of people said, well, shouldn't we have that in online election material? And now that is broadly going to come in as a part of the elections bill. And hopefully my thought is that can be a good example of the way that offline can act as a precedence for online. And maybe with this focus a lot on online stuff, there'll be all kinds of precedents set here, which we can then work back and perhaps implement offline as well. So mainly that was a very long-winded way of saying I completely agree, but hopefully kind of thinking about these things in concert will push forward reforms both online and off. Shall I answer your question at the same time, Musashi?
Yes, please.
Great. Yeah, so it's a really good question, actually. So we focus quite a lot on policy solutions, which can often be not entirely forthcoming, or at least very slow in terms of their implementation. Digital imprints, for example, I've been hearing about them since 2016, and they're probably going to come in now as a part of the elections bill, which is still going through Parliament. So I think that there's ways in which we can kind of characterize, as you suggest, sort of systematic inaccuracies. I think the sort of work that Kate did in terms of attempting to estimate what these banded or attempting to highlight what these banded estimates represented is a pretty good start. I'd recommend anyone read that chapter. And actually, if you look at if you sort of work back and look at the spending, the official spending returns that are released, it does match up pretty well. So you can to an extent work around some of these inaccuracies. But I think there's also an extent to which the issues aren't always systematic in and of themselves, because quite often these issues are a result of sort of simple human error. So sometimes it's quite hard to highlight exactly where particular issues are occurring within these databases, because it might actually just be random instances. So the way that I think about it is to just be really, and in any papers that I've published on this kind of thing in the past, is just be really reflexive about the imperfections that exist in these databases, and to be open about, therefore, the limitations of your findings. And one of the aims of this paper, I think, or supplementary aims, is to have something put down in writing which says this is actually an attempt to characterize the issues that there are, such that when we write about and analyze things like advertising archives and indeed electoral commission databases, we have something down which says these are the potential problems of it, but actually they can be really beneficial in any number of ways. But to actually, I think it'd be really interesting to try and systematically characterize exactly what the issues are and typologize them. This is an attempt to do that, but quite often it's sort of human error, so it's quite hard to find patterns, if you will. But I think it's really important to actually, as I say, be reflexive about these are the issues that there are, but that shouldn't stop us at least getting stuff down and trying to use that data. But thanks very much.
All right, thank you very much, Sam. There's a few questions for Ashley. Also, just my torrent of questions. I also want to say fantastic paper, by the way. So sorry. So go ahead with Justin's question then. And oops, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here. So I'll start with Justin's paper question. Thank you for your question. So we used SMS rather than WhatsApp. We actually thought about using WhatsApp to message people, and then we could follow up, etc. But we thought about privacy concerns. We thought maybe it would be too intrusive for some people, so we decided to go with SMS messages. It seemed more safe. And for Instagram, I think it's private, so you can't just message people. I mean, maybe if their profile is open, you can, but we wouldn't be able to message everyone, so we decided to settle on SMS messages. And should I answer Musashi's questions as well?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. Okay. The first question was about heterogeneity among respondents. Yes. So actually, we tried to, for example, for BAME areas for some ethnic groups, we also, for young people, we thought the social media was the best way to reach them. But for older generations or for other people or other ethnic groups, let's say, we thought maybe an SMS message or a direct contact would be the best. And so we kind of tried to match the mode to the group. And the second question, yes, it could be, because there are differences, uncontrolled differences between the treatments. I mean, the design and everything, we try to keep everything similar except for the message, but the message itself is different in different kinds of non-cognitive messaging, for example. That's why when we analyze, we look at the individual impact, but we also look at the bundled effect as well. So as one treatment or as one non-cognitive versus non-cognitive, but we also look at the individual effects. And on the third question, this is a good catch, because the survey experiment was more conceptual, because it was really hard to reach to unregistered people online for a survey experiment. So we decided to test our messaging on registered people as well. But of course, it's not the same, right? They are already registered and they are just hypothetically answering the question. Therefore, it's just conceptual. But of course, we did power analysis for all the RCTs, for all the other experiments that we ran. But for the online experiment, we kept it as a pilot in a way. And the size of effect in general, in the online survey, we only had 400 people unregistered. we weren't able to detect any effect. But in general, we expect an effect of from 0.5 to 2 percentage points, let me say. But also, I don't know if you've noticed, but in the Cambridge trial, the effect we had was huge. It was around 10 percentage points. So we actually really believe that what we see from the Cambridge is we are confident in those results. But with the online survey, maybe we could have increased the sample size. Yeah. I think I covered it all, but I can, if there's a follow-up question, I'm happy to answer.
Are there any other questions from anyone else in the audience? Any follow-ups? I'll also look at the chat. If not, I do have one question. I didn't get a chance to write it down for Andrew, or if that's okay. It's you discussed briefly the sort of limited subsection of limited selection of variables actually available to campaigns. There's a literature, the author's not coming to mind right now, about basically being able to indirectly infer these other variables just sort of embedded in the targeting algorithm. They end up inferring things like race or other covariates that typically you're not supposed to target on. So yeah, I guess sort of like, did you see any discussion of this in the literature? How does it feed into your framework?
Yeah, we did see a bit of that, which we cover in the paper in a bit more detail. So it's certainly in the kind of wider sense of inferred data on predicted characteristics, there's quite a lot of that. On the specific characteristic of race, something we touched upon, which we thought was quite interesting, in terms of the capacity of some of the kind of claims of data-driven campaigning, is that a relatively simple measure, simple measure to infer in the US context is meant to be Hispanic status using surnames and addresses and so forth. Apparently, rates of mistargeting that we found in some of the cases of this were as high as sort of 20-30% more for what was meant to be a relatively straightforward measure to infer. So there's a bit of discussion in the paper about how, despite some of the kind of grander claims of being able to understand, for instance, a voter's psychological disposition, or in this case, a relatively straightforward demographic measure, is often not as accurate or as highly sophisticated as some of the literature might make out, and then rates of mistargeting are really quite high off the back of that. So to the extent that we recognise it in the literature, we think some of the kind of grander journalistic claims, or some of the claims made post 2016, are possibly not really telling us the full story in terms of what campaigns are really capable of at this moment in time. But that was a relatively minor part of our discussion, I guess. So that's why it didn't turn out in the presentation.
No, that's really helpful. Thank you. All right. Don't think we have. Oh, sorry. Right. And yeah, there's a follow-up question for Sam from Justin.
Justin, yeah, completely agree. I think that there's always a risk that transparency becomes excessive, and the guiding principle that we ought to have in any reforms is it feasible, and does it encourage democratic participation? And if it doesn't, then it probably shouldn't happen. And if for example it's regulating influences in the local community, then perhaps that's not feasible, and would actually have a chilling effect on democratic activity, then it shouldn't happen. And perhaps this is an area where it might be something like online, it might be actually easier to regulate. But I suggest that with all these things, what you need to do is kind of highlight the issues that there are, or highlight issues with databases that there are, suggest that perhaps these things might be done, but then actually have a really important conversation with academics, policymakers, campaigners, about, okay, well, what is feasible, what is desirable, and what will kind of encourage democratic activity rather than discourage it. And there's many ways in which we might think about ideal reforms which perhaps aren't as ideal as they first look, and this might well be one of them. So as ever, I'm sort of with you broadly that transparency can absolutely become excessive, and it should never be seen as just a purely good thing. We need to think much more. Transparency is good, and it allows us all kinds of insight into campaigns, but it should never be seen as a good in and of itself. And I actually think I wrote a paper on this last year in Political Quarterly. Sometimes transparency can be viewed with an overly uncritical eye.
All right. Well, I'll stick around a few more minutes, but feel free to filter out into the networking or reception area. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you very much to all the speakers and the audience, and I'll see you around.
Okay, so let me just introduce the panel again. It's funny, let's see. So the panel is, as I said, on political attitude. We have 3 great papers. The first one, Money, Migration and McDonald's, lovely alliteration, measuring globalization attitudes and their political consequences, with Ed Fieldhouse, Chris Brosser, who's here, and John Mellon. Second paper, taking our jobs, foreign labor contribution, native preferences for banning laws. Spiros, are you presenting that?
Yeah.
Wonderful. And I really look forward to that. And finally, a policy preference in response to large migration inflow by William Allen. Will, are you presenting that? So we have our 3 presenters. This is just wonderful to see. So without further ado, Chris, would you like to present the first paper, and I will leave the screen. You know that it's the little screen with the red slash over. If you click that, you can share your screen if you have slides. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, we could also actually stay on here. What do you think?
Can you see my slides? I can't see anyone now. So
the slides are perfect. Yeah.
Okay, great. So hello, everyone. Thanks for coming along. So our paper is about globalization attitudes, and kind of more specifically the question of whether people actually have attitudes towards globalization. They'll certainly tell you that they feel one way or another if you ask them how they feel about globalization. But we want to argue that it's not necessarily clear what they actually mean when they tell you that, and whether it means the same sort of thing as we might mean as scholars when we're kind of talking about globalization and the kind of consequences of globalization. So why are we interested in this? Well, as I'm sure you're all aware, there's been a kind of increase in this kind of thing in politics recently, right? So the importance of the cultural dimension, lots of discussion about whether there's a kind of backlash against globalization. There's been kind of discussion for nearly 2 decades now about whether globalization is going to result in a kind of new political cleavages between the winners and losers of globalization, that some people have been left behind by globalization, and so on and so forth. But we think there's a kind of missing step in this logic, right? That people talk about the effects of globalization, but we kind of quite surprisingly don't really know very much about how people feel about globalization, because it hasn't really been measured in surveys all that often. And so our paper is quite straightforward in this example, and we've got a number of research questions. And the first one is, do people actually hold coherent attitudes towards globalization? And by that we mean we can think about globalization as being a kind of multifaceted thing, right? So some of it is to do with economics, finance, kind of free trade, that sort of stuff. And other parts of it are to do with kind of increased connectivity in kind of cultural terms, like the flow of kind of films and TV from other countries, ease of communication, the growth of the internet, that sort of thing. So do these things all kind of go together, or do they kind of move in different directions, maybe? And if, once we've measured these things, do they actually kind of link to the things that we think they're supposed to be linked to, like class, education, age, and so on? And, following that, do they actually predict the things that they've been linked with, like populism, support for Brexit, kind of declining political trust, and that sort of things? And then, once we've kind of dug into these a bit more, what aspects of globalization are we talking about? Are we talking about globalization as a whole, or are we talking about particular aspects of globalization? And just to kind of give away the punchline, the kind of one of our kind of core arguments is that actually, when we're talking about globalization, a lot of the time we really mean immigration, and that the kind of other aspects of globalization don't have as clear kind of effects and kind of correlates as immigration seems to. So how are we kind of measuring this? Well, when we kind of first thought about this, we thought, oh, well, there must be existing globalization batteries out there in the world. This is kind of a fairly obvious question. And we were kind of quite surprised to discover that there was kind of very little in the way of kind of measures, survey measures of the way people feel towards globalization. So when people do this, they quite often use trade attitudes as a kind of proxy for more general globalization attitudes, which might be fine if you're kind of particularly interested in trade. But if you're kind of making more general arguments about globalization, these things might not necessarily be the same kind of things. And likewise, if you just ask people about globalization kind of in general, like you actually ask them, how do you feel about globalization? We don't really know what they mean. So you might mean, as a scholar, you might say, it's all about trade, it's all about kind of the effects of industry and that sort of stuff. So you ask people how they feel about globalization, and they say, oh yeah, I don't like it. And so you say, oh, I'm right. But really they might mean something completely different to what you're thinking of. And so we need to be careful when we're using these self-reports that we're not kind of making assumptions about what respondents are actually meaning when they're answering these questions. So we did actually find one study that did something similar to us in terms of coming out with a battery to measure globalization. But unfortunately, we actually found it after we had fielded our questions for the first time, which is never a sort of great thing. But fortunately, they ended up doing more or less what we did, in obviously slightly different wording terms. But it was a kind of nice accidental kind of cross-validation of our approach. But when we set out to kind of make our battery, we kind of sat down and thought, okay, well, how are we going to do this? How are we going to kind of come up with a good way of measuring this? And we wanted to distinguish between things that have been kind of proposed as outcomes of globalization attitudes and kind of the more general indicator of globalization itself. So in other words, we wanted to avoid asking people how they felt about things like Brexit and saying, oh, that's about globalization. Rather, we wanted to talk about the kind of particular elements of globalization, like free trade or kind of global travel and so on. And likewise, we wanted to avoid things that we suspect are going to be correlates of globalization, but are slightly different from globalization. And particularly, we're thinking of cosmopolitan attitudes, right? So it's likely that people who hold kind of cosmopolitan values are going to be more in favor of something like globalization, but we can kind of conceptually distinguish between this kind of values dimension and kind of attitudes towards the process as a whole. So we wanted to kind of decouple those in our measurement. And we also wanted to avoid the word globalization itself, partly because we don't know if people know what that means or if people think the same thing as we think when we're using globalization. And we also wanted to avoid priming people in terms of globalization, because globalization is becoming an increasingly kind of politicized word. So people, particularly on the kind of populist right side of politics, are using the word globalization. And so it's becoming increasingly politically primed. And so we want to avoid kind of priming people directly. So what we did is we kind of looked at some of the aggregate measures of globalization, particularly the KOF Globalization Index, which you might be familiar with if you've kind of done any work on this. And we tried to come up with questions that tapped into the different aspects of globalization as kind of conceptualized in this kind of literature. And what we came up with was this. So the first question we asked for comparison purposes is a kind of general self-reported, do you think globalization is good or bad? So obviously that goes against what I was just saying about priming people. But the reason we wanted to include this is we wanted to kind of say, okay, well, this is what people say if you ask them about globalization, and then we wanted to compare it to this is what people say if we ask them a bunch of specific questions about globalization. And so we ended up with a battery of 9 questions that kind of cover things from trade and banking and finance to migration, tourism, and access to kind of films and sport from other countries, the kind of spread of global brands like McDonald's and so on. And we asked these on a 5-point mainly bad to mainly good scale. And we fielded this in 2 waves of the BES. So in the kind of first wave of last year, the kind of self-report globalization scale went to everyone because we thought, okay, if it looks good, then we have a nice globalization measure for the whole panel. And then the kind of full battery went to a kind of random quarter of the sample. And then that was repeated in the same kind of set of respondents in May of this year. So this is what the responses look like in kind of aggregate. So this is the kind of net percentage of people saying something is mainly good or more good than bad, and subtracted from that is the percentage of people who say something's mostly bad or more bad than good. And you can see that there's actually quite a big spread of attitudes, and this is the kind of first important thing that we kind of find, right, that people have different attitudes towards different aspects of globalization. So they actually quite like some aspects of globalization, like the kind of increased communication between countries, access to films. They quite like free trade, quite like tourism, and they sort of moderately like international organizations like the UN. So we've deliberately avoided saying EU in that one. But they're kind of more ambivalent towards things like global finance and the spread of global brands. And then the one they really dislike is the kind of spread of migration between countries, which, if you know anything about kind of attitudes to migration in Britain, is not especially surprising. But the kind of most interesting thing about this is that if you look at how people kind of self-report their globalization attitudes, it's all the way down here as well. So it looks quite like migration in terms of people not particularly liking it. And it looks quite unlike all these other things that kind of we think of as making up globalization as well. So that's the kind of first indicator that this kind of self-report general measure of globalization might not be tapping into the kind of full range of things that we think of when we talk about globalization. And next, we have a look to see how each of these questions actually correlates with the self-reported globalization. And you can see that the one that correlates most strongly is migration, and then it kind of gets a bit weaker, and the kind of ones that correlate least strongly, these things like kind of global communication and kind of access to films from foreign countries, and so on and so forth. But the kind of main point here is that this is in some ways the opposite of the other one, in that you know, some things, that the things that kind of correlate strongly with the self-report ones are the things that people tend not to like, and the ones that don't correlate strongly are the ones that people tend to like. So that gives us a kind of first snapshot of how these things might fit together. And the next question we had is, well, how stable are these attitudes? Do people actually hold kind of stable, consistent attitudes towards globalization, or are they just kind of answering off the top of the head, and it's not really something they've thought about very much? And so what we did is we just looked at the kind of wave-on-wave correlation, and we compared it to the wave-on-wave correlation of a bunch of other variables in the BES. And you can see here that the globalization ones, which are in green, are kind of moderately correlated over waves, but they're kind of much less correlated than some of the things we know are really stable attitudes, like attitudes towards the death penalty, attitudes towards the EU, and our kind of batteries of general political values. And they look quite like some things like retrospective economic evaluations, which you kind of would expect to change on year, because it's asking about how the economy has changed in the previous year. So if you ask those questions a year apart, you wouldn't expect them to be identical. And so there's kind of moderate correlation across waves, but these aren't something that are, you know, really stable in people's minds, with one exception, and that is migration. So migration looks more like the kind of more stable attitudes, and less like these sort of slightly more top of the head kind of changing assessments. And so again, migration is the kind of slight outlier in this kind of battery of globalization measures. And then the next thing we wanted to do is say, okay, do these things all load onto the same dimension? And so we ran a kind of a factor analysis, and then you can see that, yeah, they all load onto a kind of similar dimension, but the one that actually loads least strongly onto that dimension is the migration measure. And again, this is kind of pointing in the same direction, right? So migration is kind of closest to what people mean when they answer a self-report scale, but the kind of furthest away from what the kind of other things seem to be going together. There's kind of more economic and kind of other non-migratory links between the variables. But we can also think about this in a slightly different way. And we kind of, a priori thought that there were kind of two types of globalization measures. So there was a kind of more economic-y one like trade and finance and so on. And there was a kind of more cultural one with kind of films and so on and so forth. And so we did a rotated factor analysis as well. And you can see that that kind of pans out. So there's one factor that kind of taps into things like banks and kind of global brands and so on. And there's another factor that kind of taps into films and migration loads onto that one. And international organizations load onto that one as well. Now, I'm kind of running a bit short on time, so I might have to rush through my final slides. But then we want to look at what predicts these attitudes, and are they kind of consistently predicted by things, or is there quite a lot of variation between different things? And so the first thing we did is look at how these kind of general political values that we have in the BS, so economic left-right values and kind of social liberal authoritarian values, how do they relate to different aspects of globalization? And you can see that there's a kind of fair spread on these things. So some at the top here, people who are kind of more economically right-wing and also more liberally, more socially authoritarian, are more likely to like things like globalization of finance and kind of the more economic things like the spread of global brands, whereas at the kind of opposite end, people on the liberal left scale are more likely to like things like kind of the spread of films and international organizations and so on and so forth. And then the kind of real outlier here is, again, migration, which is kind of quite far down on the kind of liberal end of the scale. But the kind of most important thing is if you think about the different ways we could combine these things, either in terms of having a single factor or having the kind of two economic and cultural factors, or just having that self-report scale, you can see that they kind of fit into different parts of this compass, right? So the economics factor is up here, so more right-wing people tend to like the economic aspects of globalization, but the cultural ones over here, so more kind of left liberal people tend to like that aspect of globalization. And the kind of single factor is in the kind of weird sort of neither side of these, where kind of economically right-wing social liberals tend to like all aspects of globalization, or the kind of common aspect of globalization. And likewise, they tend to like the self-report one. But these things actually look the least like most of the factors that are actually going into these scales. And so we need to be kind of very careful about what we actually talk about when we're talking about globalization, and how we understand how different kind of political values and other predictors actually fit onto these things. And you can see a similar story if you look at some of the demographic predictors. So if you look at age, they all kind of point in the same direction. So older people less likely to like globalization, but they're most particularly less likely to like migration. And some of the more interesting ones actually point in different directions. So if you look at education, people with degrees are more likely to like things like films, migration, international organizations, but they're less likely to like kind of the spread of global brands and kind of international travel and so on and so forth. Or another kind of important predictor, ethnicity. You see, there's lots of talk about kind of backlash from white British people about kind of the globalization and so on and so forth. But this is only really true in terms of migration. All the other ones aren't really doing a huge amount. And then finally, very quickly, if we kind of look at the kind of downstream things, so things like the EU, we can see that, yeah, there is kind of both aspects of globalization tend to predict not liking the EU, but the one that is really doing the work is the kind of cultural side of things. And the kind of economic one is much less important. And you can also look in the other direction. So interestingly, if you look at people's trust for MPs, the one that actually predicts not kind of trusting MPs is the economic aspects of globalization, not the cultural factor. So just very quickly, sorry for rushing through quite a few plots there. The kind of takeaway story is that, you know, people have some sort of attitude towards globalization, but they're not exactly, when people answer a question about globalization specifically, they don't seem to mean the same things as when they are asked kind of questions about all the aspects of globalization. In particular, self-reported globalization looks kind of most like migration attitudes and less like the other aspects. But most of these responses, apart from migration, are not especially stable over time. So it doesn't look like globalization is something that people have particularly coherent and stable views about. And then the kind of demographics and kind of other things that are predicted by globalization are kind of more or less as you would expect, but we need to be kind of clear and more specific about which aspects of globalization we're talking about. And particularly, I think we need to avoid the trap of saying we're talking about globalization when really we're talking about immigration. So thank you very much for coming along and for listening. That is everything from me.
Thank you so much, Chris, for a great presentation. What a service, I think, to the whole community that you guys have done that, and also for sticking to time. That was really great. And next up is Spiros with a co-authored paper on taking out jobs, foreign labor contributions, and native preferences for banning laws. So
can you see the presentation?
Yes, it's not in fully big, but we can see it.
Is it full?
No, but
we can live without it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine. It's we can perfectly fine see it. It's just it still has that.
Sure. I know.
Thing around
so we will learn Hopin now. So I think in the next conference we will know how to do Command L in a PDF presentation. So in line with what Chris mentioned, I mean, you know, migration, immigration, refugees, asylum seekers, you know, people have attitudes about those things, and these attitudes are hard to shift. And we kind of knew that, and I knew that, and I said, well, what a great idea! I'm going to run an experiment trying to shift those attitudes. This is a study that we did last summer with my former PhD student. She's now in Madrid, a postdoc, Ilona Ladelma, and it's a study on banning laws, working banning laws, and we are interested in how people respond to the positive economic benefits of foreign labor, and whether that affects the natives' preferences over those banning laws. So how long should they wait until they start working when they come to the UK? This is a UK study. So why did we do this? In many ways, if you were to take a gamble on where the literature stands right now, people would say, I think most political scientists would say, you know, it's all about culture. It's not economics. So we've tried hard. We had amazing theories about the labor market, amazing theories about the fiscal considerations of immigration going both ways. Nevertheless, in most cases, we would fail to find any robust economic effects. In contrast, cultural integration would seem to be the way to think about this. And I think there was a paper that just came out in the JOP saying, you know, there's no change across countries when it comes down to immigration attitudes. And, you know, when people try to identify causally any kind of shock on this kind of attitudes, probably they're picking up something very contemporaneous and not something long-term. In any event, we also thought that because there is this inconsistency, so we find some observational confirmations of the labor market hypothesis, but overall, just bits here and there. Some studies showing something. In some cases, we have effects that are concentrated in particular segments of the population. For example, Silicon Valley workers being threatened by highly skilled workers going to work in tech companies, or lower skilled workers being exposed to foreign threats about their work, so suppressive wages and all those things. Overall, we would be very unlikely to see a sociotropic kind of effect of economic benefits. or the labor market hypothesis, the threat hypothesis. And finally, there is the reality, the reality that, immigrants are a good thing for local communities. For example, we know that they contribute to the local economy through both innovation, through trade, through pushing natives to do higher paying jobs, and of course through local spending. So when they start working, they start spending in the local council. They go to supermarket, hairdressers. They also pay the council tax. So local councils benefit from immigration as well. So have more people in their areas. So this is what we're trying to figure out. Are these things are people responsive to the positive effects of immigration when they think about working bans? So we're going to be looking into the UK. Of course, most Western countries have some level of working bans on arriving asylum seekers. And what we know is that, those bans are bad for both the asylum seekers themselves, but also the host country. So a lot of money has been lost because of those bans. There was, I think, the Vassani, Frattini, and Minal paper, it's a political economy paper, I think gives a number to this. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but they do benefit local communities in multiple ways. So we know that politicians also have incentives. They want to sort of portray themselves as those who protect the native jobs. And it kind of makes sense for both the center right back in the day, but also the center left lately. And of course, what we are trying to figure out here, the question we're asking is whether support for these working bans affected by learning about the benefits of working asylum seekers. So this is what we want to learn. So what we did was we fielded a survey experiment via YouGov to around 1,700 people last summer. We gave them 3 treatments. It's giving different information to respondents regarding the kind of benefits that asylum seekers might give. The main survey item is, how long do you think they should have to wait before they can start work? It's one of those things when you get something for free, because we didn't pay for this survey. We had to abide to some of the rules of the company. So the response categories are not the ones that we asked for, but nevertheless, I think it could work. What we have here is, an item was as soon as they arrive in the country, less than a year, which is where the UK law was about that time. Okay, more than a year, and categories 5 and 6 are, they shouldn't be admitted to the UK in the first place, and they should never be able to work in the UK. This category is collapsed in our analysis, and of course we have don't knows, quite a few of them actually. A lot of people didn't respond didn't give an answer to our question. The control group would get a small prime in the beginning, not a prime, like, according to UK law, asylum seekers have to wait for a year before they can start working in the UK, which was what was going on back then. And then the first treatment that we gave was a treatment where we highlight the economic benefit of asylum seekers by them taking unwanted jobs from natives. So jobs that would remain unfilled if it wasn't for the asylum seekers. Okay, so it's the first treatment. I'm not going to read it out. It's just, berry pickers, farm workers, cleaners, and all those things. And then the question, of course, the second question was about the second step of this process. So you have asylum seekers in your local community. So they find a job, they spend the money locally, and that increases the profit for small local businesses, et cetera, et cetera. And then finally, for a number of reasons, we decided to have a joint effect. So to combine the two, to probably to tease out whether we are picking up something, a uniform kind of positive economic benefit effect on preferences. I'm going to show you the results now. So this is the joint effect kind of thing where we combine both of them. The joint effect doesn't work in many ways. So we get a null effect, as you can see from this coefficient here. It's very close to 0. But we did get effects for the 2 separate ones. My only explanation, well, there is a way to dig deeper into this to figure it out what happened. I think it has to do with the fact that it's a huge treatment. It's a very long treatment, and people got bored reading it, and they weren't responsive to what we gave them. I think it's a good chance that this is why it happened. But what we see is that the unwanted jobs and the local contributions treatments seem to be working on in the expected direction, and we get a modest effect. It's not a huge effect; it's a very small effect. In fact, if I had to gamble before we fielded the experiment, I would say that, probably we wouldn't get any results. So at least we have this. The question that we had was whether this effect is probably because we are preaching to the choir. So we kind of know that after Brexit, Remainers who weren't pro-immigration kind of sorted themselves out into what the Remain camp would say, so they would become more pro-immigration. And I think there's a study on this showing it. And what we did just to figure this out, to see whether this is the case, we stratified our treatment effects by how people voted in the actual referendum in 2016, right? Of course, we're losing some people there. What we observe is that leavers are equally likely to respond to the unwanted jobs in a positive way. So what you have here is, for example, leavers. This is the control group. And you can see here in the unwanted jobs, this is the only one that you can see differences here. These are statistically significant differences. What you see is that they become more open to the working ban. They want them to work quicker than what the UK law is suggesting, right, on average. And we see that for both leavers and remainers. So it's a uniform reaction to our treatment, which is good news in many ways. Right. And of course, when you do this kind of experiment and you give so much information, you kind of want to know what exactly you have manipulated with a treatment. And what we did was we gave a post-outcome, post-treatment manipulation check to our respondents. We asked them, first of all, a question. This is an agree-disagree item on whether allowing asylum seekers into the UK is the morally right thing to do. So the moral concern kind of item. The second one was about the typical whether asylum seekers, immigrants enrich our culture. The third one is the first economic kind of manipulation check. It's the labor market threat, the stealing our jobs hypothesis, asked after the outcome to see whether it changes that, whether it makes it less likely for respondents to think that immigrants steal our jobs, in essence. And the final thing is, it's negatively phrased here. Asylum seekers put a strain on our public services, including the NHS, as a way to see how people respond to the contributions they make to the local community, with an extension to the services that the host country provides to the asylum seekers. So, in a nutshell, what we find, I think it's interesting in many ways. First of all, the economic manipulation checks work fine. So both 3 and 4 have been manipulated. So this one and this one, we are able to shift that in the expected direction. The moral concern kind of item is fairly, unchanged. So there's no concern there. We didn't want to do that. Actually, this is good news. What we did find interesting was that although when you look at the data, there is no shift in the cultural integration, so whether immigrants, asylum seekers enrich our culture, although there's no change there for the full sample, when you stratified by remainers and leavers, we do find evidence that the unwanted jobs treatment shifts cultural concerns. So even leave voters, both remain and leave voters, become more acceptant of the people, asylum seekers enrich our culture, which is a very interesting thing, because essentially it says that economics might be explaining culture, all right, which is something that Roderick has been proposing lately in his work, that in the absence of an economic crisis, the Great Recession, the cultural kind of variables that tend to explain radical right or populism or things like that, they wouldn't have been activated. So it's like the catalyst hypothesis, but more like as a sequence. So you have the economic thing, something becomes more salient, and then perhaps issue entrepreneurs like Farage here turns the economy into an integration, cultural integration kind of problem. So For what it's worth, we do find a somewhat robust effect for the natives' jobs treatment. The effects are very, very small. I mean, it's very hard to shift those attitudes. We were actually surprised to see it being shifted, even the cultural enrichment item. But we still think that this is relevant because in most cases we have null effects. However, we are concerned in many ways because we are wondering, is this a post-Brexit, post-COVID study, or is it something that has been changing and we're picking it up now, and probably it's gonna be like that in the future? We don't know, and this is why we have designed some studies to check for persistence, and we are kind of disappointed that the whole shortages thing and berry picking and the stuff coming from other countries to the UK has become prominent now, because we had it as a plan that labor shortages would be our main treatment of interest to see how things are working. But now perhaps we need to change direction. We haven't figured it out yet, but we're going to be fielding a survey. I think by the end of this month to replicate what we did, first of all, and secondly, to see whether the same person who might be a threat in terms of the work of a native, whether the origin of that person might affect whether the working ban preference would change. So, for example, what happens if you have a Polish person who is stealing, in quotes, your job versus a person from, I don't know, Latin America, or from the Middle East, or from anywhere. Perhaps if we are right, and the cultural shift for Brexiteers is an interesting finding, and we think it is, maybe the economy is behind culture, and perhaps it could be that what we now observe in the UK with the labor shortages might change how natives perceive immigrants in general. All right, so you can see already, even after Brexit, I would say, you can see news outlets changing how they treat asylum seekers and immigrants. For example, and I'm gonna conclude with that. This picture is quite telling. So Romanians to the rescue from an outlet that used to say, in bold letters, they're stealing our jobs, kind of thing. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Spiros, for that great presentation and for the very timely. It was also really fit very nicely with the previous presentation in terms of going from, how do we measure the attitudes to how malleable or stable are they? Another paper that it's really nicely put together. Well done, EPOP organizers, for putting together such a coherent panel. So now we're coming to, as you know, in true EPOP tradition, for those of you who remember the pre-COVID days when we could all see each other in person, we do not have discussions. We don't even normally have papers, but we do rely on the fact that we are quite integrated group who are specializing in similar things, so we are hopefully able to provide each other with useful comments and questions and so on the basis of these, I think, all three really very clear and interesting presentations. And so, as I said, I was instructed that questions can be asked in the little Q&A box, but I also think, as I said, we're quite a small group, so if you wanted to request to be on camera and ask your question, please do so. There should be a button in your top right corner, something where you can ask to be on camera if you want to. Spiros and Chris are already on camera, of course, so they can simply do it. But so just say, ask a question. Either you can write your question out and say you have a question, and you can ask it yourself, or indeed a comment. Can you all see that Q&A box? Is that okay? Okay, so maybe I'll just kick things off while you're all thinking about your great questions. So firstly, on the Chris paper, which I think is just really, as I said, great, and also like a service to the community. I mean, those of us who have both read papers, but also try and deal with these kind of, I always think, people don't really understand what globalization is. So if they do, they might read different things to it. And I think, and that's not at all a criticism, I think what you find is sort of quite intuitive what I might have thought, but I just think doing it the way you guys have done it in such a rigorous way is really a great service to all of the rest of us who have to go after, and really a great reference point. So wonderful paper. So I guess the one question I had coming out of seeing your presentation was, on the basis of all that work you've done, do you even think it really makes sense to think about things like having a globalization index or things like that? I mean, my response to looking at your evidence would be, well, if we want to measure preferences for trade, let's do that. Or if we are interested in migration, which because it's more salient and loads heavily, let's ask questions about migration. I mean, this idea that you ask about attitudes towards globalization as this concept, but I really would like your reflections on it. I know you addressed it, but sort of more directly, would it even make sense? Or do you think we should look at the constitutive components? And I also had a question for Spiros. Really cool experiment. And in a sense, I thought it was quite a positive result, that it seems there's sort of this information updating going on. And that people are willing to update in light of getting information. And, you know, I myself, but lots of people are so stuck in these in-groups, and so their attitudes are so guided by their predispositions that they're not very receptive to information. So I saw your paper as a kind of positive story about the competence maybe of public opinion. And so I just had two questions about how that relates to the literatures. And one is, how do you see it relating to that literature? I'm interested in that, of course, that you have these very ingrained Brexit identities that act as a kind of perceptual lens. Do you think that's because people don't see these primes related to that, or do you just think they're not that significant? But also, Rob Ford and others have this work on how migration attitudes generally have just become so much more positive after the Brexit vote, even without massive shifts maybe in migration itself. And again, I was just wondering, are you sort of seeing your paper in a sense providing maybe some of the mechanisms for that, or how does your experimental evidence relate to some of that observational fact that we have seen these very big changes in attitude in the more positive direction towards migration since the Brexit vote? So I'll just kick off with maybe those two questions while the rest of the audience have a think about what they would like to ask our distinguished panelists. So Chris, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sarah. I mean, I think this is a really good question. And to be honest, it's a question that we've kind of struggled a lot with ourselves. And partly the reason we struggle with that is that if you kind of take a purely statistical view of our battery, and you kind of do the usual things like you run kind of factor analyses and you do convex alphas to see how your scales are and that sort of stuff, it does actually look like there is a single scale. Like there is, by all our conventional standards, a globalization thing, and you can extract the kind of common factor that they have from it, and it seems to predict some stuff and not other things. But then quite clearly, if you kind of look at things in a more disaggregated fashion, things point in different directions. And I'm not sure we've kind of fully resolved this question in our own minds, to be honest. So partly my answer is I don't know. Partly I think though is that I think we do definitely need to be like a bit more careful, a bit more specific when we kind of using globalization as a kind of theoretical construct, and when we're kind of talking about people's attitudes towards it, because it would be easy to say, oh look, people don't like globalization. What we should do is have more protectionist trade policies, for example. And you could kind of, you could look at measures of globalization, people might say that, but that probably isn't really getting at what most people are worried about, right? So trade is actually quite popular, and kind of things like immigration is what is unpopular. And so I think if we're kind of, particularly if we're thinking about it in the kind of implications for how politicians should respond to questions of attitudes towards globalization or aspects of globalization, then I think it is really important to disaggregate it. But kind of trying to show in sort of other than the sort of slightly hand-wavy way we have at the moment that there are different things going on, and that this isn't just the same thing, when actually kind of statistically speaking, it looks like a great sort of single battery of measure. I don't think we've fully resolved how we can do that. And we've kind of gone back and forth on our kind of 1 or 2 factor analysis thing for kind of both versions of when we started this, when we just had 1 wave of data, and then when we got the second wave of data as well. So yeah, so there's a bit of a fudgy answer to your question, sorry, but I think it is a really important question, and one we kind of have been grappling with, and I think we're still kind of grappling with it.
Okay, thank you so much, Chris. That's really helpful. Just a little anecdote. So one of the things I always found when we were trying to get preferences about a sort of post-Brexit future, whenever you ask sort of about free trade, like everyone just thinks it's great. Like trying to ask about these questions, also even just the word free trade. I mean, maybe it's just in our neoliberal world, but it's kind of something everyone wants. So it's quite hard asking, but it was exactly that. That wasn't the divide that you sometimes, if you read the political economy literature, certainly not in the UK, that you would think it was seen as a sort of common good that Leavers and Remainers could agree on. I guess the different was the extent to which Brexit would still be able to provide that. So that's why I said I thought just your findings were fascinating, but also in line with some of those findings we had. Now, Spiros, please, if you.
Oh yeah, thanks for the question. I'm going to start with a general shift kind of comment that you made. Yeah, I mean, after Brexit, I think that there has been a positive shift, not a huge one, but a reasonable one in a more positive kind of attitude towards immigrants. The thing, I mean, I tend to think that this is, and tend to agree with the paper in the BJPS that got published last year, I think, on the whole sorting idea. So Remainers became more positive about immigration because they were Remainers rather than the other way around. So overall, there was this shift, and I think there is a shift for Leavers as well. My speculation is because these guys were attacked by the media, by the Remainers, by us, by everyone about, they are, about xenophobia and all those things. And now that Brexit is done and they're happy with the outcome, they're more open to say, yeah, we like people or whatever. We are happy to have them. But the shift is not a huge one. It's not like that suddenly the UK became the most welcoming place in the world. But there has been a change. And I think that where we are now is probably where we would have been in the absence of the crisis, Farage, and all those things that happened before the Brexit referendum, if I had to speculate. That's the first thing. And I think that because of that, we were able to get those treatment effects, negligible as they may be. We were able to shift the scale somewhat. I think if we had done the same experiment in 2015, we wouldn't be able to do anything. It would be like there and nothing would be moving, which is a problem for the study. Why is it a problem? Because we don't know whether we're picking up something current or something that will be explaining how people think about immigration in the near future. Okay, and this is why we want to do more studies on this. The question about Brexit as an identity and whether it's a strong perceptual screen. So your expectation would be if Brexit is a strong perceptual screen, there wouldn't be any heterogeneous treatment effects, right? And this was my expectation as well. I was worried it was a threat to inference if Remainers were the only ones changing their views. And the problem with those studies is that they have when you have polarization in the sample, you have floor and ceiling effects, right? And it's hard to shift both ends in a particular way. So in many ways, I think that what we observe in the average effect is the Leavers shifting their views. I would say that the reason why Brexit doesn't work as a strong perceptual screen on this occasion is because, I mean, not all Brexiteers are the same. I mean, probably you know more about this, but not all Brexiteers are as anti-immigrant as I think there are layers, there are different, shades of gray, and how much of a Brexiteer you are, how much you align with everything. So perhaps we're picking up a small segment. The more educated, we have data to check this out. I haven't done it yet. The more, whatever, it might be that this is the case. You have a project now, I know for sure that you can test those hypotheses and let me know how it went. Can I ask a question to Chris? Is it possible? Since I'm
yeah, we'll just there are some questions down the chat, and then I will definitely turn to the three of you, because I'm sure you have great questions for each other, because of exactly like Will said, that there's so much really neat overlap and linkages between the papers. So I wanted to just ask, read aloud. Nima Begum has a great question for the whole panel, and then Zach has a question for Will. So I'll just take both of them, and then I'll start with you, Will, just so you know. So Nima's question is for all the speakers. How do you think attitudes to rising racial and ethnic diversity relate to attitudes towards immigration and globalization? And especially as more visible or problematized groups are more likely to be identified as immigrants and outsiders. So that's for all of you, if you can reflect on that. And then Zach has a question, Zach Grant has a question for Will. Did you notice, can you look at differential effects regarding people's attitudes to Venezuelans or of Europeans, I guess, of European descent, as opposed to African? I see this, I didn't even know this word. See, this just shows my complete ignorance of this area. Amerindian, is that like from America? You can pronounce this for me, Will.
So I
you can explain.
Yeah. So basically, a kind of indigenous or kind of native population. Yeah.
Okay. So if you want to start with that, and then and also the.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Great questions. And I think what's interesting, also, given that my prior work has started kind of in European context, it's been really. Although kind of way back I was working in Latin America, it's nice to go back and actually make these contrasts, right, between kind of what we know from the European and North American literature and the role of ethnicity and race in those contexts compared to a Latin American context, particularly when we're looking at the specificities around Venezuelan migration across South America, but also, Zach, as you mentioned, kind of globally, right? And so if I start actually with the broader question addressed to all of us, what's been striking actually is originally when we designed this, we were thinking, oh, we'll look at lots of different groups, not just different kind of Venezuelans from different kinds of national origins, but also, for example, people from Spain, for example, coming to Colombia, or people from the US, or lots of different. And actually, when we were thinking about what we were interested in, which is really the policy responses that the Colombian government has been dealing with, is really directed exclusively towards Venezuelans. I mean, if we just look at the gross number and the policy dynamics there, it is really about Venezuelans. So in collaboration with our other partners, we decided to focus specifically on that. Having said that, reflecting on Nima's question, again, going back to even the history of the region, it's not entirely clear, like, for example, when we look at migration in Europe, that you necessarily will be able to pick out, oh, that's a Venezuelan on the street if you're in Medellin or Bogota. Like, it's not really something that is necessarily as potentially strikingly obvious. And so there's something interesting here about who Colombians perceive to be an immigrant in the first place. So Scott Blinder has this work around imagined immigration. Who do Colombians imagine to be immigrants in the first place? Well, that's something we didn't test in this conjoint, but nevertheless, I think maybe this is a question that lots of immigration public opinion scholars and other folks in this panel are thinking about, right, and need to think about. In relation specifically to the question about different types of Venezuelans, we didn't differentiate in this for the reasons I mentioned earlier, but I think, yeah, that's something we could do if we wanted to, for example, see is there a perceived difference in how we respond to different types of Venezuelans, and that might be an interesting way forward. And I have some other comments and questions for the others, but I'll let the others.
Thank you. That's really great. We'll just go around and then we'll come back to the panel. Also, just a note for the technician, or maybe Javier, who's here, that I can't, like Lauren says, she's asked me for a request to join with the video, but I actually don't get any requests. It says 0 requests in the queue. So just a note. Oh, now I got her. Perfect. Oh, see, I just ask a question and magic things happen. Okay, Spiris, you want to answer?
answer which one? The Nima question. You're muted.
Yeah, I think
the question for the whole panel, if you had anything you wanted to reflect on that.
Well, I think it's the question is about, so the idea there is that it can go both ways. So my co-author on this paper has a study in Finland where she looks at immigration flows that were randomly assigned to different areas, and I mean, contact seems to be like the primary explanation of those attitudes. So people who are in contact with, who are aware of diversity and they're exposed to this diversity, they become more open to immigration. And that would be the only thing that I can think of. So when you have more people and you're exposed to them and you interact with them, you become more open. But I guess when you have people coming and you see them coming to your native country and you're not exposed to them, you're not interacting with them, you become less open to their views. And I mean, this has been the explanation around Brexit as well, I guess.
Thank you, Spiros. And Chris, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, so on a kind of purely correlational level, so we have a question about attitudes towards equality for ethnic minorities in the BES. And if we kind of correlate that with the various globalization measures, it kind of it does tap in the way you would expect to the kind of more cultural aspects of globalization, and particularly immigration. That people who are kind of more hostile towards ethnic equality tend to hold attitudes that are more hostile towards those aspects of globalization, but they don't seem to relate to economic aspects. So I think that kind of reinforces the kind of more general point I was making, that we need to distinguish between these things. So there's a kind of nativist backlash, if you like, and some people have suggested that that has something to do with the integration of the global economy, and that's probably not true. So I think it kind of reinforces that point that we need to think carefully about which bits of globalization we're talking about. So hopefully that kind of taps into your question, Nima.
Thank you so much, Chris. And then I'm going to turn the floor to Lauren, who's joined us. Wonderful seeing you. Lauren, you had a question or comment?
Hi, can you hear me?
Perfect, yes.
You can't hear me. You can hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for those excellent presentations and papers. It's really good to see everyone has been doing some good work despite everything that's going on. I had questions for everyone, though I think that Will may have been answering the question I had while I was trying to sort out technical difficulties over here. But my questions for Chris, I mean, my first one I think may be similar to Sarah's first question for you, but maybe press you a little bit further on this. And it was, why does it matter that we measure attitudes to globalization? Why should we care about this topic? I mean, in this crowd, the EPOP crowd, you're kind of speaking to the choir. Ooh, we all love this stuff, but if you were trying to explain, when you submit this to the British Journal of Political Science, why other readers should care, what would be the answer? And then also you said that you needed to be careful about distinguishing attitudes to globalization from other concepts like cosmopolitanism. And I wondered if you could say more about those two concepts and how they are distinctive, how you would measure something like cosmopolitanism. And then Sarah, should I let Chris answer and then move on to my next question?
Maybe ask all of them and then we'll take it. I'm sure he can remember.
Okay. So Spiros, so you looked at the effects of your treatment across leavers and remainers. And again, you may have answered the question I'm about to ask while I was sorting out technical difficulties, but I wondered if you looked at the effects across other types of groups, like age groups, especially is what I'm thinking, but also level of political interest, education, and so on, to see if the experimental effects seem similar for those different groups. I also wondered for your future experiments. I mean, as you pointed out, the media seem to the media that I'm aware of anyway seem to have kind of changed the way that they talk about migration, especially in the context of refugees and asylum seeking. And that implies that in the real world, people are getting multiple treatments, multiple instances of hearing positive stories, I think, about refugees and asylum seekers. And I wondered if you considered for your future analyses testing multiple positive treatments to see what the impact might be on a portion of the sample. And then also, in media, people get images. They sometimes get individual narratives. And I was recently reading about a concept. I should have known what it was called, but I didn't. Parasocial contact. In kind of this indirect contact, or what I had been calling virtual contact. And to what extent does that matter? You implied, I think, in your answer to one of the previous questions that this is likely to matter. But is that worth considering for your future research? And then, Will, again, you may have answered this question, but you said something when you were talking about contact about the fact that Venezuelans to Colombia are quite similar. Migrants and host communities are quite similar. But is this really the case? Do people perceive Venezuelans in a similar way? And I mostly ask this because, for instance, in the Spanish context, we might assume that I'll say yes, the majority of migrants are similar because they're coming from Latin American countries and they speak Spanish. But apparently for Spanish people, it's not necessarily the case that the migrants are perceived as similar to host communities. So I just wanted to question whether that is actually the case with Venezuelan migrants to Colombia. That's it.
Thank you so much, Lauren, for those great questions. That's really great. Chris, start with you on how you're going to sell this to the BJPS.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure I'd even try to sell this to the BJPS.
I think you should. I would review it positively. I think it's great work.
I think the question of why it's important is actually in a kind of weirdly inverse way, perhaps because actually attitudes towards globalization as conceptualized in the kind of battery might actually not be as important as we kind of think. So the reason it's important is that actually lots of people have been talking about globalization as this big thing. Which isn't to say that globalization as a process might not have important effects. It's just that it doesn't seem to be operating in a sort of direct way, that people are developing attitudes towards globalization as a kind of process in the way that people have been talking about. Actually, people are actually much more positive about globalization kind of in that's kind of more economic and kind of some aspects of cultural sense. And so kind of knowing that, I think is quite important, particularly when there has been this kind of strand of literature which is like, globalization is making people really annoyed and everyone's getting kind of nativist and cranky. And I think it's also kind of important from perhaps a kind of more policy perspective, right? So it kind of shows that you're not going to solve kind of problems that with people being hostile towards immigration through changing kind of things to do with economic globalization, right? Like you're not going to make people happy with immigration by clamping down on free trade, because people don't see these things as the same thing. And then on your second question of cosmopolitanism, So as far as I'm aware, there have been previous attempts to measure cosmopolitanism, but it's kind of one of those slightly amorphous concepts, and so like we haven't tried to measure it personally, but the way I would think about it would be it's a kind of more kind of moral values dimension about, you know, do you kind of value people in a kind of global world, or do you kind of have a more kind of localist, nationalist focus? And I think that's very likely to be quite similar to our kind of social liberal authoritarian values dimension, just because we know everything else that correlates with that. And so part of the reason we haven't measured it is because we've already got lots of other things. But so like the way I would distinguish, and maybe I didn't make that clear in my presentation, is that the kind of cosmopolitan kind of moral values thing you can conceptualize as a kind of slightly more like in amorphous, perhaps earlier in the kind of causal process thing, whereas we're kind of interested in attitudes towards the kind of process of globalization as it's being played out, rather than whether you kind of value the kind of world, you know, global citizen kind of thing. So hopefully that kind of gets at what you're talking about.
Chris, could I just sort of interject there with John Gary's great question, which really relates to what you talk about. I don't know if you saw it in the chat, but what John is saying is that to you is that globalization is a bit like left-right. If both have either an economic or cultural component, or that's a question. And is there a general problem with these higher level concepts? Basic, you know, is it just generally better to focus on the component? That's again getting a bit of both at what and Lauren asks, you know, does it make sense to try and, you know, we like these concepts as political scientists, but do they really make any sense to individuals to the extent we should try and measure them as such?
Yeah, I think that's a really important general question, and certainly in our work in the BS, we have been moving away from the kind of single left-right, and we're increasingly using our kind of disaggregated economic values and social values questions, because we think those things are distinct. They're, you know, fairly uncorrelated in the population, and they do have kind of different effects, and the effects, you know, have changed over time. And if you were just using a single left-right, you would miss that. And so I think that is true. One of the kind of weird things about left-right, though, which I actually discovered when I was making the plot about stability over waves, is that people give very stable answers to it. So it's not quite the same as the globalization, where they seem to vary and they haven't really got fully formed out things. So people know what they mean when they're answering this question. It's just not necessarily what we think they mean. Or they don't answer it in the way that they think we mean it, you know, and so on. And so I think it depends kind of to what purpose you're putting it. And like one of the weird things about left-right, even though we know it's got all these problems, is actually still very predictive of how people vote. But I think if we're talking about theory and about how understanding what has changed in politics in particular, and kind of how different issues it's kind of tapping into the kind of different dimensions of political competition, then yeah, I definitely think we do need to disaggregate these things so we can actually better understand what's going on.
Thank you so much, Chris. Spiros.
Right. Thanks, Lauren. Thanks so much for your questions. So the first one was about a shift in the mass media regarding foreign labor, which is apparent from outlets that were xenophobic to the bone, even. And well, that's a problem for my work, in the sense it's a good thing for the world, a problem for my work, in the sense that it shifts the control group. So the control group is exposed to a lot of things, so it's harder for treatments to be different than the control group. Right now, in this particular study, we wanted to have this multiple treatments thing. So what do we know from the literature? We know that they take unfilled jobs from natives, and that's good. The other thing is that they make local contributions, and therefore this is why they're good for the local communities, and therefore this is why they should have positive attitudes towards asylum seekers. Right. There are other things that are coming up, and they're important for asylum seekers, that they benefit local communities. Nevertheless, this was our starting point, like figure out the positive benefits and see whether they affect the working ban attitudes. What we observe now is the new thing. For example, after the pandemic, we have labor shortages not only in the UK, across Europe. You don't have waiters, you don't have workers in bars, you don't have beer in bars now. The new thing, the shelves are empty in London. So you have all those things that relate to this, but at the same time, it's very hard to experiment with those things. People are becoming more aware. So yesterday it was 60% they were experiencing these shortages, which makes it hard for us to experiment. We cannot shift the attitudes. That is the second thing. The final thing for this is that we find it hard in general to shift those attitudes, and we are worried that when we give those treatments that are already exposed in mass media, it's going to be even harder. And the final thing, if I may say, is Afghanistan. So I don't know how Afghanistan will play out in the coming weeks or months. We don't know whether we suddenly have to take care of some Afghan asylum seekers. So these are the kind of question marks that we have as we proceed. Regarding the second one, I didn't know this term, the parasocial contact. I Googled it. It makes a lot of sense. So if it is mass media communicated, it's like having contact but not having contact. It's like being on Twitter and knowing everything about politics. It's the same kind of thing. It makes a lot of sense. And actually, I think that this is how it has been forever. And it's not only when you actually meet them, it's actually when you are being exposed to the contributions that they make. But in any case, you never know how it's going to play out. I think the most important thing is, and probably Sarah's going to be happy with what I'm going to say, is entrepreneurs. So how they're going to come in and play with the whole asylum seekers, refugees, labor shortages kind of situation. If someone comes and says, look, we need to hire, we need to put a constraint, only if you are a white British citizen, you can work on those things. You know, it changes the game. I mean, if you see the latest one working bans, it's horrible.
Now I'm a bit worried about your spirits up in North London. I think you need to come down to South London where we have beer and food and everything. Anyway, so we have 3 minutes left, and I'm delighted the final comments will be yours.
Great. Well, thanks a lot, Lauren, for that question about contact. And just very briefly, if I can just respond to this question about parasocial contact through media, because that's kind of my other line of work around the role of media. There's actually probably in your Googling, you'll probably also find some really good work in political communication around it's not even physically reporting that you bought a newspaper or you watch television. It's even this kind of secondary contact of your friends talking about what they see or walking by a newsstand where you just see this kind of information. And I think that's a really interesting, probably more realistic way that people engage with information about migrants and migration, asylum seekers, refugees, especially now given what's going on in Afghanistan. So yeah, I think that's definitely, there's good work there, and I can send you some stuff on that separately. And yeah, back to your question, Lauren, on contact. I think this is where I would, if I had my co-author Isabel here, who's done more work in Colombia, I would lean on her. But from my experiences and from the other even ethnographic work that's been done across Colombia and Latin America on attitudes towards ethnic minorities and migration generally. And the example you gave, for example, of Venezuelans in Spain, I think definitely would be kind of an example of this, where similarities might not be as apparent. But if we look at the history of Colombia and Venezuela, where families actually migrated back and forth for generations and had intermarriage, mixing, and both, familiar relations as well as kind of just general physical moving for work, or actually when Venezuela was doing great and Colombia was in need, there was migration in the other direction, right? So I think there's a longer history here, and maybe this is something, well, not maybe, definitely something that we'll emphasize more when we continue writing up the paper, is that it's this context where, compared to what we see, not only from your work, but other colleagues' work around contact in European and North American context, right? That contact mechanism, or even just the reality of contact, may be very different from what we see across Latin America. Now, I want to also not overstate how different this is. I think there are some similarities, and so I don't want to say that these are completely identical populations, because they're obviously not. But just to highlight what I put in the comments as well, though, in relation to Nima, that I just had a quick check of our data set, and about 3/4 of our sample actually reported having some meaningful contact with Venezuelans, which, you know, again, maybe we have to contextualize that against the European work, but to me that seems very high. But yeah, it's a great question, something we need to emphasize more, especially for angling this at journalists who maybe aren't necessarily Latin American specialists.
Thank you so much, Will, and thank you to all of the presenters for great presentations and a great discussion afterwards. I think EPOP shows even when we have a new platform, we can still do it. It's quality over quantity. I enjoyed this hugely. I learned a lot, and I'm sorry that I didn't get back to the panel for more questions. I'm sure you had more. There's now a networking session if people want to go and chat more and see each other. It's a shame we can't all go to the pub or to some YouGov sponsored drinks tonight, but hopefully next year. But thank you so much, Chris. Thank you, Spiros. Thank you, Will, and your co-authors for a great paper. And I hope to see you in some of the other sessions later.
So I hope you can all hear me okay. Okay, so I originally had a different paper submitted, which I couldn't get, like I had some technical issues there. So instead, I'm going to talk to you about the question of like how long do effects of political communication last in real world scenarios. I explore this question in the context of the European refugee crisis and test how long the announcement of the Balkan route closure in Germany affected public sentiment. I will structure this presentation along 3 follow-up questions. Like first, I want to talk about why do we need to understand the time dimension of political communication better. Then I want to talk about what are the limitations of survey experimental methods in regards to measuring communication effects. And finally, like how can we measure them like differently? What is like what can be a different approach to like to more traditional survey experimental approaches? So the first 2 questions kind of they go hand in hand. Well, we have learned a lot about political communication in recent years. Our understanding of how communication affects real political campaigns is somewhat limited because we don't exactly know how long these effects endure. Like survey experiments, usually they present a stimulus and immediately present respondent reactions. Therefore, they are not able to differentiate a short-term from a long-term effect and offer few opportunities to observe the time frame in which a political communication effects actually exercises an effect on attitudes. I try to exemplify this in this kind of admittedly very simple graph. If, for example, we want to know whether a persuasive message still affects public opinion at the time of an election, based on the results of a survey experiment, for example, we cannot really determine this. Therefore, if communication effects are indeed time constrained, survey experiments could overestimate communication effects and give us like a wrong idea of how the real world implications of political communication. An alternative to survey experiments is exploiting time variation in existing survey data. Using time variation for like using time as a variable to identify an event comes with its own set of challenges, as time is not as clearly independent of any outcome variable as something like a test score might be. I applied an unexpected event during survey design, which was formalized by Jordi Munoz and others, which works similar to a regression discontinuity design. I will use their set of conditions, which they define as necessary for time to be used as a control treatment identifier. With a design like this, we expect that we can observe a jump in our variable that we can use to identify the treatment and control group, something like you can see in this graph here. The treatment and control group then are defined as people that were surveyed before and after an event. In that case, like people surveyed before the EU-Turkey statement announced the Balkan route closure and after. Finally, to measure the actual longevity of the effects, I extend this design by running a set of models that slowly builds up the treatment and control group to include more respondents surveyed later after the identifying event. So I start with a model including respondents surveyed 1 day before and after the event, and 2 days before and after the event, and so on. I use this approach to examine public reactions to the EU-Turkey statement, as I said before, which was given by the European Commission on March 2000, the 18th of March 2016, during the what was called the European refugee crisis. And this closure of the Balkan route was, for many, like one of the aspects that ended the European refugee crisis. From that point on, migration severely decreased, as you can see in the data here. To go through all the conditions of the unexpected event during survey design for this particular case would slightly go beyond like this 15 minutes presentation, but I want to show 2 key aspects of this case. First, as already mentioned, the effect of the policy that was announced with the EU-Turkey statement, like the closure of the Balkan route, only really produced the promised policy outcome like several months after the announcement. So while it was announced in March, the numbers only went down in October. Like another aspect is that there have been quite a few events that could possibly bias migration attitudes in this period. Like there were attacks on refugee camps in Germany, and also some failed terroristic attacks. And but I could show with Google, like based on like Google searches, I checked whether these events were still had a higher level of saliency in the period like around the EU-Turkey statement. And as you can see here in this graph, where I compare the Google interest over time measure for all other events in comparison to the EU summit, is that you can see that there's like not any like hugely salient event in the period I look at. This design was also made possible by the German Internet Panel that provides a very dense data set for the months of March 2016, where respondents can enter any day of the month while the sampling is still as good as random. So finally, what were my findings? Like the figure you see here shows the differences in predicted probabilities for the treatment and control groups across a set of models building up from a 1-day bandwidth up to a 12-day bandwidth. I look at 3 outcome variables. First, the perception of the government's ability to cope with refugee inflows, general attitudes towards asylum, policy preferences, where respondents are asked if the government should focus on asylum policy, security policy, or both in equal measure. For the policy preferences variable, I run a multinomial model. So the last 3 plots you see here originate from the same model. The results show that the EU-Turkey statement indeed affected respondents' perceptions across all these variables. Respondents were more likely to view refugee inflows as manageable, less supportive of security and less supportive of security policy. These effects were also, as expected, largest for respondents surveyed 1 and 2 days after the statement, and subsequently shrank and gradually disappeared. Therefore, in this case, the EU-Turkey statement does in fact like affect public opinion, and I do observe the time constraint effect that I was expecting. In addition to the previously presented descriptive examination of the case, I also ran a set of placebo tests to improve the robustness of my results. Here, for each bandwidth, I moved the cutoff point that was originally set to the 19th, as the EU-Turkey statement was given late on the 18th of March. So I moved this cutoff point backwards and forwards to see whether I simply pick up a time trend or random variation. The tests mostly come out negative. There's only one occasion on the 22nd of March where I also find an effect, and this is most likely due to a failed terror attack that occurred in Belgium. And I can observe there that this actually increases preferences for security policy. Also, the EU-Turkey statement, as I mentioned before, was given on the night of the 18th. But as the news mostly broke, I used the 19th as my. So it was given on the 18th, and I used the 19th as a treatment cutoff because the news mostly broke on the 19th, and most people only became aware of it on the 19th. Still, there's like a really small amount of respondents who then could be falsely identified in the control group that already picked up the news at the night of the 18th. In order to mitigate these two biases, I add event controls both for the 18th and the 22nd to the model, rerun it, and ultimately find that there's no meaningful change in the results. So what can I conclude from these findings? First, I really think scholars should avoid presenting composite or average findings on communication effects that entirely fail to discuss the degree of deterioration of the effect they present. Otherwise, we might develop unrealistic expectations on how political communication affects political behavior, while in reality, the effect we measured with a survey experiment, for example, only affects sentiments for a day and then disappears afterwards. For this purpose, natural experiments can be a valuable addition to existing methods, as they can measure things that survey experiments can't, and vice versa. So in an ideal case, we could use both methods in conjunction, where survey experiments can capture more precisely how communication effects work, while causal methodology, like I present here, can help to understand how these effects fare in real-world situations. Okay, that's was it from me. Thank you, everybody. I don't know if I should just press on leave now. Or, okay.
Thank you, Armin, for fascinating presentation. Please press leave right now so I can present our next speaker.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chandy Wang. Dear Chandy, please join me on screen by hitting Ask to Share Audio and Video button. Chandy is going to present us explaining electoral choice of European voters today. And Chandy?
Hi.
Okay. Hello. The floor is yours. Please share your screen, and I'm going to remove myself, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay. Can you guys see it?
Not right now.
Just wait. I clicked share, but nothing happened.
No. It's the button next to the microphone.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. With the red slash, something like that.
Yes.
I think this might be a common problem. It might be that you have to start a slideshow first and then share the screen. Is that perhaps a solution?
Yeah, let me try it. I already start. So just give me a minute. Okay, it's opened.
So what should, if this is a problem, then it's about opening slideshow and then sharing the entire screen of your presentation.
Yeah, actually, I'm just clicking the entire screen, but afterwards nothing happened.
And what is the browser that you're using?
Safari.
Yeah, that is a problem, perhaps. So
okay, so I'll change to another browser now. Just maybe start with the next one first.
Yeah.
I'll try to fix this.
So Hopin works best with Chrome and Mozilla.
Okay, I'll try Chrome. Yeah.
Sorry about that, but maybe
No
we can indeed move to the next presenter.
Yeah. I'll restart the browser, so I'll leave you guys for a minute.
Okay.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Our next
Cheers.
speaker is Tony Rodon. Tony, would you be able to join us and present? Okay. Our next speaker is Tony Rodon from University Pompei Fabra. Hello, Tony. And Tony is going to present us the polling officers and the turnout gender gap. Tony, the floor is yours. Please share your screen.
Thank you. Okay, let me see. Okay, can you see the PDF now that I have in front of me?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, let me put it in full screen. How do I do that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm removing myself from screen and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tony Rodon from Pompeu Fabra University, and I'm going to present today this paper, which is joint work with Pau Vall, who is also here and who belongs to the Universitat de Barcelona. So this paper, what it actually tries to do is a very simple question, tries to answer a very simple question, which is the one that you have in front of you. Essentially, it tries to understand whether being selected as a polling station officer has any effect on political participation. Some of you might have wondered this same question actually many times when you have been on the polling station. You always, see the officers working there to ensure that, everything is working smoothly. And funnily enough, the thing is that, normal people, they are not as aware as politics as us. Let's put it that way. And for a lot of them, this might be their first experience in politics. So Pau and I started to wonder whether this first experience with how elections work have any impact on the way they participate, not only in the elections where they are working on, that would be so obvious, but especially like after they are selected, so in the subsequent elections. In particular, and since, in democratic regimes, there have been many elections going on so far, what we try to do is we concentrate or we focus on the first elections. Women were allowed to vote, so when they got the right to vote, in that case, we're going to be choosing Spain as a case study, because it's the first time they are exposed to voting, but also they are exposed to how elections work. So they are the first time that they would be working as polling officers in a polling station, and therefore we want to know whether being elected there, so being exposed again to how the elections work, have any impact on subsequent participation in future elections. There is a large literature, as some of you might be aware of, on the effect of female suffrage on vote choice, but also on female political mobilization. So one of the things that we know, one of the findings that the literature has accumulated so far, is that when we extend the suffrage to groups that were disenfranchised before, these groups are less likely to participate, especially in the first elections after suffrage is granted. So it takes some time for these groups to become politically activated.
Dear Tony, sorry to interrupt you. I think we cannot see other slides. It's still showing the title page.
Sorry, it might be I'm sharing the full screen. Now, can you see it now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, now I will not do full screen then. That would be easier. Okay, so as I was saying, we know that when some groups are enfranchised, it takes some time for them to sort of catch up with the level of political participation with the other groups that were previously enfranchised. Although, as you know, there are different variations, and some of them do not even get there eventually. In the case of women, the empirical evidence that we have so far is indeed that the first time women were allowed to vote in pretty much all countries, their turnout was significantly lower than that of men. However, as I said, there is variation. It's not like a common truth, to put it that way. And this gap between men and women significantly varies across different contexts. For example, we have research telling us that women basically become more politically active when they see other women acting sort of as role models in politics. Indeed, there is some interesting research in some of the contexts, more modern contexts, that tell us that when women go to the polling stations, and these polling stations are sort of monitored or sort of run by more women, then they are more likely to vote because they give them some sort of trust in a way. There are other contextual factors that we know the literature has highlighted in order to explain the difference in this gap. So, for example, we know that this gap varies as a function of political mobilization, and women are more likely to vote in places where previously there was a strong sort of movement in favor of female enfranchisement, or as a previous paper that we have with Jordi Munoz and colleagues, we also know that it depends also on their past experiences when it comes to become economically activated. So things like industrialization, the role of religion, and so on and so forth have an impact on reducing or widening this gap. The thing is that the literature on female suffrage and on female political mobilization basically takes the issue at the aggregate level. We are talking about studying, things that happened a long time ago, and therefore it is not easy to find the appropriate data. And therefore, what researchers essentially do, which is still pretty cool, but it has problems, as we will see, is they take aggregate level data, and then they try to do some correlates based on different factors. The thing that we still, or that we do not know yet, although we have a few cool papers out there, but the answer is still pending, is what about women's, is about the individual level story. So what about women's individual personal experience with politics? We do not know still whether the same women reacted, or different women reacted the same way, and especially depending on whether they were exposed to politics in one way or another. And this is precisely what we are trying to do in this paper. So a few things on polling station officers and about why we think that being a polling station officer is important, not only today, but especially in the past. So first, if it's the first time you're exposed as or you become a polling station officer, you become aware of this idea that your job is essential to ensure integrity in elections. So in the context that we're studying, as it happens nowadays, before counting the votes or before ensuring that the elections were run smoothly, they were taught about how elections work, their duties, what they needed to do, what they couldn't do, and so on and so forth. The cool thing in our context is that, unlike in the UK, for example, here, where this job is done by bureaucrats, by civil servants, sorry. In many countries, the running of the elections is basically done by a lottery. So you have a lottery that select people at random, and then these citizens randomly selected become polling officers in different polling stations. There's been some research on how polling station officers can affect different outcomes. For example, we know something about election purity, but also on voting behavior. But these are only exceptions because it's very difficult to study. And basically, they concentrate or they focus on more recent periods. What we do in this paper is to basically try to see whether these randomly selected polling station officers change their own electoral behavior and not other people's electoral behaviors. So in a way, our research design is a simple one, if I may, although it will get a little bit complicated, as you will see. It can be considered as a sort of a natural experiment or a natural lottery, if it can be called this way. We are going to concentrate on the randomized selection of polling station officers in the first election after female enfranchisement was granted. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. Focusing on this particular election, what we do is we are going to create an individual level panel data set that tracks the same individuals over time, and therefore we're going to have information on the same individuals before the the female suffrage was granted, afterwards, and then in another election at T+1. This is important because we believe that by doing that, we solve two shortcomings in the literature. The first one is the idea of ecological fallacy, which is common with aggregate data. The second one is that this panel data set is built on real turnout, validated turnout, and therefore it doesn't use survey data, which, as you know, is associated with social desirability bias problem. A little bit of context for those that do not know the case study that we are studying. We are going to focusing on the Spanish Second Republic. This was a fully democratic regime that unfortunately came to an abrupt end in 1936. And then, as you might know, there was a civil war and then a dictatorship and other gloomy things in our history. The randomized polling station officers that we are studying occurred in 1934. Female suffrage was granted in 1933. And as you can see on this timeline, we have elections in these different periods. So before, after female suffrage was granted, and then in 1936, which was the last general election that took place before the Spanish Civil War. The Second Republic, as I said, was a fully democratic regime, had different set of electoral rules that I'm not going to be talking about a lot because they are not important for now. I have a limited time. Multi-member districts, the voting age was different. The important thing is that, for all we know, the selection procedure remained unchanged, meaning that it didn't change compared to the past. And also, what we know is that the randomized polling officer selection, it was not tampered with in the sense that it was real. So there was real random selection of officers, which is important for us. A little bit more on how this was done, because it's crucial on how we show the results. The polling stations, as it happens nowadays, at least in our country, basically were supervised by 3 members, 1 president and 2 officers. Each of them, in case someone couldn't make it, let's put it this way, had an acting and an alternate individual that would replace them in case they were not there. The randomized selection basically had like a few tweaks that are important to consider. The first one, the president was selected for 2 years, and then the officers were selected ad hoc. So each time there was an election. The important thing is that for us, this looks like a little bit like a field experiment, because individuals that were selected, as you can see on the screen, they receive a letter from the council, from the local council, informing them that they needed to go there in the election day. The name was also posted on the walls of the local councils for what we know. So everyone was informed of what their duty needed to be. And although there were formally sanctions, they were not enforced. But there was an idea that everyone knew that he or she needed to be a polling station officer that day. The second important element is that only literate registered voters were included in the lot. Literacy was not as high as today, but it was not very low either. So we're talking about quite a lot of people. It is true that the randomized procedure was not universal. It was first subdivided into 3 groups. So first there was a group of academic and professional titles, then major taxpayers, and then an others category. And what they did is that they randomly selected in each of these 3 categories. Essentially, the way they did it is they ordered them alphabetically, and they selected the 3 first and the 3 last individuals in each list based on how old they were. For example, here we have a list. So let's say that this is list A. You order them alphabetically. These are the surnames of the people. And then the 3 first, you keep the third one because he's the oldest one, and therefore this is in this case the officer of that particular polling station. So what we do is we created this panel data set, as I said before, not for the entire Catalan region, because that would have been a bit difficult since some of the information is destroyed. What we do is we focus essentially on the Girona province, which is the province up north, for different reasons. First, for data availability. Second, because it has a lot of variation internally, so it allows us to test like different expectations. What we did is we randomly selected different census tracts. First, we selected at random tracts where at least one woman was drafted. And then what we did is that we also selected the same number of tracks where basically no women was selected as polling officers in order to have like a comparable group. At the same time, we incorporate data from another sample that was collected by this paper that we have from 2019 that basically takes into account different individuals from the Girona province, also panel data set, that were not polling officers. So, you know, we have different, you have at the end a data set that includes individuals that were not polling officers and individuals that were polling officers in different municipalities. The randomly drafted individuals, that comes from the official Gazette. These are the names that were published in 1933. So basically, we scraped them and we identified them in the archives. Quite a lot of work, as you can imagine. We also went to the census list in order to have this individual level information. So these are the lists that were published where we can see all the voters in a given municipality. This data set is pretty cool because it shows us different sort of covariates, socio-demographic information on each individual. For example, we know that this first one was a man, 70 years old, and sorry, was a woman, 70 years old, and was working at home. So, you know, we have different, it's not ideal, as you can imagine, because this is the 30s, but we have quite a lot of information, especially compared to other data sets. And in the end, we validated whether they voted or not, looking at the voters list, which is the classical list that is written at the end of the election day, or during the election day, with the names of those that showed up in the polling station. So as you can see in the screen, we see a handwritten page with all the names of all the voters that went to vote that particular day in this municipality. It also shows us the name of the polling officer, so it allows us to validate the information that was published in the gazettes and do a few more things that I'm going to talk about a little bit later. And after that, after we built this individual panel data set, we complemented with different correlates at the municipality level, things such as the strength of the anarchist union, which was very important at that time in Catalonia, whether the right-wing party threw or ran a campaign on that municipality, also measures of social capital, like the existence of left-wing associations, of the percentage of Catholic associations, and social demographic variables, and later on a few more on industrialization. We're still working on that, so any comment would be appreciated on how to deal with all these, you know, big correlates at the contextual level. So what are the results? So in this graph, what we see is on the y-axis the predicted turnout in 1936, which means the election that took place after we observe whether they were elected as polling officers or not. And on the x-axis, we observe whether the individual was randomly elected as polling officer or not. That is the idea. And then results split by men and women. What we observe is that if a man was elected as polling officer, the predicted turnout was significantly higher compared to that of women. So we still observe this gap even among those that were elected as polling officers. However, these sort of baseline results, in our opinion, are not the best one, because essentially this is sort of like another experiment, and therefore we have defiers and all the other combinations. And this is what we try to distinguish later on. So we create 4 categories. The first one, we call it draft. That means alternate positions. So people drafted, but they were not involved in the end as polling station officers. Poll, which is a category that identifies those that were actually treated, so those that had to be in the polling station, and they were actually in the polling station. Defiers, those that were drafted as acting but refused to exert their duties. And finally, control group was basically the representative random selection of voters with nothing to do whatsoever with the polling station officers. What we do observe here is a very interesting result, which is illustrated in these three sort of categories: a draft poll and defier. We observe that the turnout gap between men and women closes among in the poll category, which essentially means that for those people that actually went to the polling station, men and women, they were both equally likely to participate. Women a little bit less, but essentially this is a non-significant result. However, for the draft category and the defier category, we still observe this turnout gap. Meaning that if a woman was selected as polling officer and she did not go, then in the subsequent election, she was significantly less likely to participate in elections than men in the same category, which we think is very interesting. In a subsequent step, we try to explore why this is the case, and we ran some interactions with this contextual level covariates that I was mentioning before. And the information that we extract is interesting in different ways. For example, we observed that essentially women that were selected as polling officers, they were more likely to participate, or equally likely to participate than men, in places with high social capital or with political mobilization by anarchists. For example, this is what we observe on the right panel on both graphs. However, the gap still persists if this social capital does not exist, or if this political mobilization does not exist. One could think, well, maybe this is a story of the left, and this is why we observe it, because it was the left that mobilized these women and not the right. Not quite right, because if we take into account La Liga, which was a right-wing party and also a party that got engaged in mobilization of women, we observe that this gap also closes. The interesting thing is that when we take into account the Catholic influence at the aggregate level, we still observe this gap. In other words, we still observe that despite women were elected as polling officers, the influence, so to speak, of religion was high, and therefore they were still less likely to participate than men. So to wrap it up, because I'm running out of time, what we try to do here is essentially to explain the gender turnout gap after female enfranchisement. We do it exploiting a natural experiment and building this data set of individual level voters in 3 different elections. And the 2 main takeaways are the following. First, being a polling officer matters, especially in reducing the gender turnout gap, and especially in the first elections when women were selected. And the second one is that this gap might be larger or smaller depending on different contextual factors that might affect the effect of the exposure of being elected as polling officer. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Tony, for this enlightening presentation. Please remove yourself from screen, and I'm again presenting Chandy Wang. Okay.
I'll try again.
Okay, dear Chandy, please share your screen.
Does it work?
Yes.
Oh, finally. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to present this paper. So I'll just jump into my presentation, and I hope everyone can see my screen now. And so today I'm presenting a still to be finished working paper that I have co-authored with Hans-Peter and Argy, both from the UI. So the title is The Impact of Issue-Specific Electoral Campaigns on Vote Choice of Europeans. The old title is actually, like as listed in the program, is explaining the electoral choice of European voters, but we moved away from that because the last version has been sent out for review and got rejected. So in that older version, we framed that paper in a way to compare the 3 approaches, structural, strategic, and identity approach to explain votes. And the reviewers say that we tried to do too much in that paper, and hence now we narrow the scope a bit, but we still derive our models from the 3 approaches. So some of the models are super like computationally super heavy and are still estimating. So I present the result we have now. So feedback and comments will be extremely appreciated. So okay, as you know, campaigns are viewed as playing a key role in citizens' information processing and provides voters with necessary information for making choices in line with their pre-existing preferences. And campaigns generally have an activation or reinforcement effect, but are ineffective at persuasion. So politicians are well advised to actually adapt to public opinion rather than to attempt to shape it. And in a review article of media and campaign effects on vote choice in Europe, Baumgartner and Schmidt-Beck argued that there is little in terms of convergence regarding approaches to this question and related research findings. So based on this literature review, the author concluded that campaigns do matter for various qualities of voting. And they add, however, that we learn very little about what aspects of a campaign would drive this, what aspects of the campaigns would drive these effects. So moreover, the dimension of parties electioneering that is least thoroughly studied regarding its relevance for electoral choices is the content of their campaigns. So most studies deal with personalization or with negative campaigning, while there's little research on how parties' issue emphasis or issue positioning affects citizens' voting. So the studies that do exist on issue voting, issue-specific campaigning show that irrespective of context, campaigns largely mobilize party supporters and reinforce pre-existing voting intentions. And the question to answer by this paper concerns the effect of issue-specific electoral campaign. So it seems my slides is a bit sluggish. So basically, we try to answer what is the effect of issue-specific electoral campaigns on vote choice. So what do? To put the campaign effect into perspective, we propose to study electoral choices in Europe from the point of view of structural approach. We shall use a combination of European social survey data and of electoral campaign, which we call COSA data. Both of these data sets provide cross-sectional data. With such data, it's not possible to distinguish between campaigns, reinforcement, activation, and persuasion, or conversion effects. In order to distinguish this kind of effect, we need panel data, but with limited data availability, we shall be able to identify new kinds of effects, salience, distinctiveness, and polarization effects, which we shall try to link to the classic triad of effects. So the structural approach to electoral choices claim that party competition is rooted in a limited number of social cultural conflicts, which in the final analysis structure the vote choice. So based on their structural proposition, individuals adopt identities and subjective orientations towards political objects, such as specific issues which are expressed in political behavior and such as vote choice in the end. So the structural approach is situated somewhat somewhere in between the two competing approaches, the strategic approach and the group identity approach. So on the one hand, it agrees with the strategic approach that party competition is an essential ingredient for the formation of political divides and structural cleavages, since the parties organize and express underlying structural conflicts. On the other hand, it agrees with the group identity approach insofar as it views issue positions as ultimately rooted in group identities. However, contrary to both approaches, the structural approach insists that voters changing politically relevant predispositions are derived from the change in the underlying social conflicts and are less malleable by political entrepreneurs or political parties than is assumed by the other two approaches. So the structural approach does not claim that demand-side conditions exclusively determine political change, but it insists that these conditions set the boundaries within which the strategic competition takes place. So according to this approach, parties and issue entrepreneurs are constrained in their motorways of the issues to be politicized. For example, mainstream parties. So, for example, mainstream parties have an issue reputation to defend, while only issues that resonate with the changing position of the electorate have a chance to allow new challenger parties to break through the dominance of the mainstream parties. Nor does the structural approach deny the importance of party identities. So voters build up loyalties to the parties over time, but the structural approach begs to differ with respect to their origin. The identity approach proposed by Arkan and Bartels will issue positions as derivatives of party identities that structural approaches will use as issue-specific preconditions as fostering party identities. So it's the other way around. So for the structural approach, the same positions rooted in group identities provided the link from social conflicts to voter and the party behavior. So from the structural approach combined with the other two approaches, we derive the notion of party system stability and so basically limited effect of electoral campaign, which we formulated in our first hypothesis. So electoral campaigns has a limited effect given that underlying structural forces and are enhancing the stability of party system. So in particular, there are three forces contributing to the stability of the vote choices. First is a party identity. So voters who identify with a given party have higher likelihood of voting for that party. This is quite intuitive. And second is generally ideological predisposition. So voters who position themselves ideologically in the same camp, left and right, as a party have a higher likelihood of voting for that party. And lastly, issue-specific predisposition. So basically, voters who share the party's general issue position have a higher likelihood of voting for that party. So independently of the party's relative positioning to the election campaign. And among different types of campaign effects, we focus here on substantive issue-related effects, as I argued before. More specifically, we distinguish between issue salience, issue positioning, understood as supply-side effects. In other words, we focus on the effects of parties' issue-specific positioning and issue emphasis during the election campaigns. And also, according to the structural approach, the underlying structural conflicts are expressed in terms of specific political issues. So the link between structural conflicts and the party competition is provided by issues. So such conflicts are politicized in an issue-specific way, basically. And in line with the theory of issue ownership, we expect the parties to mobilize voters on issue on which they hold a reputation for and to benefit from the emphasis on such issues. So for example, mainstream parties of both left and right are expected to mobilize on traditional economic and cultural issues, which is consistent with their long-standing image, and specifically on the positional social economic issues related to traditional class conflicts. We expect as the mainstream parties on the left, basically social democrats parties, and mainstream parties on the right, liberal and conservative parties, to benefit. And in addition, the traditional radical right, so traditional radical lefts, the communist parties, is equally expected to benefit from the emphasis on social economic issues. And in addition, we expect the conservative and the Christian democratic parties to benefit from issue emphasis on traditional cultural values related to the old religious conflicts. So new challengers are less constrained by the traditional reputations and seek to break in the issue ownership of mainstream parties by mobilizing on other issues. So in particular, new challenger parties from both left, so Greens, and new radical left parties and radical right parties are expected to benefit from issues emphasis on cultural issues such as immigration, which they own, and which constitute the key issues associated with the new structural conflict. So basically, the second and third hypothesis is on the issue salience and their distinctiveness. So the emphasis put on parties on issues they own enhance their electoral support, and the distinctiveness of the position adopted by the parties on the issues they own enhance their electoral support as well. And in addition to parties' individual strategies, the systematic context of party competition in a given electoral context is also likely to influence the electoral chances of a party. So in this respect, the cultural context factor is the degree of issue-specific polarization in the party system at the time of the electoral campaign. So polarization stimulates partisan-motivated reasoning, which means that partisans will view their party's frame as more effective than frames not sponsored by their party or frames sponsored by the opposing party. So also under conditions of polarization, the party's issue-specific positioning is activated and issue voting is enhanced. And the polarization of issue the polarization of issues enhances the salience, which makes voters more likely to choose the party according to their respective issue position than in a non-polarized context. So we expect the parties with issue ownership to benefit from the issue-specific system polarization. So basically, the issue-specific system polarization enhances the electoral support of parties which owns issue. And finally, all these effects are expected to enhance the effect of voters' predisposition. So in line with the notion that campaigns activate or reinforce the effect of predisposition.
Sorry to interrupt, but time is very short, so maybe you should.
I'll just jump. So basically, the last hypothesis relate to the activation effect. So just jump to the data. So basically, we combine two data sets: one electoral campaign data set and the ESS cumulative data sets. So in the end, we have 54 elections and 14 countries. So in total, roughly for the largest parties, we have more than 50,000 respondents. And for the dependent variable, we use vote recall, and independent variables, we have party identification, left and right attitudes on redistribution, gay rights, pro-immigration, environment. And in supply side independent variables, the salience, distinctiveness, and the polarization as stated in the hypothesis section. So the methods I used is a Bayesian hierarchical logic model. So basically, it's a cross-classified. We have two upper levels, elections and country. And the results. So we have tested the impacts of three stabilizing forces of voters' electoral choices: party identity, general left and right orientation, and the issue-specific dispositions. So, the most apparent one is that party identity is by far the strongest predictor of party choices. And second, even one controlling for party identity, the general political orientation, which considered as a bloc identity, is also a very strong predictor of the vote choices. And third, the issue or specific predisposition add to the explanation of vote choices to a variable extent. By far, the strongest effect in this respect is the effect of immigration-related predispositions on the vote for radical right. So as expected, the party which owns the issue generally benefits from the corresponding issue-specific attitudes. So the effects vary according to issue ownership, as summarized in this table. So the pattern of effects corresponds to the greatest to the general expectations, except for the fact that the liberal parties just barely benefit from culturally liberal attitudes, and the Social Democrats strongly benefit from environmentally critical attitudes, which is unexpected. So Social Democrats do not own the environmental issue, but they typically support environmental policy, which made the negative effect of the campaign of the predisposition on vote choice doubly unexpected. And concerning the direct effect of issue-specific campaigns, this table presents the direct impact of the three issue-specific campaign effects: salience, distinctiveness, and polarization effects. So basically from the table, we can see that second to the fourth hypothesis do not fare well. First, with respect to salience, the emphasis put on parties on issues they own pays off in only one case. The radical right benefits from putting on emphasis on the immigration issue. In all other cases, we find no effect, even an unexpected effect. Thus, for the conservative and the Christian Democrats, emphasizing issues related to cultural liberalism leads to electoral losses, and the same applies to Social Democrats, who put emphasis on welfare issues. By contrast, the Greens, who do not own the welfare issue, benefit from putting the emphasis on this issue. And the radical left can expect electoral losses if they put the emphasis on immigration issues. And secondly, with respect to the distinctiveness, the hypothesis is confirmed. In only one case, the Greens benefit from taking a distinctive position on cultural liberalism. For all other issues owners, there's new results. So this means that issue owners cannot generally benefit from taking a distinctive position on the issue they own. There are also three unexpected results. The radical left can make electoral gains by opposing immigration. The same applies to Social Democrats opposing cultural liberalism, and for the conservatives opposing pro-environmental measures. And third, with respect to the fourth hypothesis on polarization, the hypothesis regarding issue ownership fare a bit better. Polarization has generally strong effects on the success of individual parties, but in only 3 out of the 10 possible cases, it enhances the electoral success of issue owners. That is the case for the Greens on the environmental issue, for the liberals on the issues of cultural liberalism, and for the radical right on immigration. So for the welfare issues, we found generally no results. On immigration, the issue owners of pro-immigration policy, the Greens and the liberals, lose if the campaign polarizes on this issue. And on cultural liberalism, polarization leads to losses for issue owners on the left, the Greens on the radical left, and to support for their direct competitors on the left, the Social Democrats. On the right, the issue owners of the pro position, the liberals, benefits from polarization, but so does the radical right. So basically, we found limited results, which are pretty weak. So these non-results and unexpected results provide support for growing literature that contends that ambiguity benefits parties, particularly in multi-party elections, and that confirms the mainstream parties increasingly resort to catch-all strategies, strategies of blurring one's position, of riding the wave if divisive issues cannot be avoided and there's nowhere to hide, may be the responsible for the lack of more clear-cut results. And the activation or reinforcement hypothesis, which basically entails the interaction between the election campaign variables and the attitudinal variable on the individual level, is only weakly confirmed. So there are only 3 instances of clear confirmation, 2 of which concern, again, the radical right. So for other parties, the results just not promising at all. So mainly 0 results or even unexpected results for Social Democrats, for liberals, on the environmental issues. But in general, the results are pretty weak. So to conclude, we found that party identity is by far the strongest predictor, and electoral campaigns have only a limited effect on the outcome of elections, and there's not so much activation or reinforcement effect in the end. And we actually are running more models, but it takes like, for one single model, it takes like 12 hours to run. So far that's all I can present. So thank you.
Thank you, Chandy. Please stop sharing your screen, and I invite both Tony and Armin to join us on screen so we can move on to the Q&A. And in the meantime, please leave your questions in the chat box so we can start Q&A. And dear speakers, please also ask if you have any questions to other speakers. Okay, I guess maybe since nobody is ready to ask a question, I can take this. Oh, okay, Tony, please go ahead.
Yeah, I can ask. Sorry, I thought you were talking to the audience, not to us. Yeah, no, I have a few comments for Armin or Armin. I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, they're very cool project. Yeah, I liked it a lot. So I didn't read the paper, so my apologies in advance if I say something that is already there. But so the first comment that I have for you is so the effect that you are identifying, which seems to be sort of stable across the different models. It's more of a theoretical question, but can you consider this an effect of the EU Commission statement itself, so the declaration, or the part that I missed a bit, but again might be in the paper, or is an effect through the politicization of the issue in Germany? So is it the case that the EU Commission directly spoke to voters, which is sort of odd to me, given the limited influence that the EU has on our lives in a communication perspective, at least? Or was it the case that the issue was politicized by political parties, and therefore this is why we observed this effect? So I was thinking that maybe in order to sort of disentangle this, you could try to do a little bit more on the effects, on the heterogeneous effects as a function of political party, vote choice, political ideology, and so on and so forth. So I don't know, maybe it was the AfD that celebrated, and the effect is only concentrated on AfD voters instead of SPD voters and the rest of it. That's a first idea that I had for you, which is both theoretical and empirical. The second one is more of a desire than a real thing, because I'm not sure you would be able to do it, but it would be really cool to see whether the effect it persists or is there. No worries. Among Germans, or whether you also observe it among Turks. So Germans that have Turkish origins, or that that live in places where there are a lot of Turks.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. This has to happen right now.
These are the joys of the online world.
One person had to ring in this second. I'm sorry about this.
No problem. So basically, these are my two comments: the politicization of the issue, and whether you can do something about the effect of Germans versus Turks in Germany.
So yeah, so the politicization question, that's actually the major shortcoming of like a causal design like this, because I cannot basically properly detach the effect of the announcement itself from all the communication that results from it. But that was also not. Oh, for goodness sake! How did I turn this off? I'm sorry about this. Jesus. I'm sorry.
Solving
I cannot
the
do anything about it. I hope that person will realize that nobody can come right now. Okay. So I'm lost my track. Okay. So the idea of this paper was that I wanted to keep it focused on this time dimension, because that's something people haven't been exploring as much. And this is why I've kind of focused on that. Maybe in the future, when there's the kind of the understanding of like when there have been a few more contributions on the time dimension, then it probably is advisable to combine like these causal methods with maybe an experimental method that looks at the same effect, that can understand the effects more precisely and can identify better what are the influences. Like I think in order to achieve like what you were saying, you would have to combine methods. Like this causal design on its own, I think, would always struggle to identify clearly what are the processes behind it. Like what
well, you can run an interaction. You can run an interaction. No? You can run interaction on other things, or subsample analysis with the time dimension and political ideology or political affiliation or vote choice. It would not be causal, obviously, but it would still teach you something about what was going on, I think.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, the other problem of this, like the great thing about this data set is that it's very dense in this very short time period. But the downside is that it's one of these like monthly panel studies, and it has very few variables. Basically, the variables I use are the variables they have. There's like 4 more questions they ask. They ask very few questions, but very repetitively. So there's not a lot more in this data set than I used. Like I totally agree. I would have loved to be able. I would have also loved to look at interactions with media consumption and previous voting behavior, but I cannot do this without limiting the size of my sample. Like there is previous waves where they collected voting behavior, but then I would have to restrict my sample to the people that were also sampled previously. And the most important aspect of is to have as many observations as possible in these small subsamples. And like if I would take data from previous waves, I would have I have no observations in the 1 day, 2 day bandwidth, and then the design doesn't really work. So this is why this is mostly down to limitations of the data, that I couldn't do this. But you're perfectly right. I would have loved to look at a set of interactions, and I would have given the paper more. It's just unfortunately not possible with the data I have. But yeah, if there's data sources that can do it, I think this would be still very interesting to replicate this and do this with more interactions and look at stuff like this.
Okay. I also encourage everyone to ask questions in the audience, and in the meantime, I can have the opportunity to ask one question to Armin and one to Tony. Armin, could you please expand on the timing actually of the EU-Turkey announcements on the closure of Balkan routes, and whether it might have an impact on the lasting effects, and whether the effects might be a bit different if the announcements were a bit was made a bit earlier.
Yeah, it's difficult to know. It's certainly one of the problems of the paper, because one thing that was challenging, because I actually don't know why, because it's an online survey, so they should know the exact time when people took the survey, but the data set they provide only provides information about the day, and therefore it's, yeah, I mean, it would have been better if it I think it might have been slightly different if it was announced in the morning of a day. Then I think my identifier would be a bit more precise than it is than the way I designed it right now. Unfortunately, it's just it is what it is. I had to work with it, and in order to test if this changes anything, I ran the model with a control and without the subset of people that were surveyed, so without controlling for those people. So, and it really made no difference whatsoever. Of course, the coefficient was slightly different, but nothing that changes the substantial findings.
Thank you. And can I have the opportunity to ask one question to Tony? Sorry if I apologize if you have already mentioned it during the presentation. It is an amazing data set and really interesting, I guess. I just wondered whether the effect you find is the introduction of female suffrage, the effect on women actually, or it is the first time individual, like personal experience. I'm not sure if the data lets you to check whether the men drafted in the polling station have any past experience, past electoral experience, because since they have the suffrage before women had. So this was that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley. Yeah, sorry, that's the problem of going fast and not explaining things well. So essentially, the period is 31-36. The female suffrage is introduced in 33. So obviously, everyone is affected by female suffrage, both, which is important because both men and women, and men might react differently as well. And that's actually something that we were expecting, but overall, we do not see that. Might be for different reasons. Of course, there might be some hidden heterogeneous effects there, but this is not what we observe. So the thing is that what we exploit is we compare women that were elected, and men, but especially women that were elected as polling officers in 33. Compared to women that were not elected as polling officers in 33. And there we check whether the women, the first ones that were elected in 33, were more likely to turn out in 36 compared to the women that were not elected as polling officers in 33. That would be the succinct sort of summary version of what we do. But this is like the exploit that we have. Obviously, there is something interesting that you hint at, which is whether we can disentangle the effect of the female suffrage itself, and whether this effect is different compared to, or whether this effect is related to the contextual circumstances that we capture. Because it might be that what we're capturing by mobilization, it could simply be the effect of mobilization plus the energy sort of triggered by the female suffrage. But that we believe that since everyone was treated by the female suffrage and only a few of them were treated by being polling station officers, our estimate is actually like a lower bound estimate of what we would have found. But obviously, this is a concern. We're trying to collect more data. This archival research is a bit tricky. And one of the things that we want to do, for example, is whether women that were elected as polling officers, but in the polling station were surrounded by men, only men, so they were the only ones in the polling station as officers, reacted differently than women elected as in the polling station that were surrounded by both men and women. Or only women, for example, if that is possible, and see whether there is something in there. But unfortunately, we haven't been there yet. The summer is long, but it's difficult to work on this archival data when it's sunny.
Yes, thank you so much, Tony, for explaining. Are there any questions from the audience? Or feedback that you would like to make to the presenters?
Well, to fill the void, I can ask another question to Armin. Sorry, it looks like I'm obsessed, but it's very interesting. So is there any way for you to identify where the respondents live in Germany?
Yeah, that's actually like very roughly you can identify just the state where I live in, like that, which I do a test for that. Just like basically this paper is like 90% robustness checks, and I just couldn't go through all of them in the presentation. It's also not very interesting, I guess, to go just through the robustness checks. Yeah, but I checked for that.
Fair enough. So you find that the effects are stable across different states, or do you find that states with a larger number of refugees, for example, reacted differently than otherwise?
So yeah, there's a clear difference across states, but there's also, I find that across all my treatment control comparison groups, that the composition of states is comparable. So for kind of the causal aspect of the effect, that still works. But yeah, there's a clear difference for people mostly from North Rhine-Westphalia, where there was a huge refugee inflow, considerably higher than in other states, that actually it's more like the effects are actually less strong, so that people are seemingly less affected by the announcement, which is interesting. It's actually the states where there are fewer refugees, where the statement had more, like where it seemed like there has been more of an effect. But I haven't explored this too much. I just checked if it challenges my causal design. I just didn't want to, like, that was my intention was to keep the paper simple and keep it to the time dimension, because there was like an unlimited amount of follow-up questions. I just wouldn't want to convolute the whole idea. I just wanted to kind of not to distract from this kind of time aspect.
Okay.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It was just a curiosity. Thank you. Yeah.
Dear Jasper has some questions. Dear Jasper, would you like to share your video and audio and join us to ask your questions, or I can read out loud? Okay, yep. You can also join us. Okay, thank you.
There.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, cool. No, I was just interested in Chandy's paper. It was a very interesting presentation. I just asked, because you were talking about you saw this big effect between party identification and party choice. And because they're so closely conceptually related, I'm wondering, like, because you're going to see some correlation because of that, but we also know from the literature that there is an effect of party identification. So how do you tease out how much of this correlation you see is because of how conceptually close they are compared to the effect that comes from having this sort of identification, and that makes you vote, not just that there's a like that you like the party and that makes you identify and also choose the party, right?
Yeah, I mean, empirically, I think with the ESS data, it's impossible to do that. Actually, in the previous paper, we had a discussion in the series section, because in the end, in the previous version, we basically didn't include party identification.
I think you're muted, Chandy. Huh?
No, I can hear Chandy.
Oh, good. Okay. So yeah, no worries. Yeah, so basically in the previous version of the paper, we say that party identification, I mean, conceptually speaking, party identification, definitely going to predict a lot of vote choice. So, I mean, everyone should know this, and it's not interesting. So we didn't do it in the previous version of the paper. We only only focused on the left and right. We say that if you come from the bigger camp, like you have come from the left camp, it's gonna more likely also intuitive. You're more likely to vote for one of the left-wing parties. But then one of the reviewers wrote one of the comments saying that why not use party identification? Then it's kind of we try to satisfy the reviewer, and then we added it to the hypothesis, which both Hans-Peter and I hated. So yeah, it's kind of the reviewers forced us to do it, but we really don't like the hypothesis. It's very intuitive, and everyone knows it. We don't show much, and there's no way to like you said. There's no way. It's very difficult to disentangle the effect with the observational ESS data. So yeah, so.
No, I understand your conundrum, but thank you for elaborating on this. I'll just press leave. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jasper, for your questions. And I think we can take some last questions if you have one, or... Okay, I think that's all for today. Thank you so much for your presentations. These are all very interesting and amazing. Thank you. And thank you everyone who are in the audience for participating us today. And I wish you a very nice rest of the conference. And I'm really happy to start the day with all these great talks. Thank you.
So thank you, everybody, and welcome to the public opinion session. As you can see, we have 4 papers. We'll just straight away kick off with the first one, which is the historical data from the UK Gallup poll. So I guess, Peter or John, do you want to take us away? Or Stuart or John? Who's going first?
So John and I will be jointly presenting this. I'm going to be responsible for sharing screen. Can you see the PDF here?
Not yet. We can see your screen, but we can see the hop-in screen in your screen. So I think you need to, when it comes up with screen sharing options, you'll have 3 different window options. And if you click on, don't click on the first one, I think click on Windows one, maybe try that.
So,
okay, so now we have a blank screen.
There we go.
And yes, fantastic.
Yes, okay. It's worked. So in this paper, John and I will provide an overview of the ESRC funded social and political change in Britain Gallup polls project that we've been working on together with Professor Will Jennings and Andrea Ruescu, among others. So the project is a joint venture between the University of Southampton and the Roper Centre for Public Opinion Research based at Cornell University in New York, and it's aimed at providing a new resource of historical public opinion data for the research community. And in our paper, we'll be discussing the background to the project, what we've learned from the data conversion process, as well as to provide a brief discussion of some of the data. So as you will assume all be aware, Gallup were one of the pioneers of public opinion research in Britain, with the methods used originally by George Gallup in the United States transferred over to this country. And from 1937 until 2001, Gallup conducted around 3,000 surveys of public opinion in Britain. And this data informs a lot of what we know about post-war public opinion in Britain, albeit from an aggregate rather than individual level perspective. Recently, though, around 2,350 surveys were discovered in Roper's archive containing respondent-level data. And this was obviously great news for those interested in the study of public opinion. And this project has therefore sought to bring these surveys back to life from the antiquated column binary format in which they are stored. So as mentioned, Gallup were active in Britain conducting political polling between 1937 and 2001 through 3 of their subsidiaries. And the overwhelming majority of surveys found in Roper's archive were those conducted by Social Surveys Limited. And as John will outline later in the presentation, this has provided us with a significant amount of data, principally from the period ranging from 1956 until 1991. And the publication of Gallup polls in the media, so for 4 decades, their surveys were syndicated in the Daily Telegraph, previously being published in News Chronicle, as well as the Gallup Political Index and Anthony King's edited volume of Gallup data, means that top-line figures from many of these surveys are already accessible. But individual level data have to this point not been available. And this project changes that, though it has first been necessary to transform the data from column binary format, which has been an often complicated process. But from the initial outline that I'll provide here of what column binary data is, calling the process complicated may sound like something of an exaggeration. Column binary data for individual respondents was stored on punch cards similar to that shown on the slide here, with each punch card comprising of 80 columns and 12 rows. 1 or more columns on the punch card are used to code each question, and in theory, each row represents a separate possible response option or a separate piece of administrative data. But for a range of reasons, converting the data was not a straightforward process. First of all, responses to particular questions could be spread across several different columns, depending on the number of answer options available within a question, as well as the type of response being collected. For instance, multiple columns were typically required to collect data from questions eliciting a numeric response, such as a semi-regular trend question, which asked how much weekly income a family of 4 needed for health and comfort. And the same column on a punch card could also be used to store data for multiple different questions. And this was seemingly done for the sake of efficiency and to allow more questions to be included on a survey. For example, data could be stored on the same column for 2 questions that had different filtering. For instance, if you had a particular question asked only to men and a particular question asked only to women, they could use the same column. Or you could have data on one column for multiple iterations within a different battery question. And to solve the puzzle that this presented, we therefore needed to use the questionnaire and other relevant documentation that was available. From this, it was then possible to determine which columns and rows were used for a particular question, whether any filtering applied, and what kind of question exactly we were dealing with, so whether it should be single or multiple choice. From there, it was then a case of creating new variables and attributing values to each row based upon the question asked. But solving the puzzle as to what row represented which question and which row represented which response option was not the only difficulty that we faced throughout this project. Determining whether a question should be single or multi-code was complicated by frequent instances of interviewers or data punchers coding multiple response options for questions that seemingly appeared to be single response only. In such instances, it was necessary for us to make a judgment as to whether we should strictly follow the question, in which case the research community would lose out on some of the data, or to instead ensure that all responses selected for a question could be identified, in which case a single code question would appear in the data file as a multi-code question. Issues arose as a result of missing documentation as well. Sometimes patterns within the data map were identifiable, even in instances where the entire questionnaire was not to hand, though. This was particularly the case for administrative variables, where based on patterns in other surveys, we knew that 10 or so columns at the start of the data map would represent data items such as respondent IDs, constituency codes, interviewer numbers, and respondent region. Sometimes it was also necessary to study distributions within the actual data too. This was particularly the case for demographic variables, where this part of the questionnaire was often not included in the scanned versions of the questionnaires that we received. It was therefore necessary to look at the data on a column, see how many rows had data stored on them, and observe the distribution of the data itself. And from there, we were then able to say with a high degree of confidence that based on its distribution and the number of answer codes, that this must be a social class variable, this must be education, and this must be region. Other data sources came in handy too. So the limited number of Gallup files already available through the UK Data Archive and through ROPA as well were helpful in providing definitions for constituency codes, while newspaper reports were extremely useful in allowing us to pinpoint the exact dates of surveys, as well as to sometimes provide details on what code definitions should be. Meanwhile, for open-ended questions where verbatim responses were recorded by the interviewer on the questionnaire and then coded up after these had been returned to Gallup, coverage is a bit hit and miss. Sometimes additional documentation was included which listed the raised answer codes, but this was often written in near illegible handwriting. On many occasions, though, we have the data for such open-ended questions within the column binary files that we received, but unfortunately no means to work out what the responses represent, given the lack of documentation. And from this process of conversion, not only have we been able to produce data files, but the project has revealed a significant amount regarding how survey research was conducted historically, and I'll touch upon 2 points about this before handing over to John. First of all, weighting was typically achieved by duplicating responses. Sometimes this was a necessity as interviewers either did not complete or did not return their questionnaires. But the process of duplication means that in some surveys which are reported to have been conducted among 1,000 respondents, actually only around half of the responses are unique, with certain respondents sometimes duplicated 4, 5, or 6 times within a given data set. The emergence of computational weighting methods appear to lead to a decline in the use of duplication, though unfortunately for the data we have available, weight factors are largely not included as part of the common binary data files. Second, contemporary circumstances and social attitudes clearly had a heavy influence on research design. And as much as the data from this project would tell us about attitudes much society has evolved and changed in the decades for which the data files are available. This is evident first from the evolution of tracking and demographic questions, which were adjusted to account for shifts in the political and societal landscape. But the influence of contemporary societal attitudes on research design is most evident from the language used in filtering of questions. When it came to question filtering, gendered assumptions were clearly apparent, with only women asked about matters such as managing the household and booking holidays. Then, in terms of language used, the demographic question used to elicit gender had not 2 but 3 answer categories: male, housewife, and not housewife. Question ascertaining economic perceptions asked whether the firm that you or your husband worked for was busier than this time last year. Meanwhile, questions about controversial or moral issues use language that today would not be considered as politically correct. For instance, questions on immigration use the term coloured immigrants, while those on homosexuality asked men whether they had ever been approached by a homosexual. And the survey that I recently converted from the 1980s even included a statement within an attitudinal battery asking whether respondents felt that homosexuals were happier than non-homosexuals. The language clearly being language that we wouldn't get away with today in survey research. So that's enough on the process and background to the project. I'll hand over now to John to go through some of the data and what is available.
Right, thank you, Stuart. So to begin with, this is an overview of the number of Gallup polls that are in the archives. So as you can see, it tends to get greater as we go along up until the 80s and the early 90s when a data set finishes, but there's a strong number of data sets within each year, with the exception of the very beginning where it's in 1956, for instance, there's only 3 data sets, but it gives us a good range to choose from. So then moving on to the next slide, you can see here out of the data set that we have, so we've currently converted 625 individual data sets, and this is the spread that we have. So in the early 60s, you'll see we have converted a bit more because Gallup tended to ask more of the political omnibuses more regularly, for instance, often fortnightly. So we captured more of this, and also it's the area where there's currently less individual level data available. But we've a good spread across, and we're going to fill in some of the gaps, for example, in 1960 in the next update that we have. So moving on to the next slide, what we see is an example of some of the survey questions that have been asked that have been asked over the spread of the data. So you see most of these questions have been asked from the early 50s up until the 90s and are of particular interest to the EPOP community. So we have questions on voting intentions, which were asked almost all the time. Also, for 2/3 of the surveys, we have government approval, Prime Minister's satisfaction, citizen forecasting questions, most important problems, and so on. Questions on party unity, and which party do you think has the leader that would make the best Prime Minister? Moreover, we also have a large battery of economic questions. So here you see questions on price expectations and unemployment expectations, but you have a big variety of others, including inflation and so on. And these were especially big during the 70s, when in the aftermath of the oil crisis, Gallup really asked loads of different questions on these. So moving on, we also have a good range of demographic questions. And this is quite important as it allows us to investigate how different cleavages have evolved over this time period. So for region and constituency, we have constituency codes across most of the data, starting in 1959, a brief gap in the early 60s where they stopped asking it, and then continues to the 90s. And we'll use this to input region eventually in the finalized data set. But we also have others such as gender, marital status, age, interviewer-coded social class. They are asked pretty much all the time. And even subjective social class was asked all the time up until 1982, at which point Gallup stopped asking it. So there's a really large range of questions here that we can use to get at changes in group attitudes. So to give an example, I'll now present some trends that we see in the data. So in this slide, you see the change in the gender gap in vote intentions between men and women And what you see is very much throughout the second half of the 20th century, a narrowing of these gender gaps. So there has been work that has shown this before. For example, the work of Shorrocks in her 2016 article. However, the advantage of this is you see we go all the way back to 55, as opposed to data looking at the British election study, which started in the early 60s. And also you really get an idea of more the trends between elections, which you can't get at work that focuses just in election years. So this is also interesting when we look at the class divides. So here, what you'll see is the class divides in Labour vote, and you can see how it's narrowed again over the course of the second half of the 20th century, and in particular, the rise in the middle and upper class, the percentage of middle and upper class individuals who would vote for Labour. When we look at conservative class divides, you also see most notably the decline in the ABC ones who would vote Conservative. So that's quite an interesting picture. When we come to age, what's particularly interesting about age is that we really see no difference in the age divides in voting. So here you see the difference between 18 to 49 and 50 plus. And as you can see, Labour vote in our data moves at pretty much the same rate. Finally, the last piece of data we'll present to you is government approval by party support. So you can see Conservative blue, Labour red. And as you might expect, when an individual's own party is in government, they're more likely to support them. That's no surprise, but there's also some quite interesting trends where you see, for example, in the Conservative governments from the 50s to the early 60s, you see some sort of a reaction from Labour voters where they increased or decreased their approval of the government, whereas during the Thatcher years, this was much more muted. And for instance, in the aftermath of the Falklands, you see it was really primarily among Conservative voters that approval went up rather than across the board. So to leave with some final thoughts, what we have is we've 625 surveys converted so far, but this will be around 800 by the end of the project. So it will be a vast resource, and it's not only the standard questions we've shown, but there's a much deeper volume on a range of other political attitudes, some with long time series that are in here. So we're very interested to hear from people who'd be interested in using this. The data itself will be available publicly next year. So to wrap up, we also get the opportunity to link the data with other contextual data at the constituency level, and also other sources of public opinion. So we're looking to link it with more recent data to give a longer trend. And this offers a key resource for political scientists, historians, and economists for a range of reasons. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to questions later.
Thank you so much, John and Stuart. That was wonderful. And thank you very much for keeping to time. So we'll move straight on to Patrick English's talk. So Patrick, would you like to share your screen, please, and unmute yourself? Thank you.
I certainly would. Let's hope this all goes off without a hitch. So if I minimize that and then click on this. Now then, how's that looking?
That's looking amazing.
Fantastic. Perfect. All right, let's hide that. So conscious that, hopefully the text is going to be big enough for everyone to read. If it's not, my apologies, I'll send the slides around. But yeah, so hi everyone. This is my first EPOP from the other side, from the dark side, the scary old private sector. We have cookies, and come use our data. But so it's nice to see you all again. And this presentation is about recall, false recall. This is something that I hope is not just sort of reflective of how weird and niche I am, that I got really excited about the opportunity to test recall, and this is going to send all of you to sleep, and there'll be no questions, and you'll all wish you didn't come. But you know, hopefully this is going to be super, super interesting. And we might as well kick off then. So if I press down, it works. Awesome. All right. So this is going to be the structure of the presentation. I'm going to go over the motivation for this study that I ended up doing, what the literature kind of says about false recall, why it happens, where it comes from, etc., etc. Going to go over the research design, how we came to I came back to test some of these theories that were popping up. Going to go over the results and have some discussion about that as well. So the motivation. So we've got three things I'm going to talk about here, and that is kind of the background of the research, this Brexit party amnesia thing that popped up, and the sort of research questions that came out of that. So what is false recall then? So this is kind of the background of what false recall is. So it's the phenomenon, I guess, whereby respondents to surveys, pollsters, whatever, are unable or less likely unwilling to give accurate information or consistent information about themselves or their past behaviors, their ideas, what they did last week, you know, who they voted for, to pollsters, basically. So, for example, let's say we ask a survey respondent today. We go on a YouGov poll, we call the panelists, we say, hey, who did you vote for in 2019? They say Conservative, but in actual fact, they voted for the Labour Party. That's an example of false recall. They falsely recalled who they voted for, and they're giving us inaccurate / inconsistent information. Okay, so the motivational context from the study basically came from this tweet. So some of you, well, a lot of you probably will remember the successful, I must add, Salvation Hartlepool by-election poll, the telephone poll that they ran, got only 4% recalling that the constituency recalling that they voted for the Brexit Party in 2019. Now, of course, we all know that in the 2019 general election, Hartlepool was one of the places where Brexit Party did very, very well, and in fact, they scored 26% of the vote there. So they were basically underestimating or under-capturing Brexit Party voters in Hartlepool by 85 to 90% based on those statistics. And they weren't having any such problems contacting voters of any other parties. Now, Damien did a big long thread about this, explaining why he thought this was, and essentially it was about this idea of Brexit Party amnesia, which he called a feature of contemporary polling and not a bug. And throughout this kind of thread, Damien's proposed hypotheses for why they've only got 4% of their sample saying that they recall voting for the Brexit Party rather than something closer to 25, was that Brexit Party voters are systematically misremembering their past vote behaviour. And that false recall is essentially going to be about 85% of their vote. And that this is something that if you repeated the process again, or went to a different constituency, or tried to do national level polls, you would find consistently this Brexit Party amnesia. And he's sort of suggested this problem was unique to the Brexit Party. We're not seeing this issue with Conservative or Labour voters, and that there's also increased false recall problems when using unprompted recall questions. Now, me being me, thought, aha, these are all empirical questions. We can test these. Let's see if Brexit Party voters remember who they voted for, and let's see across which different contexts that may or may not increase or decrease. And these are the empirical questions, the research questions, which kind of fell out of what Damien was saying and what I really wanted to go and test and kind of generally contribute to the false recall literature. So to what extent are panelists giving us inaccurate or inconsistent information? Is there a specific Brexit Party amnesia problem? Are prompted recall questions better than unprompted recall questions for avoiding false recall problems? So if you give people those little reminders, do they suddenly go, ah, yeah, that's right, I did that? What other factors can help restrict or make worse false recall? All right, so let's go into the literature. Now, we know from previous literature that false recall certainly is a problem, right? So our Lord and Savior, Anthony Wells, he's my boss, in case anybody didn't get that joke, found strong differences between 2017 election results and the voters recalled figures 2 years later, to the tune of 7 percentage points fewer now recalled voting Labour at the last election when he did that study in 2019. So that's quite a big jump. Then Durand et al. They suggested that inconsistency varies between 7 and 39 percentage points between what voters say they voted now versus how they actually voted. Usually, though, it's in the sort of 10 to 25% point range. And Sonneville and Hoog as well said that kind of found something similar. But they said that it depends on the sort of the systems, the party systems that you're looking at. So if it's a two-party system, there's about 15% of voters who are going to struggle to recall accurately who they voted for. But in a multi-party system where there's more choice and you're kind of remembering, which one of those did I actually vote for, we could get up to 25% in those circumstances. Why does false recall happen? Well, the kind of literature suggests there's two kind of motivations or two reasons why we might get false recall. One of them is conscious, right? So most commonly, people are going to be influenced by social desirability, and that's going to change your answers based on what they think is correct or expected. And the kind of this might manifest, you might have heard of the herding to the winner phenomenon, where if you ask people directly after an election, oh, who did you vote for? You'll get more people saying that they voted for the winning party than they actually did, because they think, oh, I was with the winners. I'm cool. I'm down with the electorate, right? So you get this motivation for them to kind of change their answers based on what they think they should be saying. and that can introduce a lot of false recall. More commonly, it can be subconscious or an unintentional outcome, so genuine mistakes. Even something as like making a typing error or selecting the wrong category from a list. That can be an example of where false recall comes in. Confusion or conflation with other similar events or actions. Most commonly, you say, who did you vote for in 2017? And someone recalls their 2015 vote, thinking it was their 2017 vote. So there's a mismatch there, and therefore we get false recall. And what factors increase false recall? Well, lots of things, as you might imagine. So obviously from the previous slide, Anthony Wells found that YouGov's panelists' ability to recall their past voting behavior decreases over time. So the further away you get from an event, you get more people struggling to remember what they did or how they acted. Dossonville and Hoog also found the multi-party systems increase false recall. Okay. Some more interesting stuff. Swing voters are more likely to struggle. That makes a lot of sense, right? If you vote for the same party every election, you're not really probably going to struggle to recall who you voted for. But if you change between elections, that's going to introduce probability that you will falsely recall. And then context of high political or voter volatility have also been shown to increase false recall issues. So if we have fragmented party systems or parties coming in and out all the time, think about Brexit Party, UKIP, etc., that sort of come to prominence and then go away very quickly, and sort of pinning down in voters' minds when that was and when they voted for them, that can also be difficult. And that introduces more recall problems. All right, so to sort of examine the extent to which false recall is a problem in our data and what factors might help us get rid of false recall or at least reduce it, I came up with 3 tests. Well, I didn't. I came up with one, and then I came up with another, and then I kept, oh, there's another one I can do. So the first test was just a straight up recalling 2019 general election vote, and can we predict it basically using regression models. Second one, I looked at doing a split sample experiment in the red wall. Will absolutely loves this red wall. So we look at open ends and closed end responses in the red wall. And then on the third one, I did a bigger split sample experiment, 8,000 respondents, sent them down 4 randomized routes to see what kind of information they're more likely to recall versus others. All right, so test 1, recollecting 2019 general election vote. So as standard, YouGov collects and stores data on past behavior as soon as possible after elections or when a panelist joins. So we get that information from them right away. And for a lot of people in our panel, that was days after the election. We went and asked them that question. And as standard, we use a prompted single choice question to collect past voting behavior. So there's an example of, in the bottom right there, what panelists might see if you're in England on the past vote. And for a week in April, what I did is we fielded surveys every day, and I asked respondents basically to recall this information again. So we already had it from when they first joined or right after the election, and I asked them to provide that to me again. Test 2, open ends in the red wall. So I split the sample. We did a big red wall poll, which you might have seen, and in that one, I basically split the sample right at the end and did the same thing, where I asked them to recall their 2019 general election vote. And this was a kind of targeting the Brexit Party voters in particular, because of course, obviously the Brexit Party did well in the red wall. This was all Labour seats that the Conservatives took from Labour in the North Midlands or Wales. So if we're going to hone in on, is there a Brexit Party problem, that's probably the best place to do it. So half of the sample got the closed option and half of the sample got this open end here, where it says, which party did you vote for? So this is kind of testing the idea that an open end, unprompted, just getting respondents to just think back without giving them the list of parties might increase the error. And the expectation was that that would increase error. Okay, test 3. This is the sort of the 4-way split sample experiment. So that comes from fieldwork in July, which introduced 2 new elements. So as well as the closed vote recall question and the open-ended vote recall question, I also asked respondents, well, a random quarter of respondents, to tell us how they voted in the EU referendum in 2016. And then a control group, I'm going to call it a control group. I imagine John Mellon is going to see that me and tell me that's not a bloody control group, were asked what year they were born in. And what my argument is why it's a control group is it kind of gives us a baseline of what false recall in general we can expect, right? It's simple as what year were you born in? That's information that hopefully shouldn't be subject to too much social desirability, et cetera, and the motivations that might increase false recall. It's not something that is repeated. You don't get born more than once. So hopefully that's a really kind of core piece of information that people should be able to recall. And then we can kind of measure genuine mistakes, confusion, whatever, and give us a baseline of what kind of actual raw false recall might look like, and then we add political stuff on top of it. And the EU referendum, well, that provides a question which recounts information which is further back in time from 2019, so we think that that might increase the problem. But also, it's a much simpler choice, remain or leave, and it's quite a salient thing. Most people tend to remember how they voted in 2016, right? So that was the idea behind that. All right, the results. How am I doing for time? Oh, all right, yeah, not too bad. So test one, pie chart, living my best corporate reality here. So 85% of people correctly recalled their past vote in that experiment. So that's the proportion of, it's about 4,500 respondents who gave consistent information between April 2021 and their original answer. Now, there's a good point here that might be made that it's not so much, I don't know how they actually voted, right? I know how they told us that they voted in 2019 or when they joined the panel. So there's a discrepancy there that I'm going to need to iron out in the wording, but anyway. But the implied result from our panelists overstates Tories by 2 points, understates Labour by 1, understates Lib Dems by 2, SNP, Greens, Brexit are very close. So actually, this is pretty good. Respondents seem to be, on aggregate, pretty decent at remembering who they voted for, and the fallout, and this is unweighted data, if you weight it, it doesn't change it very much because we quote a sample, so it's, so the weights kind of don't shift this too much. You can kind of throw anything at it if you want. This is kind of how it falls out. So it's not too bad. 85% correctly being consistent, and the fallout doesn't look too bad at all. Now, if we look by party, so is there a specific Brexit party problem? Well, recall is strongest, you can see from the left-hand column there, among Conservative, Labour and Scottish National Party voters. Brexit party recall is weakest, but it's comparable to Liberal Democrats and Greens. The majority of all party voters recall correctly, and voters of other parties struggled most to recall, so they're down at 26% there. So what if we try and predict false recall? Well, this is a Bayesian logic model run with 2,000 iterations, weakly informative priors, about 4,500 respondents, basically a dummy. Did they falsely recall, yes or no? And we can see that likelihood to falsely recall is predicted by age, voting leave in 2016, and having lower political attention. Relative to the Brexit party, there's lower false recall among Tory voters, Labour voters, SNP voters, but levels of false recall are statistically indistinguishable between Brexit party voters, Green, Plaid, Lib Dems, all of them. Right, they're in the intercept for this. In case you're wondering where I've got that from, so these figures are all relative to the Brexit party. Or if you want to see that kind of more visually in the coefficients plot, there it is. We can see much less likely if you vote for these parties, more likely if you go over here, and then all these kind of don't seem to make too much of a difference. Does false recall change over time? Well, the answer is yes, but it's kind of weird. So immediately after the election, actually doesn't give us the most accurate fallout. It's this period here, January to June 2020, which gives us the most accurate fallout. And then as we go further away from the election, the mean squared error increases quite a lot. So that's interesting. And I kind of want to dig into a little bit more about that. But this is basically comparing the data we've got basically compared to when it's stored. And if we ask when the inconsistency increases, if you look backwards as well. So people recounting information that we got from them in December, 16%. If we recount information we got from them this year, only 11% are being sort of not consistent. All right, so I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to fly through this. So basically, in the split sample in the red wall, we found that half the respondents, so half the respondents got the open end, other half got the prompts. And we can see that unprompted does definitely increase false recall. So we get way too high on the Conservatives, Brexit party slashed in half, and all of this here. So, but the prompted recall, again, very similar to the actual result. Are we done? No, John Oliver, we're not done. I promise I'm done soon, Jane. Honestly, we're not done, but we're never done soon. So the split sample experiment. Look at that. 3% of people gave us inconsistent information about the year they were born. So that, I think, hopefully that will serve as our baseline of what any question you ask, you can probably get a minimum of about 3% of false recall. EU referendum, probably as expected, less confusing, more salient still. So 8% of people false recall there. And the prompted, unprompted gap there, we can still see. All right, discussion, yeah. What have we learned? Definitely a thing. Depends what you're looking at as to how much of a thing. Baseline, I probably would say probably about 3%. Few of panelists between 10 and 15, which is at the lower end. Higher age, leave voting, low political attention. There's no specific Brexit party effect, is what I'd argue from that. things we can do: collect and store information early. Fewer options, less false recall potential. So if you have the option to collapse categories, you're probably going to reduce false recall. Use prompted questions, don't use open ends. Perhaps increase uncertainty intervals when using or citing statistics from subgroups more likely to falsely recall. All right, and just for some fun, here's some great open ends. Library Democrats were voted for. On server Tive, not Jeremy Corbyn party, Kim Den, Brit Exit, and probably my favorite one I've ever seen in a poll, your mum. So there we are. Thank you very much. Sorry for running over time. Please do tweet me, email me, talk to me about data. I'm here all weekend. And yeah, cheers, guys.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I think you introduced that by saying that you'd come in from the dark side, but you came in from the it's characteristically YouGov, flashy and witty, as well as very interesting. So thank you very much. Esmeralda, would you like to screen share? I think we better crack on. Patrick, if you want to, you could answer some of the questions in the chat while we're waiting for the Q&A at the end, because I suspect that we might be struggling with time a little bit, sure, given that there's so many people in the panel. Over to Esmeralda. Thank you very much for issue salience. It's flicking a bit at the moment, Esmeralda.
Yeah, I don't really know how to change that. Otherwise, maybe the technical person needs to use the one I sent on Wednesday. Sorry?
Seemed like it was settling down. I think it's settling down. Do you want to just go for it? And
yeah, if nobody's epileptic in the audience, because that would be a little bit.
Did you, when we were testing it earlier, did you say that you were going to use the PDF, I think, at one point? Or was that somebody else?
This is the PDF. Is it now done being crazy?
Okay. I think it's...
Is it all right?
I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. So in this talk, I'm presenting my paper, which focuses on the comparison of Twitter data to survey data for the study of public opinion. And in my study, I focus on how these two different types of data measure issue salience. And also, good morning. So issue salience refers to the extent to which people cognitively and behaviorally engage with a political issue. And I'm using the term as it has been used in the social sciences, which is to refer to the importance of political issues in how people vote. So on Twitter, users publish short messages called tweets, and these tweets appear in real time on a public timeline, and they can be collected through third-party apps, making it possible to analyze the content of tweets as textual data to study what people care about. This data is organic since it has been automatically created by the internet as an ecosystem. The main benefit of using Twitter and its organic data for measuring issue salience seems to be that Twitter allows us to study issue salience over time, to study issues as they arise in public. And this provides us with a continuous look at the salience of policy issues, and it allows the gradual identification of the issues which voters care most about at election time. Because of this reason, Twitter data provides a summary of a broad conversation, and this is in contrast to the public opinion survey. The public opinion survey is used to measure opinion about political issues, but when we conduct such a survey, we obtain design data because the survey is a research tool designed to include questions which measure respondents' attitudes. So the problem here is that these design questions are often too specific to measure respondents' views, since they did not develop these opinions themselves, and they are not necessarily interested in politics. In fact, the responses to survey questions may reflect constructed preferences rather than attitudes, and considerations that are particularly salient at the time of the survey. The survey therefore gives a time-specific rather than over-time impression of issue salience. Now, additional disadvantages of using a survey to measure public opinion relate to access, low response rates, inflexibility of the question-answer format, and also cost. So it's difficult for us to access representative samples, which is why we need people from the dark side like YouGov, right? And the question and answer options included in the survey are determined and constrained by the format of the survey and the choices by the researcher. And finally, surveys can be expensive to run. Incentives are often required. Now, due to issues like these, there are concerns with the quality of the responses given in public opinion surveys. Since social media is increasingly used for measuring public opinion, it has been suggested that the survey may cease to be the main instrument to assess public opinion. But when we consider Twitter as an alternative, we should also consider its drawbacks. And the main concern with using Twitter data is representativeness. So data drawn from Twitter is not representative of the general population, and in fact, the demographic characteristics of voters and Twitter users differ considerably. So I know some of us in this panel have published on this topic, so just a really quick summary here. Twitter users are generally male, they reside in urban areas, they are ideologically more extreme, more politically active and interested in politics than those who are not. They are from better economic backgrounds, and because I'm using Twitter data, I'm looking at the American Twitterverse, and in American Twitterverse, the conversation is typically dominated by those from the left and supporters of the Democratic Party. Therefore, the use of this platform, Twitter, is not universally or equally distributed across populations. Additionally, data obtained from social media sites like Twitter is subject to change, and it is also adapted to the terms and conditions set by the site. So in an instance, tweets can be made private, changed, or removed from the platform. So regardless of these issues, Twitter data can be used to study public opinion. And here are just a few examples. So sentiment analysis has been used a lot to compute sentiment in tweets, which is then used to measure job approval ratings of presidents, to forecast electoral success, and to look, for example, at public sentiment against anti-immigrant laws. At the same time, information included in tweets can also be used to predict political alignment and the occurrence of social movements and revolutions. Compared to the survey, and beside the ability to study issue salience over time, Twitter data has further advantages relating to cost and data collection. Twitter data is inexpensive to obtain. We researchers can apply for free access to real-time and historical public data, but also automation can be used to collect data from Twitter, which is potentially easier, faster, and cheaper compared to the survey. Now, surveys are a standard tool for measuring public opinion, but Twitter arguably offers a better alternative. And in this paper, I test whether Twitter data is indeed a better measure of what policy issues the public cares about. I focus on the issues most discussed during the 2020 US presidential election campaign, and I take a closer look at how the public opinion survey and the Twitter data measure issue salience differently. Right, so I'm using survey data and Twitter data here, and I have to say real quick that this is data that we obtained at the University of Manchester as part of a 5-year project into elections and campaigns in 5 different countries. It's called DICE, and so this is the data that I'm using. So for the survey data, I use data from a nationally representative pre-election web survey, which was fielded by YouGov between September 16 and October 20, 2020. And in the survey, respondents were offered a list of 17 issues and asked which they considered to be important in this election. These were the economy, healthcare, immigration, and so forth, basically the most common policy issues. And as a follow-up, they were asked which of these issues would be the most important in deciding their vote. Now, the Twitter data I use consists of a sample of relevant tweets harvested across the period October 6 to November 10, 2020, using the Twitter API. And to scrape Twitter for these tweets, a dictionary with stems of keywords of about 25 issues and sub-issues was used. So an example of a policy issue would be taxes or finance, and a sub-issue could be tax evasion. So we've got issues and sub-issues. Now, these issues include, again, the economy, housing, energy costs, and so forth. We've got 25 because our Twitter data was not constrained, or our dictionaries for Twitter were not constrained as the survey was. So the survey was constrained to 17 issues because of space. This was not the case for Twitter. Simultaneously, we looked at Twitter trends and popular Twitter posts on a weekly basis to update and extend the dictionary to ensure that the tweets mentioning all relevant words were captured. We used Twitter's geographic filter, which relies on IP addresses, to identify whether the account of a Twitter user was in the US, because we're looking at the US case here. And in the last week of the election, the dictionary contained 958 stems of keywords, and we collected 17 million tweets in total. Now, I used the YouGov survey data and the data obtained through the Twitter API to compare the Twitter conversation about the election in the closing weeks of the campaign to that of the real world, drawn from survey responses. To make the Twitter data as comparable as possible to the YouGov data, I first truncate the Twitter data to cover the period October 6 to October 20, which is the period of the survey, and then I pull the results across the 2-week period. I then expand the Twitter data to cover the period from October 6 to November 10. And I examine the daily mentions of the keywords to paint a picture of how the issue conversation on Twitter changed during the campaign. I use a measure for issue salience on Twitter, which I refer to as the tweet rate, and this measure is based on the daily rate to which the issue feature in tweets rather than the absolute number of total mentions in each 24-hour period. So the tweet rate is the relative daily rate of issue mentions on Twitter. To clarify, to compute this tweet rate, a maximum of 500 tweets were collected for each of the keywords in the dictionary. And in most cases, tweets which feature the keywords were found within the first few hours, if not minutes, of the search timeline. The search API moves backwards in time for up to 7 days, meaning that Twitter could collect tweets with the keywords from up to a week ago. The creation times of the first and the last collected tweet for each term were used to calculate a tweet rate for each term in tweets per minute. So the more time it took for Twitter to collect 500 tweets for a keyword like tax evasion, taxation, immigration, whatever, the lower the tweet rate. For example, if 500 tweets were collected for a keyword within 2 minutes, the tweet rate would be 250. If this collection were to take 10 minutes instead, the tweet rate would be 50. So again, the higher the tweet rate, the more popular the term. And the collection of these tweets occurred daily at midnight. And for the final analysis where I compare issue salience, the tweet rates were also aggregated across all subcategories of the 25 issues. And I only look at the top 10 terms for each sub-issue. Now, I first report the findings from the public opinion survey. And table 1 shows the 10 most cited issues that respondents identified as important in deciding how they would vote. And this is the results from the public opinion survey. Now, on the left are the policy issues, and on the right is the percentage of respondents who considers those issues important. And we see that while no single issue dominated, the economy, healthcare, and COVID proved to be the most important influences on voters' choices. Now, when asked to narrow the list down to the single issue that they deemed would be the most important in deciding their vote, respondents indicated that the most influential problem for their vote was COVID. So we see that this is 22% of survey respondents. Close behind, however, was the economy, and then in third place, healthcare. And now that I've got this data, I'm going to compare it to the responses from our Twitter data. Just to say that now we're looking at the tweet rate, we're no longer looking at percentages. And this table reports the top 10 issues that featured in US Twitter posts, aggregated across the same 14-day period as the survey, based on the tweet rate for the top 10 terms for the subcategories of each issue between October 6 and October 20. Now, this table shows that notably out of the 10 issues, COVID and the economy were tweeted most frequently. This underscores the findings of Table 2 on the previous slides, which indicated that these issues were also most important in determining individuals' vote choice. That said, the Twitter data also revealed that COVID-19 featured much more intensively in the Twitter conversation than any other issue by a factor of almost 3-to-1. As you can see, it's 82.7 compared to 31.8. Thus, while Twitter was clearly a hub for discussion about the pandemic in the lead up to the election, relying on Twitter data instead of our YouGov ranking would lead us to view COVID as significantly more important in determining how voters made up their minds. Now, in a second step, I break down the aggregate picture formed by the Twitter data into daily accounts of how the conversation about issues on Twitter changed across the full period of data collection. So this figure shows the issues that gained most attention from Twitter users daily during this period. And I apologize for the colors, but I couldn't make it any clearer in this presentation. But the x-axis shows the date and the y-axis shows the tweet rate for the top 10 terms for the subcategories of each issue. Now, based on the tweet rate of the issue terms, we can see that COVID, which is the red line, dominated Twitter discussion on a day-to-day basis, although it did fluctuate. And other issues which were discussed throughout, but to a lesser extent, are the economy and law and order. Now, whereas some issues never receive much attention, others peak on certain dates. Attention for these issues fluctuates based on events and developments. For example, I find a surge of interest in healthcare, COVID, the environment, immigration, and the rights of racial and ethnic minorities on the 22nd of October, and this reflects the topics discussed at the presidential debate which took place that day. Now, in conclusion, I find that the range and issues regarded as most important in the election correspond in both the survey and Twitter data. Both data sets suggest that COVID-19 and the economy were the decisive issues. Still, we would draw different conclusions about the salience of these issues based on each data set. So Twitter tells us that the election was only about COVID, and the YouGov data instead indicates that the picture was much more mixed, with other issues such as the economy, healthcare, and law and order proving decisive. The question then arises of which version of events is the more accurate, and to an extent, answering the question of which data set offers the clearest insight into issue salience speaks to the wider debates about whether public opinion is best measured with designed or organic data. Certainly, we would expect the YouGov data to provide more valid and accurate insights into issue salience at a certain point in time, since the sample is more representative of the US population than our tweet sample. However, the rigidity of the survey methodology constrains respondents' answers. The Twitter data, while drawn from a less representative base, arguably offers a more ground-up guide to the issues which voters most cared about. So Trump lost the election, and this is despite a growing economy and high approval ratings. And if we look at it like this, the Twitter data gives some evidence that maybe COVID-19 was the reason that his chances of victory were quashed. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much indeed, Esmeralda. Right, so we'll just go on straight and quickly to John, please. John, could you screen share? And John is talking about long-term attitudinal measurement using Rosetta survey.
Great. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Great. Yeah, really excited to talk on this panel. Everything's been great so far, so hopefully keep that up. So I'm trying to ask the question of how we can go and look at long-term trends in political attitudes when we have surveys that don't actually ask the same questions over time. And unfortunately, this is often the circumstance we find ourselves in when we look at older data in Britain in particular, but also around the world. So the way I'm going to do this is I develop a Rosetta survey that maps different survey questions onto a single latent dimension by asking the same questions that have been asked in all these different surveys to the same respondents to get a ground truth and map this latent dimension we're interested in onto the very many different ways each of these questions have been asked in practice. Now, I develop an approach for using IRT models to do this, and I fit it to modern data that I go and ask this Rosetta survey to, but you have to go and make various adjustments in order to make valid inferences about the historical data, because of course the underlying distribution of attitudes is quite different in those older surveys. So for this, I'm going to be mostly looking at long-term attitudes in Britain. So the British election study goes all the way back to 1964. It's a fantastic resource, and some of the questions on it have been asked every election since then. Unfortunately, some of them haven't. And this is a problem because often we want to track things such as attitudes to immigration, authoritarianism, economic values, but the questions have changed over time. They've been asked with different numbers of response options. And trying to track it in a way that you're really confident that you're tracking the same thing is difficult, and you have to make a lot of assumptions to do it. Previously, people have either started their analysis later when the surveys got more stable, or they make strong assumptions about how these different items map onto each other by dividing the scale length or just dichotomizing. So let's take an example. So immigration attitudes. So this is the item about immigration that has been asked the most often on previous BES surveys, a simple 2-point scale. It was asked all the way back in 1964. It was asked in 2019. Unfortunately, there is a 1979 to 2015 gap in the middle where this question wasn't asked. And so while this question has a long run, you can't use it to track attitudes throughout the whole period.
Now, you can fill in the gaps in the middle with immigration questions such as this more detailed one on particular policy preferences asked in the 1970s, various 5-point scales asked in different ways in different years. And when you go and look at all the immigration items across all of the BES surveys, there's around 15 different items, and none of them have been asked in more than 10 of the surveys, despite the fact that there are so many of these items, and we've been asking about immigration right from the start. So why have these questions changed so much? So I think the first thing to recognize is the BES started in the 1960s when social surveys were still new. It took time to work out how best to ask these questions, what was the best format, and it wasn't necessarily recognized early on that you needed consistency from election to election because this was the first time anyone had done this. Also, you always have a trade-off in election studies between long-term comparisons, asking the same thing as last time, and answering the question of what just happened in this election here, which we want to make those questions as relevant as possible. And this is a constant trade-off that anyone writing a survey will face. And some questions simply don't work anymore, either because the language is archaic or offensive to modern audiences, or just because it doesn't make sense to a modern respondent. It talks about things that don't even exist anymore. So let's say we get all of these immigration questions. We have the ones that are asked in different ways at different times. There's actually about a dozen of these. And what do you do when you have this data in front of you? Well, you could just go and plot out each of these trends separately and try and qualitatively draw some kind of narrative about these different trends. But really, we don't actually care about each of these individual questions. What we care about is the underlying latent variable of immigration preferences. And what we imagine is that the causal relationship here is that immigration preferences are generating responses to each of these variables. And of course, now you have this diagram here. This looks suspiciously like an IRT model or a factor analysis if you just had all of these questions asked on the same survey. But the problem here, of course, is that they aren't asked on the same survey. They're asked in all of these different ones at different time points. So we don't have this data together. And therefore, we don't know how the latent preferences about immigration map onto the actual response options for each of these categories. So this problem is actually surprisingly similar to the problem facing 19th century archaeologists. They also had tantalizing hints about what people thought in the past in the form of hieroglyphics they couldn't read. Of course, what you'll know is the way this was solved was they found the Rosetta Stone, which had hieroglyphics on it, but importantly also had the same message written in 2 other languages that archaeologists were able to read. Because there was a shared ground truth that was expressed in 3 different ways, they were able to map the hieroglyphics that they didn't understand back into languages that we are able to translate today. And so as data archaeologists looking back at historical surveys, we face a similar challenge. How can we go and find responses to different question versions for people who have the same underlying ground truth and latent attitudes? And the solution here is that we make our own Rosetta survey. We asked a set of BES internet panel respondents all of the old BES questions on immigration, but also on a whole bunch of different questions. And because they're the same people, the ground truth is constant here. So we know that someone's immigration attitudes are there, they're a constant thing, and now we just get them to express it using these different scales. I then fit an item response theory model to this Rosetta data to estimate a mapping from the latent dimension to each of the survey questions. And then I develop a new technique to use the IRT models to predict comparable latent scores for old BES surveys. Now, one thing to bear in mind here is the way that IRT models work is that they assume that there is a normal distribution of the attitude in the population and that it has a mean of 0, standard deviation of 1. And this model is being fitted to the modern data that is going to have a different underlying distribution to the older data. So part of what I'm going to show here is the method for correcting that underlying distribution so it generates the correct results and doesn't pull it back towards the average of 2021. So in total, I found 203 questions to ask the BES respondents. These were split into 2 broad categories: liberal authoritarianism related items, immigration, criminal justice, etc., and economic left-right items on spending preferences, nationalization, redistribution. I asked these questions to 14,000 respondents in total. That's about 7,000 who received a random third of liberal authoritarian items, and a similar percentage of people who received a random selection of the left-right items. So this gives us a really good sample size here of about 2,300 responses for every one of these questions. And for each pair of questions, there's at least 800 people who are asked both of these questions together. So we get really good information on the covariance structure of all of these different items. So I also not only need the Rosetta survey, I also need all of the past BES cross-sectional surveys. So I've combined all of them from 1964 to 2019 into a single combined file. With the help of many research assistants at Manchester, we've recoded all these variables to match the Rosetta format. And then I can go and fit the Rosetta model and use that on this older historical data to predict these latent variables, accounting for the changes in the overall population averages. So here's how these various items about immigration map onto a shared latent scale within the Rosetta survey. So this is for 2021 respondents. So if we first of all take the 2-item scale here of, are there too many immigrants? No, which is 1, or yes, which is 2. These are how the responses map onto those 2 options. So we can see that if you say, no, there aren't too many immigrants, you get coded as being quite pro-immigration. You have a negative value on the anti-immigrant sentiment. However, at least in 2021, your data, our inferences about whether or not you are an anti-immigrant person are not very strong if you say there are too many immigrants, because even now, about 60% of people will say, oh, there's too many immigrants, even if they actually score quite liberal on all of these other variables. Now, this is going to turn out to be a problem if you just naively use the IRT models to predict latent scores for the other surveys, because what will happen when this item's not very informative is people are going to get pulled back towards the mean of the Rosetta respondents, which is a relatively liberal mean compared to the historical surveys, because attitudes have changed. And I'll show how we correct for that. But if you just naively do this, then this is going to be a problem because this item's relatively uninformative at the individual level. Now, if you use instead, say, a 5-point scale, you get much more variance on this latent scale. You can go and get much higher and lower scores on anti-immigrant sentiments. There's a second 5-point scale here, which shows a similar thing. And for the 7-point scale, you get a similar range of values, but you get more distinction within the center of it. So again, you're getting much more informative. You're getting a much more informative picture of the latent dimension of anti-immigrant sentiment if you're using these longer, better scales from more recent surveys compared to the single 2-point scale from the oldest surveys. Now, this is what happens with the latent values if you just do the naive approach of fitting the IRT model to 2021 data, predicting latent anti-immigration scores for the older BES surveys. And the thing that's weird here is the 1960s. So you'll see in the 1960s, they're almost exactly at 0. It's saying that people basically were not very pro or anti-immigration in the 1960s. But the surrounding data we do have really says this is not the correct picture. So this is the percentage of people saying there are too many immigrants in the BES surveys. And we can see that in the 1960s, nearly 90% of people are saying there are too many immigrants, compared to, by 2015, this has fallen to only about 80%, and then it falls much further in the years after that. And so I'm certainly not the first person to go and find a downwards trend post-EU referendum on the immigration score. But the interesting thing here is that, at least with the naive approach, you don't reflect this change from the 1960s to the present in the latent variable. And the problem here is, again, the too many immigrants question is relatively non-informative. So the 1960s data pulls towards 0 rather than towards its actual mean. So how do we fix this? Well, the problem here is that the IRT model was fitted to the Rosetta survey, which is a recent population with liberal immigration attitudes. But the model is being used to make noisy inferences about older, less liberal populations from the past. But we should be able to use that declining percentage who are saying there are too many immigrants to inform our estimates of the overtime change. So the key insight here is that although the IRT model with fit says the individual response of too many immigrants is perfectly likely if someone is actually quite liberal on immigration, it's unlikely that we would see 90% of respondents saying that there's too many immigrants if the population as a whole was liberal. And so it's that we're going to use to correct this. So the approach I take here is we propose a mean value of the latent immigration scale in a particular year. So in the 1960s, let's say maybe people's average anti-immigrant sentiment is more like 0.5 than 0, which is what it was in the Rosetta survey. So let's take a value of 0.5. Now we simulate a population with a distribution of latent anti-immigrant values. It'll be a normal distribution with the mean of 0.5, standard deviation of 1. And now I use the IRT model from the Rosetta survey to simulate a set of hypothetical survey responses from this simulated population. And now that simulated set of survey responses can be compared to the actual survey responses for that year. And if the guess about what the latent value is of 0.5 is correct, then we should see the observed survey responses closely matching the simulated ones. However, if our guess about what the latent value is really incorrect, they'll be very different. And what you can do is, of course, automate picking this value of the mean to the one that maximizes the likelihood of observing the actual survey response distribution. So we pick the value of the latent mean to maximize the probability that we would observe the distribution of BES survey responses in the previous years. And this really changes things. So this was the naive approach. This is what happens when you use this maximum likelihood approach instead. And you can see now we're getting a pattern that's much closer to what we're seeing in the binary variable. You have flat.
John, we can't. Sorry, John, we can't see it.
Oh,
I think it was lower, right?
Sorry, so you able to see that?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry, it was so fast. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, sorry. So this is the naive version, which shows the 1960s as being relatively liberal on immigration. Now, if we switch over to, sorry for going so fast there. How much time do I have, by the way, Jen?
No more time, actually.
Okay, yeah, so I was going fast. Okay, so yeah, basically you get the same pattern using this approach to the actual patterns in the original data. So you get it where the 1960s look authoritarian on immigration, the present looks a lot more liberal on immigration. And we can use this approach to also simulate what we should see in terms of the binary data in the green dots, and it goes and matches almost exactly the observed distribution here. So this has now inferred the latent immigration level that's most likely to produce the observed immigration responses in the BES in all of these years. So in future, I won't explain this in a lot of detail. I should be able to then take this to produce individual level estimates again for each survey of anti-immigrant responses. We can talk about that in the Q&A if you're interested. And I just wanted to show a couple of other attitude trends. First of all, we have spending preferences. Generally, that's been flat. There's a little bit of an increase in people's preference for government spending in recent years. And for authoritarianism, there's been a pretty linear decline in how authoritarian BES respondents are using a whole bunch of different items over years. Now, again, this is really preliminary analysis. Don't change your worldview based on any of this, but I think quite interesting. So hopefully here I've shown that this is potentially a method that allows us to make comparisons that we haven't been able to do before. We're able to fill in the gaps in the surveys where the right items weren't asked. I've also done this for cross-national analysis, measures of partisanship, comparing across different election studies. And once we finalize this data, all of this will be made public. So hopefully this will be a great resource for people to do more long-term analysis cross-nationally and over time in the UK and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, John. I think we need to call you the Indiana Jones of survey methods. Amazing. Thank you so much to all the speakers. This is absolutely brilliant panel. We have 20 minutes for questions. So I'm going to invite Hannah Bunting to ask the first question, please. Hannah, if you go, assuming you're still here, if you click on a little blue button that says share audio and video, something like that, I should be able to let you in, and then you could ask your question, or if you prefer, you could just use the microphone. So we'll give Hannah a second or two to do that. If anybody else has a question, please do add it. Oh, sorry. Oh, Hannah, sure, of course I will. So Hannah has a question for Patrick, and the question is how you treat those who don't vote, or at least said they didn't vote either in 2019 or at the point of recall. So Patrick, I don't know if you want to just quickly unmute yourself and give us your thoughts on that. That'd be great.
Yes, John, we can still see your screen, by the way, bud. Yeah, so how do we treat non-voters? I do have that data. I haven't really decided what to do with it because yeah. So we screened, when we did the survey, there was a screening question which asked, did you vote in the election? Yes, no. And people that said no, we didn't then ask them to recall the vote. So it's only people that said that they did vote. So we do have data on whether they said they voted in 2019 and whether they said they voted now. So I haven't done anything with it yet, but it's definitely something I could do. I'm not sure it'll be massively interesting there. I feel like I'm going to bounce the question right back at you and be like, well, what would you do? What would you do? What would be really interesting? Is that just a false recall metric of people saying that they did and didn't vote? And if so, what would that tell us?
So Hannah is juggling some things at her end, but I'm just wondering if she's thinking about social desirability bias here. And, you know, one of the things that I wondered when I was looking at your findings as well was that you had this effect for political attention. Now, obviously, reporting higher political attention doesn't mean you actually have higher political attention. It means that you like to look like you have higher political attention. And I guess maybe Hannah's thinking about some kind, I don't know what she's thinking, of course. I'm sure she'll write to you separately when she has a moment. But maybe there's something there about understanding better those people who are more likely to give you a vote intention and maybe more or less likely to give you a false recall, perhaps. And obviously the other thing we all want to know is we want to have better estimates of turnout in surveys. So perhaps that would be useful as well. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. There's definitely a social desirability test we can do in there. And I suppose the caveat is, yeah, we're still measuring back to what they told us in the first place, which we can't verify unless it's linked to BES, but that's not been done yet. But yeah, so I think, yeah, that's a really good idea. That sounds like a separate paper, which is always nice. And I'll write to you separately, Patrick, with the thoughts on political attention as well. Awesome. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. We've now got loads of questions popping in, and I can't. I think, Jonathan Rose, would you like to ask your question to Esmeralda? Aha, here we go. It's working. Here comes Jonathan.
Maybe, I hope. If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up or something.
Yeah, all good.
Right, so Esmeralda, firstly, hey, nice to see you again, because it's been ages, not in person. Anyway, I was wondering about this most important issue thing, because say someone says, hey, COVID-19 is the most important issue, that could mean a lot of different things. It could mean, I'm a Republican, I'm going to vote for Trump, Warp Speed is going brilliantly, so it's the most important issue for me. So it could be like, my partisanship determines what my most important issue is, and also how I judge that issue. Or it could be, it's the most important issue for me, so I've had a bit of a think about it, and which party seems to be doing the best on it. So I'm wondering, like, is this reflecting people's partisan preferences, determining what they say the most important issue is, or are they actually trying to make some kind of judgment about how things are actually going, and then choosing votes based on that?
I think that's a very good question. Sorry,
Esmeralda. Well, there's a couple more questions in the chat in the Q&A for you. So I wonder if we can just quickly run through those and then maybe you can deal with them together. So Ralph and John Curtis, do you want to quickly jump in? And if you don't want to quickly jump in, I can read out the questions. Okay, here we have Ralph. If you want to jump in there we go. You should be in now. And John Curtis, you should be in now. So Ralph, do you want to go first?
I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, hello. I'm here now. Hi. Yeah, it was just a quick one about you compared the kind of YouGov and the Twitter estimates, or the ways of kind of understanding what the most important issue is. I was just wondering if you tried to, if there's a way of weighting the Twitter data so as to make it more nationally representative in terms of kind of estimated demographics of Twitter users, whether that's possible and if that's something you've tried to do.
And John Curtis.
Yeah, thank you, Esmeralda. I speak as somebody who's always long been skeptical about the most important issue data on surveys. So I'm not necessarily starting from the assumption that that necessarily tells us anything. But to look critically at the Twitter data, from my understanding of what you were saying, it sounded as though, if I mentioned something about COVID, irrespective of the context, that counted as a mention of COVID. So it might be about, I couldn't get my appointment to get my PCR test in my local hospital or whatever, right? So in other words, to what extent in looking at Twitter and mentions, are you looking at mentions of the subject with respect in some way or another to the election, as opposed to mentions of this subject in general?
Thanks very much, John. So I will hand over to Esmeralda. I don't know, Esmeralda, if you want to take all of those together and maybe briefly respond.
Yeah, I'll take them all together because they're very good, thought-provoking questions that I don't immediately have the answer to, because we have a data manager who likes to be anonymous, and he does most of the technical stuff. But in response to Jonathan's question, also, hi, it's good to see you again. So this is supposed to become a research note, so I haven't yet looked at the influence of partisanship. Now, in our survey, we literally asked, so there are many important issues that the US is facing today with the election coming up. Which ones will be important for how you vote? Then the second question is, which one of these would be the most important? So in this sense, I think their decision would be partisan-based because we're asking what matters to you. So that is the baseline. And then the idea would be that we're comparing the conversation based on the survey responses to the conversation on Twitter. So we haven't modeled partisanship yet, but I should probably have a look whether we can use a model for this. And also there should probably be a section where I better explain the extent to which the survey is representative and what the partisanship distribution is. So thank you. I'll have another look. Regarding Ralph's question, also thank you. Weighing the Twitter data to make it more representative. So thus far, we've only managed to really nail down whether people are in the US or not. We've used the geotags for that and the geographic filter. We're not sure whether there's any way to make it more representative. So I'll have to have a look at that too. But all we've been able to do is just determine that these users are probably in the US. And then regarding John's question, which is very, very valid, for as far as I'm aware, but the measure that we use, we're just looking at the mentions in tweets, because we're looking at how quickly these topics or these issues are featured. Now, we have a very wide range of issues in a dictionary with different permutations. Also, we have one with hashtags where we look at whether people are using it in negative and positive ways relating to the election. But I agree with you that we're probably measuring mentions more than election relevant tweets. So we'll have to have a look to see if we can define the sample better to make sure that the tweets are all about the election. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Rob Calvert-Jump, would you like to jump on and ask your questions to John Mellon? And then we'll follow that, John, with a question from Steve Fisher, and then you can respond to both. So Rob, if you click on the little blue box, you should hopefully be able to join us. Steve, if you want to do that at the same time, I can let you both in. Or really whoever's the quickest, maybe. Nobody's coming in. John, you can presumably go into the Q&A and see those questions. So perhaps, can you do that?
Yeah, shall I just read them out and then respond?
Oh, we got Steve. Hang on, Steve's first. Hi, Steve.
Hiya, can people hear me?
Yeah, so John, John Mellon, you can see the question from Rob, I think. So if you want
Yes.
to kind of have a crack at that, and then Steve, thank you.
Yeah, so Rob says, is the standard deviation of the latent variable relative to 2021 also identified? If I understand, you estimated mean going back to the 1960s, but not the standard deviation. This is a great question, and so still very much working on this method. The answer is that at the moment, I only calculate the mean. However, I have done a preliminary analysis where I also go and estimate the standard deviation, and it does tend to hover very close to 1. So this, in practice, is not a very strong assumption. It does make sense that the standard deviation would tend to be 1, because that's what the IRT will tend to estimate for a single year, because that's the underlying assumption, is that the latent variables distributed mean 0, standard deviation 1. So if you were going to make a guess about what the standard deviation is going to be in another year, 1 is a very good guess. Now, it could technically change, and where we have more than one item in a particular year, it's possible to estimate the standard deviation as well. If you only have a single item, then that's not an identified quantity.
Thanks, John. Steve.
Hi, John. Thanks for the great presentation. I was going to ask about why you took the approach you took rather than a multiple imputation approach and treating it as a big missing data problem. Because when you've got a question missing from a survey, it's essentially missing at random. So the assumptions of that approach should work. And you can throw lots of data from other variables at the problem and allow for relationships between variables potentially changing over time. And you don't have to make any kind of assumption that there's an underlying distribution of attitudes driving responses to all these different questions.
That's a really great question. And the answer is I'll definitely look into how that would work in practice. So the challenge here is that we don't have enough data to actually treat the existing BES data as a missing data problem, because the other questions we have don't necessarily overlap, where you would have any covariance between, say, the death penalty item from the 1960s and any kind of death penalty item from the modern era. So you would need the Rosetta survey still in order to go and fill in those gaps. However, you could potentially use the Rosetta survey as part of that missing data process. However, you would still run into the same underlying problem here, that the latent distribution, the missing at random problem is really, really a big problem here, because the surveys that have missing data in them, i.e. the 1960s, are not missing at random compared to the Rosetta survey that has all the information in it. It's not a random set of all BES respondents plus Rosetta respondents who are missing. It's 1960s respondents in particular, and we know they are systematically different. In fact, that's what we're trying to estimate. It may be possible to model this in some clever way. I suspect when you really start taking that modeling seriously, the two approaches may converge into something that looks awfully similar to each other in practice. So IRT models themselves are a form of missing data imputation in one sense. So I'll definitely look into that. If you have any specific methods to try and throw at this, I'd be really interested to see. But I suspect when you start taking all of the assumptions seriously in them, these methods will look less different than you might expect initially.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I see that Steve also has a question for Patrick, but I just wondered if anyone has a question for the first presentation on the UK Gallup poll data. And so do write that down if you do. I just wanted to very quickly ask on that paper, you mentioned, I think, very briefly that there isn't a possibility of weighting the data, but you have a ton of demographics that you would traditionally use to weight the data. But of course, the samples that you'd want to weight to across that time period, or the weighting targets might be, relatively tricky, or maybe not, given that there's overtime census data and other data sources. So I wondered if you could say something about what's driven you to the conclusion that these data can't be weighted. And I think I got that right. If I got that wrong in the presentation, then you can tell me that too.
I don't know. John, do you want to come in or shall I?
I can come in. So I think on that, I think what we meant is that the data as it is, we don't necessarily have we have the weights that Gallup provided by the duplication method, but we don't have more advanced kind of modern day weighting built in. So at the moment, we're relying on this duplication method where Gallup duplicated their responses. But in the future, we are looking at how the patterns might shift if we just take the unique responses and weight them towards, apply more modern day weighting retrospectively.
And just to say, we're with the linking data that Stuart and John talked about, we've been linking with historical election results and data sets, actually some of which I think were in the UK data service, which I think John Curtis may have even collected back some years ago. And so we should have linked census data for various constituencies level even. So there's quite a lot of potential for doing quite fancy things. And so actually we're one of the working hypotheses we have is that actually it'd be quite interesting to go back and reconstruct party support over time and see how they compare, because I think we all know that peering inside the black box of polling always reveals rather interesting things about the headline numbers, and you do find that there aren't huge differences with the actual raw data and the headline numbers, but it'll be quite interesting to go back and reconstruct and see what party support looks like if you make certain assumptions about weighting.
Awesome, thank you. And John Curtis also asked to this team, have you alerted the MRS archive to what you're doing? Does anyone want to?
No, we haven't, but we can. And actually, one thing we're trying to work out, and I think from one of the slides that Stuart spoke to, that we're trying to work out what we'd like to link it up with the Ipsos Mori data. I keep occasionally nudging Ben Page saying we really should do something similar, so we get it up to kind of at least the contemporary period, where now we've got things like the BES panel, we've got much more regular observations, but it'd be nice to kind of not stop in 1991. And there's the Gallup did a lot of polling between 1991 and 2001, and my current working hypothesis is that you saw that the Gallup Social Surveys Limited company ended in 1991, and so my hypothesis originally we thought all the data had gone, and then we found the 1991 data, and then at that date the Gallup organization took over, so there are three different legal entities, and so my suspicion is that somewhere in the UK there may be a further 10 years of data. So if anyone knows anyone at Gallup, we're still kind of digging around to see if we can bring it up to date.
It's another Indiana Jones team, isn't it? So John Mellon, would you like to ask your questions to Patrick? We've just got a couple of minutes, so if we can do that briefly, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, so two quick questions for Patrick. Well, one's a comment that just 15% false recall seems quite high to me, especially as we think real voter switching is probably only 20 to 40% in most elections. So if it's 15% even this soon after the election, that's kind of that doesn't make me feel good that it's only 85% accurate. And then the question I've got is for the unprompted vote recall question. You say it's less reliable, but you're targeting it against a close-ended vote recall question near the election. Like the more convincing test, I think, would be if you had unprompted recall data right after the election too, and saw how much things changed from that. Because it's possible the open-ended question just makes people think of different parties or systematically have a different response pattern, not necessarily that it makes them less accurate. The stability might be similar over time for both types of question, but they'll look more different to each other.
Yeah, I'll take the second one first.
Yeah, if you give us a really, really quick answer, because we're all being checked off.
Yeah, all right. I think that so we did compare the open-end responses, the fallout from that, to the actual results in Red Wall and National, and it's worse in the closed-end, whichever way you look at it. So I do think it is less reliable, and I think the reason why is particularly because people that might have voted for smaller parties don't remember which one or forget or sort of think, oh, I voted Tory when I actually voted Brexit Party. I think there is something in that. It kind of makes sense, and whichever way you cut it, it does seem to produce more error. But the point about comparing it to the closed-end that we had before is a good one. That's something I didn't really think about before. On the 15%, yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? So I think all these studies, some of them have gone up to 35, 40%, and I'm pleased that we're not at that level because that is pretty tragic. But yeah, I think there are ways that we can sort of mitigate that and minimize that, and there's certainly some things that we're going to look at internally in terms of how we reduce it. But yeah, agreed. It's not hugely ideal, is it? But At least we're not up to some of the higher estimates.
I think the 15% number is coming up again and again, actually. So it comes up in a paper that I've got on people with low knowledge but high political attention. It comes up in some of Patrick Sturgis's work as well on false policy proposals. So maybe 15% is accurate. Anyway, thank you very much to everybody. This was wonderful. It's amazing to see you all again. It's great to be doing this. Loved the presentations, learned so much, really stimulating and inspiring. So thank you very much indeed. There's networking now, apparently, if anyone fancies networking for the next 15 minutes. I'm going off to get a cup of tea for the next session. So I look forward to seeing you all over the next 2 days and possibly later on today. So thank you very much. And obviously, if the crowd could be seen and heard, we would all be clapping as well. And there's no kind of cheer or clap function on Hopin, but we'll do it anyway. We were doing it anyway in spirit. So thank you all and see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Welcome everybody to EPOP 2020, which is now 2021, taking place a year after. I'm very happy to see you all, and I'm very pleased to be chairing today. We have three papers to be presented, and the first one is what do local councillors think about citizens' engagement? Close attention pays, cost group lobbying strategies and the UK asylum system, and biased perceptions of women experts in American political media. And I am really actually very much looking forward to hear from each of them, and then we will have some time for Q&A. Each presenter will have 15 minutes, and I am going to give a signal maybe 5 minutes before, if it's possible, because I'm not sure if you will be able to see me or not. So let's hope. But yeah, I mean, looking forward, maybe we can start in the order that it was proposed in the with Alex. Can you maybe start?
Sure thing. Give me just a second to do the screen. There we go. Okay, so hi everyone. So I'm going to be talking today about what local councillors think about citizen engagement. This is a selection of findings from a report we published earlier in the year. So I'll share a URL and to the report and the data at the end of the presentation if there's anything that particularly seemed interesting to you. Bit of background, I work for My Society, which is the charity responsible for They Work For You, What Do They Know, Fix My Street and Write to Them. Way back in 2019, there was a lot of interest in exploring participatory deliberative democracy, particularly focused around the idea of citizens' assemblies at the national and local level. My side was part of several consortium projects, such as the Department of Media and Sports, Culture, Media and Sports Innovations in Democracy Programme, and Public Square, which was a partnership with the Democratic Society. This specific research was done as part of the Public Square programme to think about a question sort of hovered around the edges of these programmes. Why were local councils in favour of participating in them? So from the outside, demands for citizens' assemblies often imply traditional democratic decision-making is in some way bad or not going to come to the right conclusion. Given that, why do these traditional structures agree to processes that challenge their authority? Anecdotally, we had some hints that political circumstances of the council might mean that alternative approaches were useful to break deadlocks, but was that the only time they were useful? And looking beyond the councils who had explicitly opted in and applied for these programs, how did local councils in general feel about alternate forms of participation? Were there going to be walls hit once you got beyond the people who were super keen? And so, because new forms of citizen participation are meant to give citizens input into these public decisions, but may come into conflict with decisions already made or people making them. So given that, we decided to try and survey local councillors across the UK to try and get a sense of their overall views, as well as any factors that made them more or less likely to support alternate democratic approaches. So just a bit of background for anyone who wants to know a lot more about the local council system. So there's quite a lot of these across the UK. So there's 20,000 local councillors. It's a part-time job. It's low-paid job as a result, and as a result, many councillors are otherwise retired. People do it alongside their day jobs, but it's more difficult than it might otherwise be. In a 2018 survey, the average age was 59, with 63% of the councillors being male. A 2020 survey of the proportion of ethnic minority local councillors found 7% compared to 14% of the general population. And so this performs badly against the population, but also against the national parliament, which is not particularly representative in its own. That they also reflect elected by far fewer people compared to the national elections because of low turnout. Now, I wrote this at the start of the year and couldn't find an updated stat of 2021 elections. But as at the start of the year, the last time overall turnout was above 50% in local elections in England was when it was held in 2015 alongside the general election. So in general, many individual councils and many individual councillors are elected on turnouts well below 50%. Despite the sort of general weak electoral participation, councils are still very firmly embedded in the national party system, with 88% associated with any of the major national parties and about 68% with the Labour and Conservatives alone. Most councils are run by an administration from a single party, but about a third are run by have what's called no overall control, where no one party has overall control of the council. This is more likely in Scotland and Northern Ireland, where proportional voting systems are used. Some councillors have no councillors from opposition parties at all and function unopposed. So for the purposes of this, what do I mean by participation deliberative processes? And I'm aware I'll slide between the two terms a bit during this presentation. Very broadly for this exercise, these are processes that involve citizens in decision-making. This may span from what's generally understood as consultations or local forums, as local authorities structure them, which involve the public and councillors, but can also involve more formalised processes such as citizens' assemblies or participatory budgeting. Generally, the challenge posed by consultation is sort of solved by framing it as advisory, and this is generally how councils see this area. But the more an alternate process is seen as democratically legitimate, the less space there is to dismiss the process. Participatory budgeting poses a challenge to elected officials in the same way that referendums do, because it says that decisions are made by elected officials are better made by the electorate themselves, where citizens' assemblies pose a slightly different challenge, because it does not just the idea that the public should make decisions, but it's not just a matter of asking the public for advice, that the deliberation transforms their opinions in some ways. And so this is a challenge both to representative democracy, but also to more popular approaches like referendums. So that's sort of a fun theoretical debate, but the implications of who is more legitimate in terms of a citizens' assembly that no one voted for or local councils that very few people voted for is less important, because in this case, local councils win because they got there first. They control the grounds on which people can participate in the system. So given that, why would council leadership choose to participate? So we had several possible angles on this. The clearest was conflict resolution. So for councils with no overall control, they might find it difficult to exercise power effectively. So you could call this referring decisions to the public to resolve an elite dispute, which is how several referendums in the UK have definitely been framed. But it can also be seen alongside broader changes where councils have changed from a cabinet to a committee making decision-making process to function better without one party in control. From the other end, alternate forms of democracy may serve a legitimising function, where it creates popular involvement without raising awkward questions about the lack of electoral competition. So there's an example of a local democracy review run by a council in London, where it was one-party council. Labour held all the seats, but the local democracy review did not particularly see this as a problem, but was very focused on the sort of, how the public could be more involved inside this structure. So it can also, be used, that could be done in earnest to bring in voices that are outside the council, but also less substantially could be used to legitimise a situation where there are democratic flaws elsewhere. In general, these processes are quite vulnerable to how elites can control the reaction to the process, because it requires the buy-in of these existing sources of power. There's a great study from a study of a mini public run in Luxembourg, where the key difference was if elites accepted the results or not was the extent to which they agreed with the recommendations. So it's very, and in another sense, recommendations may not just not be accepted, but watered down a bit, or also outside groups could withhold expertise to render the whole process less legitimate. So existing power has a lot of power to disrupt these processes. So for them to succeed, lots of people have to be invested in believing they're the right idea and why do they work. And so understanding more about people's opinions of this is important to understand what the future prospects of these processes are. So we did a survey. So we used a database of local councillor information. We stratified the sample based on party, the nation, the local council's political situation, And so that's like if they had overall control or one-party government. We emailed the survey some in 2019 with 2 follow-up waves to improve representation of non-English and Conservative councillors. Ended up with 122 responses, which would be the re-weighted or raking approach to sort of answer top-level questions, but not the cross-tab questions. Because of the lack of responses, we excluded councillors in Northern Ireland and UKIP from the overall picture. And we also excluded councillors we'd worked with directly as part of the other programmes. So in terms of the ideas we were testing, we were interested in if the local council control was important. We were interested if someone was part of the government or part of the administration or not part of the administration of the council was important. We were interested in if people who had previous experience participation were more supportive. We were interested in if there was an ideological role of parties and in any particular areas of the UK that were more or less supportive. So what we found was different kinds of activity had different levels of awareness, but perhaps unsurprisingly, awareness was consistently higher if there had been any participation exercises held in local authority recently. And we asked them that question, so that's as they saw it. So in general, local forums, which are generally a device used by local authorities in some way, are very well understood. Where citizen juries much less well understood, which is interesting because they're not that different from citizens' assemblies. So there's an interesting branding question there. There was much more awareness of participatory budgeting in Scotland, which is not surprising because there's a lot more usage of it there, both at the national level and at the local government level. So that's improved awareness among all councillors, not just the SNP councillors. And when you split the awareness of citizens' assemblies by party, generally speaking, Conservative councillors were more likely to say they didn't know anything about citizens' assemblies, just in terms of awareness. When we switched to how appropriate they see the exercise, there was a big split by the kind of topic area involved. So again, areas we had run a previous exercise were more supportive, but generally speaking, environmental exercises were much highly rated than exercises around children's social care. This factor sort of remains about the difference in previous participation when you control for parties. So running a regression, against baseline of being a Conservative councillor, Labour, Independents and Greens tends to be more in favour of participatory exercises in general, alongside if there was a previous exercise held in the area. In terms of the elements of a process, generally speaking, all elements of the process got quite high ratings across the board out of a score of 5. The one area there was an interesting difference was in if the exercise should be demographically balanced or not. There was an effect where Labour and Liberal Democrat councillors were more likely to say it was more important that exercises be more demographically balanced. But also, if the council had a majority, then there was less likely people would see that as accurate. I'm not entirely sure how not to read into that because it's not entirely clear how valid that result is, but it's interesting enough to highlight with a colour. So one of the interesting questions we were sort of interested about is why do people prefer their own opinion? When will people be willing to defer their own opinions to the results of a process? So in general, we found that most councillors prefer their own opinions, which wasn't particularly surprising. But what was interesting was when you split this by if the council had no overall control or one-party majority, generally speaking, where there was no overall control, participants were more likely to be willing to defer to the results of an exercise. Most respondents were supportive of a process. It was run by the current leadership of the council. So 86% respondents were supportive of exercises in general. There was more opposition if you weren't part of the governing council, but support was still high at about 75%. So it was less high, but not low. In terms of if the result should be binding, generally speaking, councillors do not think the result should be binding. So they think, generally speaking, it should be consultative. The one difference is like the Greens and the Lib Dems, who generally think the results should be more binding. I'm undecided if this is a strict ideological difference, or if small parties are more likely to feel that their views are more likely to get into the process through a participatory approach than it would be through the normal council approaches. In the open-ended comments, which we had at the end, it was sort of interesting to sort of get councillors' justifications for how they saw different ends of the process. So there were different set groups of opinion among councillors. Some wanted more emphasis on participatory politics. Others saw more hybrid roles where the councils are facilitators of more general participation. There were also defences of the primacy of councillors, arguing that they were accountable to the electorate through elections and they can advocate for constituents where that might be difficult for them directly. It was also clear the experience of many councillors of public participation was settings where participants self-select, and so there were many complaints about the same faces reappearing and having their voices heard. And one described their role as standing up for people who are least vocal and able to attend participation events. So while there is a theoretical conflict between unrepresentative councillors and representative deliberative exercises, in reality, the common picture is that neither councillors nor participants in participatory exercises are representative of their area. And so arguments in favour of this need to be sort of clear that this is either something new and something different to things that went before. Others raise the issue that if the issue of participation is addressing problems with representative democracy, it'd be better to fix that directly. As one put it, so that citizens' councils are a political gimmick and no substitute for a proper local democratic system, which we do not have but need. And so this sort of reflects the way that participatory methods are sort of a way of approaching reform that is not explicitly changing the current system, but sort of requires to work within that to an extent. So to return to the original question areas with no overall control are more likely to defer to the state of the result of the exercise. There was some indication that opposition councillors were less likely to support the exercises run by the current administration, but still they were generally quite positive about it, so there's not a big thing in there. That could also be because exercises are more likely, may be more likely to lead to a result that opposition councillors favour than a result entirely run by the administration. Generally speaking, areas with previous experience had high levels of recognition and approval across different policy areas, but this may also be a bit circular in that those areas may have previously had those experiences because they were more likely to approve of them. So it's not entirely clear what the cause and effect relationship is there. There was a fairly consistent effect for party, where Conservative councillors were less likely to be knowledgeable and less likely to support exercises. Smaller parties were very pro-exercises, and there was a stronger knowledge and approval of participatory budgeting in Scotland. So councillors had a wide range of views, and these views were impacted by previous experience and the council's political situation. Only a small percentage favoured any kind of binding approach. The rise of these new means of participation challenged the role of councillors, but elected councillors are not monolithic and compete both with each other in terms of political parties and have very different local political circumstances. For different councillors, new forms of participation may be welcomed as a challenge to a broken system or seen as a way for resolving issues for those who are managing a balancing act. It can also be a spur for those who believe the strong benefits of representative democracy to argue for reforms that can resolve some of the critiques made, or alternatively, it can be rejected as unnecessary additional work to the existing work of the councils. As one said, we already have a citizens' assembly and I'm on it. So the range of circumstances mean that advocates of new forms of citizens' participation need to understand how they fit into different political circumstances and to understand both why councillors would be willing to defer to a process, but also where they would have grounds for participation. These new forms of participation are neither likely to go away nor completely replace existing forms of power. And in the space between those things, there's a variety of constructive approaches that are possible. So as I said at the start, we actually published this at the start of the year on our website. So if you're interested in any more of that, the data and the write-up is available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's a very interesting white paper. And I am, I always find it very interesting, any survey that has been done among councillors. We have been in touch before about that. So that's great. There are some questions in the chat, but I think it would be good if I ask them all at the end. So perhaps we can finish with the presentations and then we can all go back to the questions. So maybe Alex Hartland, would you like to go next?
So I'm just going to try and share my screen. I had some problems yesterday scrolling through. So scrolling through the slides. So if you don't mind, I'll just quickly have a kind of trial run. So hopefully you can see the title page.
We can see, currently we can see
Okay.
the conference in your screen.
So I'll have another go. If I stop sharing and then, oh no.
Alex, you will need to share the full window. Can you hear
Thank
me,
you,
Alex?
Tamida. We can hear you, but I'm not sure if Alex.
I'm just wondering if he's
can.
enabled.
Maybe he.
Yeah,
Well, I
can
can
see
him
too.
here. So
Alex, can you hear us? If you can, you will need to leave the screen and come back. I don't know, Sophia, if you want to move on to the next person or.
yeah, I think maybe Adam, would you like to?
Sure, not a
start,
problem.
please?
Hopefully, I can avoid the same pitfalls here. Oops. There we go. All right, can everyone see that? We'll just go to full screen mode. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Adam. I am a postdoctoral researcher with the Electoral Psychology Observatory over at the London School of Economics. This is a project that I've been working on for a bit of time. It actually dates all the way back to my my thesis back in the day. But I wanted to look at perceptions of women in American political media, and specifically women experts in American political media based on gender stereotyping. So the main crux of the issue that we're dealing with here is that a lot of news coverage actually lacks female voices. Only 36% of news stories actually feature a woman in American media, but only 21% of political news stories. So you end up with these all-male panels like you see below talking about women's issues. You actually see the same things based on race, so all white panels talking about issues that probably deserve a minority voice. And a lot of these broadcasting companies and news organizations claim that part of the problem is that there's a supply side issue. There just aren't enough women experts. And, you know, to their credit, it's hard to find databases with just full lists of female experts. Oh, who put that there? But jokes aside, I realize that probably goes over a lot better in person than it does online. But either way, why does it matter that women aren't getting their say in political news and not being represented appropriately, or at least in a statistical sense? The big issue is that experts play an important role in how citizens and voters process information. We rely on experts to help synthesize complex info because most Americans don't have a very detailed knowledge of politics. It also helps cut through the overall noise in primetime television. There are just so many pundits that come on the screen, sometimes at one time. I saw in the same analysis from the Washington Post, there were as many as 11 pundits on screen at one time. So cutting through all of these competing voices and competing points of view requires an expert to kind of let people know no, this is what research says. This is what a lot of experts in the field are saying. Experts are more persuasive. We have evidence to demonstrate that. That shouldn't come as too surprising. But what is also a little bit concerning is that experts have trouble getting coverage to begin with. Experts of all genders, races, doesn't matter. 42% of news stories that feature an expert also feature a non-expert political source arguing the opposite point. We see this a lot right now with COVID-19 coverage of scientific experts juxtaposed by politicians who are countering those suggested policies. So what is the normative implication here? It's that experts have a tough time getting on screen already. That's just going to make the problem even more difficult for women experts who are trying to break through into that political media sphere. It also means that women experts face an uphill struggle to basically communicate with the audience at all, even on issues that are important to women. Saw in that little panel before, they're discussing the war on women and don't have a woman's voice to actually represent that perspective. And in some respects, that might be important. Women presumably have at least some life experience being a woman that could actually help move a discussion in a productive direction. However, instead of looking at the supply side problem, I took more of a focus on the demand side here. Why aren't women being picked? Is it just a shortage of women experts? Well, if you actually look at it, there's a lot of evidence that suggests that women experts aren't viewed as experts, despite holding equivalent qualifications to men. Women in the sciences are hired a lot less and viewed as less competent. There are stereotypes of women as quote unquote warm but dumb, which comes from an overall larger amount of scrutiny that is placed on women trying to enter expert spheres. And female candidates in politics are punished a lot more severely for any mistakes or scandals than male candidates. So women gain less, it would seem, from being an expert and are punished more severely for lacking expertise relative to an equivalent male. However, there isn't a lot of evidence that tests whether the interaction between gender cues and expertise cues directly. We see a lot of sort of theories as to why this might be taking place. Lots of male and female stereotyped issues where men tend to be viewed as more expert on issues that require some kind of authoritativeness or assertiveness or competitiveness, specifically military issues, trade and finance issues, whereas women are viewed as more competent on quote unquote caring issues, so Medicare, healthcare in general. But a lot of this might stem from just societal traits rather than issues themselves. Role congruency theory kind of shows us that through the historical roles that men and women have played in society, you see a lot of stereotypes of men being assertive and authoritative and therefore destined for leadership, whereas women are more kind of pigeonholed into supportive roles due to the traits that stereotype them as compassionate. And stepping outside of these gender roles tends to result in backlash, particularly towards women. So but you can see how expertise might work in the same way. Politics and expertise imply that there is some kind of base level competence and that one is speaking from a position of authority that would fit well within the masculine stereotype. And we see this because when people are presented with uncertainty, they show a very strong tendency to fall back on these sort of stereotypes. We actually have a great paper that shows that male diplomats gain far more support from increased expertise than equivalent women and are punished more severely for a lack of expertise. However, this is very specifically done in the context of diplomacy. It is very specifically done in the context of Israeli politics and outside of the media sphere. So I wanted to try and bring this general idea and role congruency theory into an analysis, an experimental analysis of women experts in the news. So I proposed 3 basic hypotheses. The first is what I call the expertise hypothesis. Experts will be viewed as more credible and expert news sources selected more often than non-expert sources. Second is a gender gap hypothesis. Again, rather straightforward, that men will be considered more credible and selected more often than women in the news. But the key I want to highlight here is what I call the women experts hypothesis, is that cues signaling expertise, either increased expertise or a lack of expertise, will activate these gender biases and actually increase the gap between identical men and women sources. So essentially, by making expertise salient, you will be exacerbating the gender gap that women in the news face. So I just ran an experimental study, 2 studies actually, but we'll get to the second study in a moment. The first just uses a census-matched sample from Lucid for a within subjects experiment. The basic design here is that respondents were presented with 2 competing viewpoints, just a headline that represents that viewpoint, and an author name and byline with literally 1 or 2 sentences saying this author is so and so, and they do such and such. The gender cue here that I manipulated is simply the name of the author, literally changing a name like Adam Ozer to Amanda Ozer. So very, very subtle, very simple cue. The expertise cue, after extensive manipulation checks, was based on the issue, just trying to manipulate what that person did for an occupation. Here we see all of the issue frames that were brought up. We had 6 issues: birth control, parental leave, and wage discrimination, which are issues that specifically disproportionately affect women, and 3 more broad political issues: automatic voter registration, drone strikes, and trade tariffs that tend to be a little more masculine stereotyped according to issue theories. We also have a high expertise cue. So for example, the birth control issue, the high expertise author would be a medical doctor. The low expertise author would just be a journalist. This is what the manipulations would look like. So as you can see here, just a pro argument, a con argument, male author, female author, and high and low expertise manipulation. So running through the results quickly, because I realize we're probably a little short on time here, when just collapsing across conditions and looking at just expertise, we see that, yeah, high expertise authors are considered more credible and selected more often. The measures here are simply asking people to choose which author they believe is more credible and which article they would rather read. So you see a more than 10% increase from the control to the high expertise author in terms of credibility, and a almost 15% drop in credibility from the control to the low expertise author. We also see a bit of a gender gap along those same lines, again, collapsing across the other conditions. We see that men are viewed as more credible and selected more often than equivalent women, all else held equal. But here is the big takeaway, at least I find, is that when you break it down by gender cues and expertise cues, we see that the gender gap actually increases as expertise is made more salient. So focusing on the last column here, you see that in the control condition with no expertise cues, there actually isn't that much of a gap in the selection of the pro author. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. But as expertise is made more salient, a high expertise man is chosen 5.2% more often than an equivalent woman. and a low expertise man is chosen 4.6% more often than a low expertise woman. And what this shows us is essentially that as soon as expertise is made more salient, women are rewarded less for an increased expertise and punished more severely for a lack of expertise. Also, looking at this across the masculine and feminine stereotype issues and across respondent gender, the results seem very, very, very similar. So it doesn't matter if the respondent is a man or a woman, and it doesn't matter what the issue is. You see this general trend of women being punished for a lack of expertise and gaining less from increased expertise relative to an identical man. I then ran this study again in a sort of pseudo replication where it just added in partisan cues. These partisan cues were just simply saying that the respondent was either from Fox News, from MSNBC, or not mentioning it, the network at all. These are just the main effects collapsing from that second experiment. And what we see here is that high expertise increases selection, low expertise decreases selection. People would definitely prefer in-party sources, not too surprising. But once you add in this in-party cue, the gender cue tends to get swamped. And here we go, breaking that out a little more. This is a lot of lines, I apologize. All of this is done relative to an out-party control condition man. But what we see here is lots of parallel effects. So out-party high expertise man and out-party high expertise woman chosen at relatively the same rate. Same for low expertise, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What this shows us is that while gender cues and expertise might trigger these biases against women, people are more than willing to overlook their gender biases so long as the woman in question is part of the in group and the man in question is part of the out group. As they say, partisanship is a hell of a drug. So what are the basic overviews? At the risk of redundancy, expertise cues increase the gender gap in selection and credibility. And again, women gain less for expertise and are punished more severely for a lack of it. However, this phenomenon is relatively dominated by partisan signals. But there are still a few important implications to take away from this. One is that women experts are forced to appear more qualified in order to receive the same basic level of coverage and same benefit of the doubt that men do. And even on issues that are female stereotypes, so women should hold an advantage, and issues that disproportionately affect women and that women should have more direct life experience with and therefore more direct life expertise on, people still show a strong preference for an expert man over an expert woman. That kind of also means that just getting more women on the news might not be enough to counter these significant biases against women in politics. It might be a normatively good thing, but the problem we're dealing with is not just supply side, it's also on the consumers themselves. Finally, again, partisan biases are a really strong signal and still seem to overwhelm these gender biases. So as long as you're on my partisan team, I'm willing to overlook the gender biases I might have. That seems to be the implication coming from that second experiment. And yeah, that is just about all I have for you. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Shall I just jump in? Shall I? Sorry, Sophia, I think you're muted. I can't hear you. Still seem to be muted, but I will anyway. Oh, okay, sure. I will have a go at sharing my screen again. It crashed last time when I did this, so hopefully this time it doesn't crash. Just to say, if it crashes again, I have to restart my computer, so feel free to jump straight into the Q&A if I disappear again. And then we can just keep trying until time runs out, I guess. Okay, so here are my slides. Can someone let me know if they can see the title page of my slides?
Yeah, we can see.
Great. And if I scroll through like this, can you see page 2 now?
Yep, key questions.
Brilliant. Okay, so it seems to be working. Excellent. Okay, so for those who don't know me, which I think is all of you, I'm Alex Hartland. I'm a third-year PhD student at the University of Manchester, and I'm researching the work of interest groups in the UK asylum system. Eventually, this will be a comparative study, but for now, just focusing on the UK system. So cause group lobbying and the UK asylum system. The key questions that I'm thinking about here are, how do cause groups choose their lobbying strategies? What factors influence their lobbying behavior? And the maybe bigger question, which of these strategies are most effective for the cause groups in getting what they want, in achieving influence, political influence? Cause groups, of course, they are a type of interest group. Just to define my terms here, interest groups are defined by having a political interest, wanting to create political influence, having unelected status, so being outside of the electoral system, and having some degree of organization, so some type of structure to their group, obviously being more than one person. Strategies which they can choose at the simplest level can be either direct or indirect. Direct strategies targeting parliamentarians or bureaucrats, indirect strategies targeting the public or the media. Question 2 here, which strategies are most effective? This is such a huge question that I'm actually not going to talk about that one today, just focusing on question 1. But question 1 may offer some hints as to potential answers for question 2, which may be answered in future research. So just thinking about question 1, what kind of factors might influence lobbying strategies? So if we look at, for example, the media, perhaps the most obvious place to start, and think of the factors that play a large role in lobbying in general, perhaps the first one that might come to mind is money. Money seems like an important factor in lobbying and in lobbying strategies. So no surprises there. We might also think about access. So this is very much about who you know. If you know the right people, perhaps then you're able to have more influence in your lobbying. That might affect your lobbying behavior as an interest group. So plenty of examples of that from the media too. Finally, we might think about expertise rather than who you know, perhaps also what you know. Lobbying firms and business groups in particular are particularly interested in employing people who know the internal workings of government. So if we perhaps try to think of a recent example of that, who might spring to mind? David Cameron, of course, with Greensill Capital, definitely an insider able to help with the lobbying process. So what does this tell us? Well, group level factors matter to the lobbying process. Resources like money, access, and expertise, these are important factors in how interest groups choose their lobbying strategy. The type of group, whether it's a business group, a cause group, which I'm interested in, a labor group or others, this also influences the lobbying strategy. And various other factors at the group level are involved too. But there are more important factors to think about. One in particular, research indicates that constraints really govern the lobbying process, how well groups may or may not be able to overcome those constraints. So the majority of findings in interest group research suggest that advocates are often swimming upstream, so really fighting against the limitations on their work. So in general, it helps to group these constraints at 3 different levels. First, the issue level, which I'll talk about in a moment, the group level, which I've already talked about briefly, and the institutional level. So 3 different levels of constraint. As I mentioned earlier, I'm interested in pursuing a comparative study later. So the institutional level, that will come into play more when I finish that research. So just for today, I'll be looking more at the issue level and the group level. So the group level, as I talked about before, these are some of the factors that are thought to be influential constraints at the group level. We might think of the resources that I discussed, also the stakeholders. So when thinking about the UK asylum system and the cause groups lobbying in that system, the idea here generally, the findings generally in the literature so far are that cause groups have generally limited resources. So they lack access, they might lack money and information too, so they're not so well able, not so well placed to pursue a direct lobbying strategy, and more likely then to pursue an indirect lobbying strategy, so lobbying the public rather than political decision makers. So that might be one expectation of group level constraints. At the issue level, well, we're thinking here about how much attention there is politically on the issue, in this case asylum, what public opinion might be around the issue of asylum, and also scope. That might be another important factor. I'll think about complexity too. So when dealing with public opinion, if there are many people affected, but the issue is easy to understand, then this may also guide a cause group towards a more indirect lobbying strategy. The same may also be true for gaining political attention. If the political attention is limited, then groups may struggle with that and may then pursue more of an indirect strategy too. So based on the current research, I create 2 hypotheses to test. First hypothesis related to the group level. So cause groups will lobby the public because they lack the resources to lobby the government. This is a general finding for cause groups in general. The second hypothesis, thinking about the issue level here, that cause groups lack political attention, and so they either frame or adopt issues that have a broad scope and that are simple, easy to understand, easy to explain, and that by doing this, they will gain more readily gain political attention. So just a quick word about the methods for this. There's a real lack of data in the UK interest group system in general, particularly in the asylum system. So I created my own database of UK-based asylum rights organizations. As you can see, sort of whittled that down and eventually conducted 23 semi-structured interviews with the employees of these asylum rights groups. So based on the findings from these interviews, what did they have to say about my hypotheses? So first, about the group level factors. In fact, groups didn't lack for access. So this is surprising. Generally, cause groups will lack access to government decision makers, political decision makers. In this case, though, groups had plenty of opportunities for access to bureaucrats and to parliamentarians. Any lack of access, any lack of resources such as expertise or information, they compensated for this by forming coalitions. Pretty much all of the groups I spoke to were engaged with either a formal or an informal coalition of other organizations. So they help each other out in that way. At the issue level, thinking about perhaps adopting broad, simple issues. Again, this was not the case. Groups generally were focused on narrow, complex issues. They generally then engaged in bureaucratic lobbying, so working together with the bureaucratic apparatus of the UK asylum system on very niche technical issues to achieve their aims to improve conditions for their clients. That is the asylum seekers in the UK system. If they met any roadblocks in the bureaucratic process, then ultimately they chose to expand the conflict. Then they were more likely to pursue a broader, more simple framing approach to engage the parliament, or to even engage the public, although this tended to be mostly the members of their organization. So conclusions, the strategies that these cause groups adopt, not constrained by group level factors, contrary to the typical findings in the literature. Groups here generally don't lack the resources to pursue a direct lobbying strategy. They also benefit from bureaucratic attention. They have relatively little problem gaining bureaucratic attention, but the main hurdle, the main constraint that they face is a lack of political attention, a lack of support from political decision makers in Parliament. Public opinion, contrary to most previous findings for cause groups, they generally just didn't really care about public opinion. The issues they were dealing with, whether public opinion was pro or anti, didn't come into their reckoning. In this, their strategy is ultimately rather similar to business groups, surprisingly, so less akin to other kinds of cause groups and more similar to the kinds of lobbying strategies of business groups. So that's about all I have to say about my research so far. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah, if you have any questions, this is still a work in progress, so I'm really happy to hear any questions or comments that you might have. Thank you.
Sophia, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
We're all getting a crash course in Hopin today. Hopefully I stayed within the time as well. I realized when I put it on full screen that I can only see my slides, not anything else. But
Yeah. As soon as it came up, it's like, oh, I just have to talk really fast and try to stick within 15 minutes because I can't see the signal. Sorry, everyone.
yes. Okay. So Sophia says, can you please read the Q&A? So let's have a look.
Cool. So if I start from the ones from the bottom and then people asking other questions about recent ones. So this is because we started it so long ago in 2019. Actually, we were lucky enough to be interviewing people surveying people before everyone switched to online stuff. So I have no information at all about what's happened since and if it's a good or bad thing. Obviously, lots of opinions will have changed since in terms of like things that were previously, that's awful, we couldn't possibly do that, actually becoming commonplace, but also then presumably a bit of a backlash at some point, but no information whatsoever. The response rate, I can't remember exactly. It wasn't high. So we ended up with about, I think I spent about 4,000 emails to get around 120 responses. So I can quickly do it off my head. No, I'll ask Google. About 3%. So it wasn't a particularly, it was fine to get the results we want, but it was just at the viable stage. I would have wanted a few more, but we just got over the hurdle. I was like, actually, yes, we can do something with this. I have no particular idea on why they think the variation in, I think, particularly in different kind of areas. I'm guessing it's a bit interesting actually, because I had some comments from the people we work with that there have been lots of deliberative exercises around, especially adult social care. That's an area that people have, been involved, especially in terms of co-design. So maybe it's an element that people would be happy. This could be a flaw of the question that people would be happy. It's like, yes, social care should be run in co-design with people who are affected by it, but the public involved should be involved less. I don't know, there is something to pick out there in terms of maybe environmental issues is something they don't see as particularly high priority, and so it's safe for the public to have access to. So I think there's several different things running to that, but I can't pick them apart. So this is a long way of saying I don't know. Sorry, that's my questions.
Can I just jump in and perhaps, it's a question, but it's also sort of picking your brains a little bit, Alex, because survey research, that's something I'd be interested in doing myself, but I haven't had any experience of it so far. And Sophia's question about the response rate, this sort of made me wonder, so is it possible that you're getting responses from organizations that have experience of these sorts of public forums and have maybe a kind of bias, I suppose, in the response? And if you think that is possible, what do you do then with the responses you get? How do you control for that, I guess is what I meant.
Sure. So ideally, we'd have some sort of external sort of source of truth to sort of weight it against at the end. So what we did weight it against was like the political variables in terms of party, in terms of if something had an area of total control. We may still have got some, people find it even more. We may have got some response to people who either love participation or hate participation. I was kind of relieved the overall impression was so negative, and I hadn't just found the people who were, but that doesn't mean we're right. It just means I was fairly reassured. I wasn't being overly positive and just finding the overly positive people. So the big thing we did there was, I think, reweight on party, because that was something that seemed to be borne out, that was driving the results. And so I feel fairly confident that is then presenting an okay picture as it was in 2019. I can't know for sure. This is one of those things that would be nice to, it was my first time using the Rakin approach, which essentially reweights them all. So it's representative of different kinds of categories. And so you can answer using the same set of weighting, the same kind of, you can use the same data over and over. So that seemed to work okay, but it sort of meant I was originally quite optimistic about a higher response rate. So I very carefully segmented people before we sent the emails and I was going to get results back and put them into the bubbles, and that was all going to work fine. And then the response rate was just too low to really try that. So sorry, I feel like I probably answered the question now. I'm rambling, but that's not okay.
Definitely, that really helps.
I mean, it's very. Can I jump in? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yep. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Like, it took me a lot of refreshing to do. So, well, I mean, just coming back to my question, because I think that one of the key challenges when in counselor survey is that they don't always respond, and I think that maybe I just wanted to pick up your brain and see what do you think about. If there is a very limited number of people that responded, whether you have checked that the number of people that responded are also the more likely to be living such experiences or not. So whether it's correlated or not with what they were responding. And basically because I was thinking of the variation between which of the areas are more legitimate, so to speak, in a participatory exercise. So just wanted to know, what do you think about it?
So actually, just remembering something, but we got far more responses than you would expect from Greens and Lib Dems, and so that was a sign that yes, more interested people were getting back to us, and so weighting those down in the responses felt like an appropriate thing to do. I don't know beyond that if we managed to remove other sources of the bias, but that felt like yes, people were getting back in touch because they were more interested, but we were kind of trying to account for that. And so that was especially, we had to send out a second wave, especially targeting Conservative councillors, because I was not getting enough to really get a good opinion there. And that seemed quite important because there's quite a lot of them and they seem to have a different opinion. So that was something we did to follow up on. So just starting with the big data set of just really knowing, we knew for all 20,000 councillors the properties we needed. And so we were able to go back and just ask more questions about those areas we had rather than waiting for the survey responses. But yeah, I feel we just about managed it, but it was pretty close. So if it was slightly worse response rate, I would feel much less confident in some of the things.
Okay. I mean, but it's very interesting findings. So maybe I was also have a question to Adam. So whether do you think that the same mechanisms that you mentioned, that the same mechanism, maybe you read it before because I was out.
Yeah, it's
but it done and gone.
Yeah, there you are. You pop back in and out.
Okay, so maybe you can tell me, what do you think about that?
Okay. Not a problem. So essentially, you're asking about the fact that across masculine stereotyped and feminine stereotyped issues, the results were essentially the same, right?
Yeah.
The way that I've interpreted that and sort of interpreted it through the role congruency theory lens is that, the idea of expertise itself is, in a sense, sort of masculine stereotypes, kind of coming back to that general theory of basically assertiveness and authority are considered masculine stereotype traits. In order to be an expert, you have to speak from a platform that is essentially assertive and authoritative. It's kind of interesting subject to be studying given the current media environment around COVID-19. But yeah, even on what surprised me, but after talking to some other scholars who are slightly more well-versed in women in politics literature than I am, I found it surprising that women actually, as in women respondents, still preferred a male expert over a female expert on issues relating to women's health care. I've been told that that's actually not as surprising, and gone back to the literature and I'd seen that, but it's relatively interesting just to see that, yeah, these ideas are pretty well ingrained in the public, and that's a problem for women trying to communicate in the American political sphere.
Because so of course this is not part of the experiment, but because your experiment was about the role of expert, right? Not the role of non-experts. But I was thinking, and just like to know what are your thoughts on? You say that 42% of the experts are always contrasted with the opinion of a non-expert. But most of the time, these non-experts, they draw their authority based on their experiences and, their experiences in life and what they know or their position, but something on those lines, not necessarily on real expertise. So it seems to me that when men are putting equal, so specifically about different types of issues, so when we think about women's issues that women are more likely to experience than men, how are women compared to non-experts on those issues, right? Because we can think that the underlying is a mechanism that both of them are drawing their opinion based on their expertise, but whether the experiences of women are also rejected there. It's just to see, what do you think? Of course, it's not part of the experiment, or.
So essentially, how people would react to the idea of someone on, let's say, a news panel saying, well, as a woman, then X, Y, Z, and that general experience. I unfortunately, I don't have any data on this, but what is a good political science project, if not baseless conjecture on the author's part? But jokes aside, I would say that would probably strongly trigger those same gender cues, and that while if we think about it in abstract, having those life experiences should increase perceptions of expertise and reliability and credibility, it would probably trigger those same gender cues that would lead to a backlash of essentially a woman trying to speak from a position of authority and expertise, the same way you see the old stereotyped thing of when a woman is assertive, she's referred to as bossy, and when a man is assertive, it's referred to as good leadership, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the papers are very interesting. So maybe I will send you an email to see if you want to share them with me. That would be great. And
sure, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, that would be really, really good. So I don't know, like if there is any questions, somebody who has a question. So sorry, Alex, I missed your presentation.
No problem. Yes, I missed Adam's too, unfortunately. Most of it's just kind of coming in and out and getting random moments of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry about that. I noticed Alex Parsons has asked me a question in the Q&A there, so I'm happy to talk a bit more about that.
So we'll talk a bit more about the business lobbying comparison.
Sure, right. So the comparison, and I should say, perhaps I didn't quite have time to clarify this in my presentation, but the kind of gap in the literature that I'm trying to fill here is interest group lobbying at the national level. So there's been a lot of research previously in the US and more recently at the EU level. So that's where most of the interest group research has been. So by looking at the national level in the UK, I would expect some surprises or some contradictions to the existing research and the existing literature. So what I'm about to say is kind of based on the existing literature, but may not really apply to the UK level, if that makes sense. So the idea is that cause groups like environmental organizations or humanitarian organizations, they want to make a big noise, generate public excitement and attention, increase the salience basically of their issue, and drive the political agenda that way. That's been the sort of fairly consistent finding in the US and at the EU level. Business groups, on the other hand, they are more interested in practicing quiet politics. So if their issue is on the agenda, it's a problem for them because it makes it more likely that the public will demand some kind of political solution, some kind of solution from elected officials. And what business groups tend to prefer is some kind of response from unelected officials, from bureaucrats, regulatory changes on niche issues that nobody really cares about in their favor. So what's surprising in the UK asylum system is that that's also what the cause groups, the asylum rights groups working in the UK asylum system also prefer that. If their issue is on the agenda, it's on the public agenda or even on the parliamentary agenda, it's a big problem for them. I mentioned also about the institutional level just briefly, but I'm hoping to go into that more in future research. But that would involve things like the parliamentary arithmetic. So at the moment for asylum rights groups, the parliamentary arithmetic is particularly bad. The Conservatives have a large majority, so the asylum rights groups are really unlikely to get their agenda through. Whereas before the 2019 general election, it was a much closer affair, and they were able, in some instances, to persuade backbench Conservative MPs, people like David Davis or Steve Baker even, on these more sort of libertarian arguments that they should support the sort of the liberty of asylum seekers and not detain them indefinitely, and not force them to jump through all these hoops. And so they were able to make some headway in that case as well. But that's slightly beside the point of what you were asking, but I just had
No, it's all interesting. Thank you.
Well, I think that those were the questions. If there is no further questions, I think we can leave it here and then have some time to have a break before the next session so we all can sort technical problems.
Yeah.
Good idea. Thank you very much, Sophia. Thank you for sharing, and also thanks for the other presentations. And what I saw of them was really interesting.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Cheers, everyone. To the
Thank you,
awkward
everyone.
online round of applause.
I don't know, with the third one, yeah. I mean, well done for the first one. And we are all getting used to this new software. So, yeah, very well done to everybody. Thanks for to people that joined us in the public. And yeah, I would like to invite you all to go to the networking space now. Maybe that we have some time to chill. To prepare for the next one. But yeah, it was really, really nice. And thank you very much, Alex, Adam, and Alex for sharing your work. It was really interesting. And I'm really looking forward to read the papers.
Great.
Thanks a lot,
Thanks,
everyone.
everyone.
Cheers, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.